Hey everyone, and welcome to the best horror stories of 2022. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,500 likes on this one. I think if everyone took just a quick second to drop a like, we could definitely do it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post videos just like this one every Tuesday. These stories are not placed from my most favorite to my least favorite or least to most. I thought it would be better to just place them from oldest to newest. But yeah, sit back, grab a coffee, pack a bowl or two, whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy, tell someone you love them, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Tommy was what the beautiful people at our high school called an easy target. He was short, kind of chubby, very timid, with thick black Coke bottle glasses. Need I say more? Now, I've never considered myself to be a tough guy, but I could hold my own in a fight. 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1 if it came down to it. You see, my father, who at the time had just retired from the Air Force after 20 years, had taught me a few defensive moves when I was younger, in case I ever needed to defend myself. He also taught me to respect others and to stand up for what is right. And that is how I met Tommy. Tommy Wickerman. It was 1986. I was 17 years old and a senior in high school. Tommy was a junior, as he was a year younger. Now, like I said, my father had just retired, which meant we, my mother, my father, and I, could no longer live in base housing. The Mayflower Moving Company had a contract with the air base, according to my father, so they were called in to pack all of our belongings and move them from our old house in Andrews Air Force Base to our new house in this small country town. I'd tell you the name of it, but a lot of weird and creepy stuff happens here. It's not for the faint of heart. I wouldn't want any of you coming here and getting maimed or killed or anything like that, so it's best I keep it to myself. But I love it here. You never know what's going to happen. Anyway, that's not important. Now, after moving into our new house and getting the utilities turned on, the only thing left for my parents to do was enroll me in school, which they did. School started the following Monday. Monday came, I got up at 6, got dressed, had breakfast, then went outside to wait for the bus. I know what you're thinking. If you were 17, why didn't you just drive to school? Well, I didn't have a car. Now, I don't know how it was or is at your high school, but at this one, all the students either walked to school or took the bus. Driving to school was not allowed. Anyway, my dad was getting ready for his first day too. He got a job as a security guard at Cartwright Cinema, a movie theater in the next town over. Apparently they show movies all day long. He's now the theater manager. My mom didn't and still doesn't work. She was and still is a stay-at-home mom. Anyway, the bus picked me up around 7, making several other stops to pick up more kids, and finally arriving at the school about 20 minutes later. I found my homeroom, found my locker, made sure I knew how to open it, and then went to my first 4 classes. I talked to a couple kids, got my books, learned a few things, and then it was lunchtime. So there I was, my first day at my new school, in the cafeteria with no idea where to go. I had just left the kitchen area with my tray, which had about 5 undercooked french fries, a pint-sized carton of chocolate milk, and a rectangular slice of that cardboard pizza that they used to serve in school. You remember that pizza, right? Well, it was the 80s, so some of you weren't even born yet. Anyway, this was the best pizza ever, am I right? Those of you remember it, that is. Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's. Ain't got nothing on that 80s high school cardboard pizza. Elio's comes close, but it's not the same. Sorry about that. Back to the story. Now, like I said, I just left the kitchen area holding my tray and looking out into the sea of tables, all packed with kids that I didn't know. I was an outsider, an unknown, and man, did I feel like it. The sounds of multiple conversations filled the air. Anyway, I just stood there slowly looking left and right. After a few seconds, I decided to start on the right side of the cafeteria. I walked up the aisle looking for an empty seat. I passed the second table on my right, and there it was, on the far side of the next table, an open seat on the aisle. I walked to the table, sat my tray on it, introduced myself, and sat down. The kids all greeted me with heys and highs, and went back to their conversations. I opened my milk and was just about to take a bite of that amazing pizza when I heard a cocky, arrogant voice from behind me say, "Tommy, Tommy, still sleeps with Mommy." I remember it like it was yesterday. The entire cafeteria then grew silent. I turned around, and that is when I first saw Butch. Butch Matheson. He was about my age, about my height, with blonde hair, wearing a letterman's jacket, tossing a football in the air and catching it, repeating the same preschoolish rhyme over and over again. Obviously, he was the quarterback of the high school football team. Anyway, he walked up the aisle and stopped at the kid that was sitting right to back with me. "Tommy." Now, one would think that by the age of 17, that Butch's mental capabilities would have come up with something better than "Tommy, Tommy still sleeps with Mommy," but let's just say, Butch was not the brightest light on the tree, if you get what I'm saying. Anyway, he stopped in front of where Tommy was sitting. All the kids at my table grabbed their trays and left. It was at that point I knew that Butch was the school bully. I just sat there looking at him. Butch then rustled Tommy's hair, smirking as he did. "Oops," Butch said loudly as he slammed the football down on Tommy's slice of pizza. "Look what you did to my football," Butch yelled, picking it up and shoving it in Tommy's face, sauce and cheese dripping from it. Tommy turned his head quickly in my direction to try and stop the ball from hitting him in the face, his glasses sliding off and falling to the floor. Our eyes met, and I saw nothing but fear in his eyes. As the ball hit his right cheek, Tommy closed his eyes, and I saw a tear form in the corner of his left one. Enough was enough at that point. I stood up, catching Butch off guard, grabbed the football with my right hand out of Butch's hand, and with every ounce of my strength I had, threw it directly in his face, knocking him back and breaking his nose. The ball bouncing under the table. A wave of shocked profanity then filled the air. I looked to see all eyes turned in my direction. Several girls covered their mouths with their hands, while several guys were throwing fists in the air and wolfing like Arsenio Hall did on his talk show years later. I turned back around to see blood gushing out of Butch's nose like a water faucet. "Leave him alone," I screamed as Butch grabbed his face. Two other kids came to Butch's aid. One took a step towards me. "You want some?" I said aggressively and took a step toward him. He stopped, turned around, and went back to helping Butch. Teachers and other faculty members then came rushing to break up the fight, and to quiet down the kids. Now you have to remember that this was in the 80s, long before you got arrested for fighting in school. Back then, you took your hits and moved on. Butch was escorted to the nurse's office, while I was escorted to the principal's office. Before I left, I bent over, picked up Tommy's glasses and handed them back to him. "Thank you," he said, wiping off his face with a look of shock in his eyes. I just smiled at him and nodded my head. I got 4 days of ISS, which stands for in-school suspension, in case you didn't know. Basically, you still had to come to school, go to homeroom, get marked as present, then report to this little room, about the size of a walk-in closet, and sit there all day until the school day was over, staring at the walls with other kids that got in trouble, not talking to anyone, not doing anything but just sitting there. We did have lunch, but It was this stew-like concoction that looked like baby vomit. It smelled and tasted even worse. There wasn't even a clock in the room, so you couldn't tell what time it was. Now I know what you're thinking. I would just look at my cell phone to know what time it was. It was the 80s, remember? Cell phones weren't invented yet. The person in charge of overseeing the troublemakers was always Mr. Donnelly. I'm not sure if he was a teacher or not, or they just hired him for that purpose, but he definitely was a throwback from the 70s. He had long, stringy brown hair, pulled back in a ponytail, wore bell-bottom jeans, sandals on his feet, a tan button-up shirt with what looked to be a dark blue crocheted vest with a huge peace sign on the back, with little round buttons on the front. He wore round wireframe glasses like John Lennon wore, and always smelled like potting soil. Anyway, it was horrible. All because they said that I was the aggressor in the situation. Butch didn't get in trouble at all. All he got was a broken nose. High school quarterback, remember? Anyway, I told my father what happened. He had a few choice words for the principal, but in the end, I served my time and moved on. Friday, after my last ISS, I was walking to the bus when Tommy came running up from behind me. We started talking and became really good friends. Now, I'm not going to say that Tommy was weird or strange or anything like that. I'll just say that his hobbies were different than most people's. Where my hobbies included listening to music, 80s hair metal to be exact, going roller skating and watching movies, Tommy's were, as I said, different. You see, Tommy's father was the local taxidermist. You know, the people that stuff animals, real ones, after hunters kill them for no apparent reason other than just to kill them, and mount their heads to the wall or put the whole thing on display. Anyway, he taught Tommy how to stuff them. His entire room was full of mounted dead animals. Birds, mice, a raccoon, a couple squirrels, and even a cat. It was so disgusting, but he wasn't my friend, and who am I to judge anyone? We hung out at my house a lot. Anyway, no one really cares about that. Moving on. Butch did not learn from our altercation, and continued to bully Tommy every chance he got when I wasn't around, that is. We got in multiple fights with each other because of it. I spent more days in ISS than I did in the classroom. He just wouldn't stop. Now, on that fateful Friday afternoon, Tommy had asked me if I would be his friend forever, no matter what. Without thinking, I replied, "Yes, of course I will." Now, answering that question the way I did many years ago has begun to make me question myself, whether I can keep that promise or not. I am torn by the decision that only I can make right now, but more on that later. Now, like I said, Butch was a never-ending torment for Tommy, well, until his senior year. You see, Butch and I were in the same graduating class, and Tommy was a year behind us. So Tommy's senior year was relatively torment-free, at least in school, that is. I kept in touch with him after I graduated. Now, during the homecoming game, our senior year, only a month or so after the lunchroom incident, Butch had suffered a career-ending injury to his knee, and was forced to give up football. I never want to see anyone get hurt, but I wasn't too torn up about it either. Now, being forced to quit football only made Butch's torment of Tommy even worse. Shoving him into lockers, pulling his pants down in the hallway, hip-checking him into walls, things like that. Now, since Butch was no longer an asset to the school, he actually began to get in trouble. He got a couple ISS's, but that didn't stop him. After graduation, Butch took over management of one of his father's video rental stores and continued to mess with Tommy. At the mall, at the roller rink, at the movies, every chance he got. Tommy told me what happened each time, but wouldn't let me address it with Butch. He said he had a plan, but wouldn't tell me what it was. I'd see Butch from time to time when I came to rent a movie. He was always nice to me. I got a job in the shoe department at Wally World, a department store in the next town over, just down the street from where my father works. Saved my money and bought a car. I've been there ever since. Shortly after Tommy graduated, he said that being in this town only reminded him all of the torment he suffered at the hands of Butch, and that he needed to get away and start a new life somewhere else. I understood completely. He packed his bags and took the next bus to anywhere that wasn't here. I gave him money for a ticket, a couple $100 to get him started, and drove him to the bus station. He promised to pay me back. Tommy never learned how to drive. He was completely scared shitless to get behind the wheel of a car. Anyway, as he got out of the car, he turned to me, smiled, and said, "Tell Butch I will never forget him. Thanks for being my friend, Mike. I'll call you. Bye." It was at that time I noticed something different about his eyes. They weren't as innocent looking as they were when I first met him. They were darker. "Okay, I'll tell him." "You're welcome, man. Be safe. Bye, Tommy," I replied, waving. He waved back and walked into the terminal. I then drove home. As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks turned to months, Tommy's call never came. During that time, I had saved enough money from my job to move out of my parents' house and rent a room at the local flop house. I asked my parents to let me know if Tommy called. They said they would. Now, it was 1988 at that point, and life carried on without Tommy. I missed my friend, but without knowing where he was, I couldn't contact him. So after a while, I figured he went somewhere, started a new life, and was happy where he was at. He did start a new life, and I'm sure it made him happy, but how it turned out was not how I thought it would be. Anyway, like I said, life went on without Tommy. I worked my way up to assistant manager of shoes after about 15 years. I'm a very patient man. I got a good size raise and moved out of the flop house into my own apartment. I met an incredibly beautiful woman at work a few years later. She's a cashier there. We started dating and were married about 2 years after that. She moved in with me. It was about that time that I started to notice missing person flyers everywhere I went. The creepy grocery store in town, the gas station, the zoo, even stapled to trees lining the streets. Everywhere. There was a new flyer every 6 months or so, and they were all people I went to school with. Stacy Bennett, the head cheerleader. Scott White, a member of the wrestling team. Devin Williams, the class clown. Richard Garrison, Amanda Moffat, and even Mr. Fleming, the physical education teacher. After the third disappearance, town officials elected to place a 10 o'clock curfew on the town, and all businesses were ordered to close at 9. If you worked out of town and worked later than the curfew, you had to register with the police department, provide your work schedule each week, also the make, model, and license plate number of your car. Then you would get an exemption card from the sheriff. I still have my card, as sometimes I had to work until 11. Now, even with the curfew in place, people just kept disappearing for the next 10 years, give or take. I just figured they all got tired of the craziness that happens in this town, moved away, and didn't tell anyone. But when I saw the flyer of the latest person to disappear, I knew I was wrong. The missing person was Butch. And just like that, the disappearances stopped. After a year went by, and with no further disappearances, the sheriff lifted the curfew and life went back to normal. Which brings us to present day. Well, almost. I arrived home from work about a month ago, and my wife handed me a plain white envelope with my name on it. She said she found it sitting in the mailbox when she checked the mail earlier. It had no return address, no postage stamp, no stamp from the post office, nothing. Nothing but my name, and only my first name. I was reluctant to open it. I mean, wouldn't you? Anyway, I sat down on the couch and stared at the envelope for a good 10 minutes. Finally, I decided to open it. Inside was a letter, neatly typed. I still have it in my wallet. Hold on, I'll read it for you. Here it is. Dear Mike, I hope this letter finds you well. A lot of things have happened since the last time we talked. Such wonderful things. I have found purpose in my life. I'm not afraid anymore. I am sorry for not contacting you sooner, but I have been busy perfecting my calling in life. I hope you understand. I would like to share my accomplishments with you, my one and only real friend. I invite you to my home at... address retracted for privacy. At your earliest convenience, please contact me at 1-555-728-3825. It would be great to hear from you. Your friend forever, Tommy. I sat there on the couch completely shocked yet intrigued. How did he know where I lived? Was my first thought. My second thought was, since he obviously didn't mail it, who put it in my mailbox? My wife then walked into the room and sat a cup of coffee on the table for me. She then sat next to me and asked, "Is everything alright, hon?" "I'm not sure," I replied, slightly puzzled. It's from an old high school friend that I haven't seen in about 30 years. I almost forgot about him. He invited me to his house. "That's nice. Probably just wants to catch up. You should go," she said, smiling. "I'll think about it." I responded, then threw the letter and the envelope on the coffee table, took a drink of coffee, and spent quality time with my wife for the rest of the night. Sat there for 3 weeks, at which time curiosity got the better of me. My wife was at work and there wasn't anything good on TV. I sat the remote on the coffee table, next to the envelope and the letter. I stared at it for a few seconds, then picked it up. I unfolded it, found the spot where the phone number, got up off the couch, walked to the kitchen to the phone on the wall, picked up the receiver and dialed the number. It only rang once. Tommy then picked up the phone. "Hello," he said. His voice was more intense than I remembered, but it was his voice. "Hey Tommy, it's Mike," I replied. We then had about an hour-long conversation about almost everything under the sun. He said he found my address by Googling my name. It wasn't hard to find me because I have a very unique last name. He also said he had taken the bus back to town and walked to my house, and that he had every intention on stopping by, but there was no car in the driveway, so he figured I wasn't home. He wrote the letter in case no one was home when he got there. So he left it in the mailbox, walked back to the bus station, and took the next bus home. He didn't know I was married. Anyway, once we got our schedule to coincide, we made plans to meet up at his house the following Sunday, my next day off. I googled his address and found out he lived 3.5 hours away. After making our plans, we said our goodbyes and hung up the phone. Then my wife, her name's Casey by the way, got home from work. I told her about talking to Tommy and the plans we made for Sunday. She was happy for me. This morning came. It's Sunday, by the way. Got up around 7, got dressed like usual, had breakfast with Casey, made a travel mug of coffee, kissed Casey goodbye, got in the car at about 8, and made the 3.5 hour drive to Tommy's house. Well, the little over 4-hour drive, with traffic and bathroom breaks. Coffee runs right through me. Anyway, I arrived at Tommy's house just after 12 o'clock. It was a huge 2-story house, bigger than mine. It was forest green and trimmed in white, with a porch that stretched across the entire front of the house. There was a white picket fence that surrounded the whole property, which was about 2 acres in size, with a large gray sign that read, "Wickerman Taxidermy Services" on it. I knew I was at the right place. There was a decent-sized garden to the left of the house as you look at it, with tomatoes, cucumbers, and various other vegetables. There was a large building behind the garden, painted the same colors, about the size of a 3-car garage, with stepping stones leading from its entrance to the back of the house, assuming to the back door. The driveway was to the right of the house, leading to the side of it. I pulled in the driveway, shut off the car, and got out. I walked up the sidewalk onto the porch, rang the doorbell, stepped back, and waited. After a few seconds, the front door opened up and the man I saw standing before me was short, and was wearing black glasses. But he was not chubby at all. He was a lot thinner, and very muscular. He reminded me of Taz when he was in ECW. Anyway, "Tommy," I said, shocked at what I saw. "Yeah, man, it's me," he replied, stepping back, spreading his arms out, and spinning around. He stopped to face me again. "Come on in, my friend," he said, and motioned for me to enter. So I did. The first thing he did was hand me a white envelope from his back pocket with $1,000 cash in it, paying me back that loan I gave him all those years ago. I put the envelope in my back pocket. We then sat at his dining room table for the next 4 hours, drinking coffee and reminiscing about old times. Come to find out, shortly after he arrived here and stepped off the bus, he rented a room off an elderly lady with some of the money that I gave him, and became good friends with her, given the fact that she had no living relatives when she passed away about a year later. She left him the house and the property in her will. Once the money ran out, he got a job as a hoser, working at the local sanitation company. You know, the guys that suck the crap, literally, out of septic tanks and porta potties. He said it was a real shitty job, pun intended, but it paid good. Anyway, he worked there for a couple years until the tragic death of his parents in a freak accident that happened on Christmas Eve at that creepy grocery store back in the town I live in. He sold his parents' house but kept all his father's taxidermy equipment and opened up his own business. And that business is going good, especially around hunting season. Anyway, he said that when he first met the old lady, she noticed his size and offered to help him lose weight, as she was a dietitian at the local health and wellness center for many years, and helped many people lose weight and keep it off. He took her up on her offer, completely changed his eating habits. He eats a lot of salads, soups, and fish now. Lost about 100 pounds and started working out. He had a Bowflex machine set up in the upstairs bedrooms. He let me try it out. That thing was nice. I'm gonna look into getting one myself. After my workout, I was quite hungry. Tommy mentioned to me that he was having salad for dinner and offered me one. I love salads. Anyway, I grow my own vegetables in the garden, he stated. Cool, I replied. The salad was amazing. Now, after dinner, we talked for a while. It was starting to get dark, so I mentioned that I had to get going. I didn't want to get home too late. He agreed and started to walk me to the door. "Oh shit," he exclaimed. "My accomplishments. I forgot to show you." I figured, how long could it take? 10 minutes or so? "I got time," I said. Tommy then smiled. "Come on," he said, turning around and walking towards the back door. He opened the door and we walked to the large building in the backyard. Now, I was in no way, shape, or form prepared for what I saw. Tommy put his hand on the knob. "Now, close your eyes. I want it to be a surprise. I'll guide you in," he said excitedly. So I did. Now in complete darkness, I heard the doorknob turn. I heard the door open and felt Tommy grab my arm. "Step, step, step. Okay, stop," he instructed. "Are you ready?" He asked excitedly once again. Sure am, I replied. I then felt, with my eyes still closed, an overhead light turn on. Okay, my friend, open your eyes, Tommy said. So I did, but I wish I didn't. You see, what I saw when I opened my eyes completely terrified me and sickened me at the same time. In the room was nothing but plaques and 3 old rusty dog cages lined with soiled newspaper and handcuffs hanging from the tops of them. Now I know what you're thinking. Plaques? What's so terrifying about plaques? The cages are a little creepy, but the plaques? Well, it wasn't the plaques that were terrifying. No. It was what was on the plaques that terrified me. It was human heads. A lot of them. Neatly preserved with their eyes open and looking at me. I recognized some of them. They were the missing people that I went to school with. Stacy, Scott, Devin, Richard, Amanda, Mr. Fleming, and Butch. Others I did not recognize. Ain't it awesome, Mike? Tommy asked, nearly shitting himself with excitement. I just stood there afraid to say anything. Mike, you okay? He asked. Now, knowing what happened to the missing people, and knowing that Tommy kidnapped them, tortured them, and eventually killed them, led me to only one conclusion. If I didn't play along, Tommy could easily do the same to me. Yeah, man, this is amazing. I love it. I replied as if nothing was wrong. I got 'em, Mike. I got all of them. He said with a wicked smile, walking over to the heads, pointing to each one and explaining why. Stacy, who laughed in my face when I asked her to a school dance. Scott, who almost broke my arm in gym class one day showing off for the girls. Devin, who always pulled pranks on me. Richard, who used to spit spitballs at me in class. Amanda, who called me names. Mr. Fleming, who insulted me, causing the whole gym class to laugh at me because I couldn't even do one pull-up. And my prize accomplishment, little Butch, who cried like a baby right before I ripped his head off. You know what that little fucker used to do to me, Mike. He then turned to look at me. No one is gonna fuck with me ever again. He screamed aggressively. I just looked at him. Who are the other people? I asked. Oh, they're just some asshats that fucked with me when I first got here. Don't worry about them, he said calmly. In case you're wondering how I keep the heads looking so good, I use my skills as a taxidermist. All my equipment is set up in the basement of the house. I bury the bodies in the garden at night so no one sees me. It's a good way to fertilize the vegetable plants. I suddenly felt that salad come creeping up in my throat. I fought like hell to hold back the vomit and composed myself. Hey man, this is great. I'm glad for you. You finally got revenge, I said. I'll have to stop by again and see if there's any more additions. But I really gotta go, man. Okay, cool, he said, opening the door, shutting off the light and shutting the door. After we walked down, he walked me to the front door, opened it, and shook my hand. I practically ran to my car and got the hell out of there as fast as I could. I got about a half-mile from the house, pulled over on the side of the road, puked my brains out, wiped my mouth off, cleaned my hands with some sandy wipes that I keep in the glove box, and drove on. Now, remember that decision I mentioned earlier? The one that only I can make? Well, it's time to make it. You see, I'm sitting in my car in the parking lot of the local police station, staring at the front entrance right now, contemplating what to do. I've been here for about 2 hours. Tommy's words keep echoing in my head over and over again. Will you be my friend forever? Ever. No matter what. followed by my reply, "Yes, of course I will." I don't know what to do. I mean, I do not agree with the way Tommy handled things, and I do not agree that the people who tormented him, laughed at him, or made fun of him deserve to be tortured and killed either. But every action does have a reaction. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's bad. And in this case, it's really bad. What you say or do to someone will have an effect on that person's psyche. They should have known that. People need to realize that. Screw it. What are friends for? I'm going home. I'll never forget his face. I can see it now. Cloudy but focused-eyed, locked on me like I was the only thing in existence. We were on our honeymoon drive when it happened, gassing up at the only available stop before our 3-hour home stretch. We were heading to a cabin far from home, a wedding present gifted from her family. I don't know if it was the lonely roads or the dark, endless tree line, but I was on edge. I had just started pumping when I noticed him, hovering next to a beat-up Ford pickup. It was an older one with the square headlights and boxy frame. He was minding his business initially, but once his eyes saw me, they never lifted. At first, I give a friendly nod, but when he did nothing but stare, I found the awkward crawl of discomfort settling in. He looked uncomfortable, confused. He reminded me of an extra in a horror film, the figure that was standing off to the side and out of focus. That's how he lingered, even after his nozzle clicked as it was topped off. I stared at the digits on my pump impatiently, keeping him in my peripheral vision as I watched the numbers climb. He was just standing there, staring. Once mine was done, I hung the nozzle up and got my receipt. I gave the old man a parting wave, and he gave me the slightest of nods. He almost looked offended, yanking the door and ducking in. I could even feel him watching after I got in the car. "You see that?" I asked my wife, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Her face was buried in her phone, scrolling through videos of people doing embarrassing dances. She said tiredly, not quite looking away. Her eyes were haggard, the screen time keeping her awake until we were on the road again. "That old man, he was staring at me," I said. Turning the key in the ignition, our little Honda started up and I buckled my seatbelt. "What? Where?" she asked, looking up away from her phone. She looked around until she saw him. He was still there, standing next to his truck. "Creepy," she said, turning back around. "Maybe he's looking at you," I joked, putting it in drive and pulling away. I watched in the mirror, the old man's head swiveling slowly as we left. It gave me the chills. "What, am I bony ass?" She snorted and I grabbed her hand, interlocking our fingers. "Maybe. You get the GPS back up?" I asked, pulling back onto the road. The long stretch of lines reflected off the headlights. "Oh, right, sorry," she said, bringing it up again. The bright GPS screen lit up the cab, and when the blue line on the grid collected itself, the voice spoke over Bluetooth. "In 2 miles, take a right." "You almost there?" She yawned, nestling back in her seat. "Not really," I said, adjusting the rearview mirror. Off in the distance, a set of square headlights was turning out of the gas station. "Can you wake me up when we're close?" she asked, already falling asleep. I watched the headlights for a moment, heading in the same direction as us. I pressed the accelerator further. "Sure thing, honey." Surely, it was just a coincidence. I kept my eyes forward, watching for deer in the passing trees. I messed with the radio, trying to find something to listen to. Behind me, the headlights were getting closer. I tuned the dial and found a station, only for it to be cut off by the automated voice. "In 500 feet, take the next right." I slowed down, watching both the headlights and the upcoming turn. I thought of the old man's stare and how he stood perfectly still, never looking away. Just picturing it made me shudder. Turn right. I slowed and cut the wheel, turning onto another long back road, one that looked shadier than the last. My wife opened her eyes for a second before snuggling back against the door. In 3 miles, take a left. I kept driving, both hands on the wheel. I was tired as hell, every yawn watering my eyes and making me drowsier. I rubbed my face, massaging my cheeks to remove the stiffness. I watched the mirror subconsciously, waiting for the truck to fly past. I watched silently, seeing the glow come closer and closer. I watched them slow and pan over, the headlights bouncing on the old suspension. The truck was still following. Honey, wake up. I nudged her, and she groaned. What? She stretched. That old man, he's following us. I said, my hands gripping the wheel. What? She said, looking behind us. The truck was gaining, chugging behind us through the night. I tried to go faster, but it kept speeding up, the headlights getting closer and closer. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe he lives around here. You didn't say something to him, did you? She asked. No, nothing. I tried to wave. That's about it. I said. Maybe he'll turn off. Ahead was a traffic light, the soothing green glow like a beacon. I sped up to try and catch it, but almost as if in spite, it started changing. Damn, I said, slowing down again. My eyes darted between the traffic light and the truck. It practically flew up on us, headlights blinding in the mirrors as we stopped for the red. The truck was loud, a big engine and old exhaust echoing right behind us. My wife looked behind us and shielded her eyes. I stared at the red light as if my will would make it change faster. He's getting out, my wife said, and my blood ran cold. What? I asked, checking the side mirror. Fuck, babe, he's got a knife. She squeezed my shoulder, looking frantic. In the mirror, I saw him close the truck door and started walking up to us. I saw the light hit the blade in his hand, and he started shuffling faster, his image growing as I watched. What the fuck? What the? I said, climbing up. Go, babe. Go, go, go. She yelled, and I looked both ways. The light was still red. The old man was out my window. I stomped on the gas as the tires squealed, the car lurching as it caught traction. We blew the intersection, and I watched the dark silhouette shuffle back to his truck and throw open the door. In the light of his cab, I could see him hitting his steering wheel. In 1 mile, take a left. We sped away, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. The truck was moving again, but my head start had bought us time. My wife turned in her seat, watching the truck struggle to keep up. Ahead, I saw the green rectangular sign for a back road. In 500 feet, take a left. Hang on, I shouted, slamming on the brakes. For what? She shouted, but grabbed the overhead handle anyway. Spinning the wheel quickly, I turned right instead and gunned it down an unfamiliar, unkempt stretch of road. The pavement was poor and cracked, the lines barely legible in the center. I swerved to hit potholes and broken sticks. What are you doing? She shouted, holding on for dear life. We gotta lose him, I said, nervously watching the mirror. Make a U-turn. The road was dark and winding, taking us up hills and under old railway bridges. I squealed on every curve, our little car struggling to miss the many obstacles in the road. Garbage bags, old mattresses leaned against brush. The trees were dead, towering above us like withered giants in the dark. Make a U-turn. The road grew thinner and more desolate, the shoulders turning into deep, treacherous ditches. I checked the mirror again. Nothing but darkness. It was getting harder to see. I turned the brights on, and it only added to the discomfort, lighting up hundreds more wicked branches and scattered trash. "What do we do?" my wife asked. My mind raced. I didn't really know. "I don't know. Call the police." I shouted, and she unlocked her phone. The bright light hampered my view, the glare infecting every window. Ahead, the road straightened out, getting even more narrow. The tires bounced as the pavement transitioned to gravel, the static of it droning and plinking against the wheel wells deafening us. Ahead, a large orange sign reflected our light, but the high beams were too bright to make out the old lettering. "Babe, make a U-turn." I squinted at it, having no choice but to slow down to the lack of road. I read the sign, big black capital letters echoing in my mind. "Babe, I don't have enough signal." Ahead, the road was gone, the sparse gravel blending to dirt, then grass, then nothing. Dead end. The ground ahead ceased to exist. The sheer drop of a cliff waiting on the other side of the old sign. Behind us, the headlights were coming. I parked the car, witnessing the impending doom of the light catch up. Not enough room to turn around. Nowhere to go. Frantically, I searched the inside of the car, looking for some kind of weapon. Tossing aside old documents in the center console, I found a flashlight. The truck pulled behind us slowly, blocking us in. I tested the flashlight, and the batteries were dead. Still better than nothing. "Stay in the car," I yelled and threw open the door. "What do you want me to do?" she cried, looking from me to the truck. "Lock the doors." I gripped the flashlight in my hand, hoping the weight of it would give me courage. It didn't. The old man emerged from his truck, hinges creaking loudly as he pushed his door shut. The knife was in his hand like a spike protruding from his arm. He was breathing hard, his shoulders hunching as his chest heaved. "What the hell do you want?" I shouted. He took another step forward and stopped, his shadow in the headlights frozen. He craned his head for a moment and stepped back. He moved stiffly, his movements slow. "Why are you following me?" I shouted again, stepping forward with the flashlight. I could hear my wife sobbing in the car. I was tired of running. I raised the flashlight and marched toward him. He raised the knife, ready to stab. I gripped my teeth and reared back, ready to swing. I saw his face in the dark, his piercing eyes staring just as they had at the gas station. I brought the flashlight down, hoping to knock the weapon from his hand, and stopped. The old man was crying. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he said, his voice choking. I lowered the flashlight slowly, and he lowered the knife. "Why are you following us?" I asked, lowering my voice. He looked so thin and frail, even in the dark. He put his arms down, both hands squeezed into fists. He looked like he wanted to walk away, his steps hesitant, shaking. "I'm sorry. I thought you were my son. I was wrong. I'm sorry." He looked away, trying to shield his face. "Wait, what?" I asked. I looked to my car where my wife sat on edge, her mouth hanging open. "When I saw you at the gas station, I thought you were my son. You looked just like him. But it couldn't be. My son passed away a long time ago now. In a car accident, but you looked just like him. I wanted to be sure. I had to be sure. But your voice, you're not him. You're not Peter. I'm sorry for scaring you." "You must be terrified," the old man said. "But the knife. At the light you were coming at me with a knife," I said. It didn't make any sense. I know. I didn't think that through. I let my emotions get the better of me. I'm just an old fool. I got this from my son all those years ago. I thought you were him. I thought maybe if I could get it to you, you could move on. And I could move on, but I made a mistake. I saw what I wanted to see. I'm sorry." He choked and started backing up. I looked to my wife, who threw up her hands in confusion. I held up a finger and mouthed, "Wait a minute. If you want to press charges, I understand. I'll wait here for the police." He turned and started walking back to his truck. I went after him. "Wait, hang on a second." I called after him and he stopped. He was so much smaller and thinner up close. I guess at the gas station, I saw what I wanted to see too. I gave him a hug. He resisted at first, but when I didn't let go, he gave in and returned it. We stood there for a while. I let him cry for as long as he needed, standing in the square headlights in the middle of nowhere. No press charges. No stabbing or clubbing. I motioned for my wife to get out, and when she joined us, I explained what happened. "My name is Tom. This is my wife, Gina. I'm sorry for almost hitting you, and I'm sorry about your son," I said. "It's all right. My name is Wallace. I'm sorry I scared you good people tonight, but thank you for giving me your time. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. Before I go, I think I'd like you to have this. I can't hang on to it anymore." He held out his hand, the hunting knife in his palm, and inscribed across the blade were the words, "For my son." I took it and promised to take care of it, under the stipulation that he take my number so we could talk again. He seemed to enjoy that, and after a hug farewell, and even a few laughs, we parted ways. I watched him walk back to his truck, his head held higher than before. He opened the door and looked at me for a moment, giving a final wave before ducking in. I found myself freezing briefly, before nodding and waving back. Behind him, barely visible, was a man, his hand resting lightly on Wallace's shoulder. He nodded to me with a smile, and after the old man climbed in and shut the door, he was gone. Have you ever wondered if your death will make it onto the news? Great. An existentialist. I knew this was going to be another dead end for my article. I scanned my eyes over the kid I was interviewing. He was clearly a junkie. The blotches of blood along his white sleeves didn't serve him any favors in disguising that. His pungent odor of weed and urine weren't helping him either. I prayed the smell of coffee and eggs would overpower his stench. It was bad enough to get us kicked out of the cafe, and I wanted my food before that happened. How embarrassing. It's not something I frequently stress about, I chimed. He seemed on edge. I wondered if he was high at the time. Probably. I began to question if this was really worth it. After all, I was only writing for the local newspaper, and none of our older readers wanted to hear the thoughts of a disadvantaged youth. I pushed past my judgment and remembered there is a ladder to climb in journalism. Sometimes you just have to do the crap ones. It would be a good challenge to spin this into something decent. You said you had a story for me. Something that could save lives? I asked. I said I had something to tell you that will save lives. He snapped. But I don't want you to publish anything about me. You can't go to the news with this shit. Surely he had to be joking. His serious tone indicated otherwise. He fumbled his hands and threw a nervous glance over his shoulder. He'd been doing that since we sat down. It was like he was expecting someone to stroll through the cafe door. This wasn't going to work for me. Sweetie, you know I can't do that. I pointed to the notebook laid in front of me. It's my job. I'm here to find a story for the paper, and your email said you had one. I expected you understood how this would work, given you arranged this meeting. I tried to sound as nice as possible without letting my frustration sneak in. Clearly, it had failed. The kid began to shake his head. He slammed a fist down on the table, clattering the cutlery. I jumped. Sorry, so sorry, he stammered. Please, I just need you to listen to me for 5 minutes. He raised his brow, begging with bloodshot eyes. I hoped nobody else in the cafe had turned into the desperate tune of the conversation had taken. It was time for a quick exit. I'm sorry. I'm on a tight schedule, I said, snapping the notebook shut. I really can't afford to be exchanging campfire stories for fun. I made an attempt to leave, but he grabbed my wrist. Please, don't go. His untrimmed nails had dug into my skin as he spoke. They would definitely leave a mark. I can give you something of value. Trust me. Listen, I know what really happened to David Flemington. The name stopped me in my tracks. This will all make sense. I swear, he added. I recognized it. Why did I recognize it? The teenager released my wrist and capitalized on the first sign of interest I'd shown all morning. David Flemington? You know, the kid that fell into the cardboard box crusher. It came back to me. Earlier this week, some poor boy had managed to get stuck in one of those awful hydraulic compressors at our local supermarket. The ones they use to flatten the boxes that their products arrive in. The story had made international headlines and had raised concerns about the safety of those machines. I'd followed it from a distance. To be honest, the whole thing made me feel quite ill. It was a ghastly way to go and not worth visualizing. What about him? I asked, hesitantly intrigued. The day before his death, he was told exactly how he would die. I felt my chest constrict with rage. How could he possibly know such a thing? Was he having a laugh? What's your name, young man? I spat. Robert. Well, Robert, if I were you... I didn't finish. As if sensing my doubts, he had produced a phone with a picture of himself and another boy on the cracked screen. I stared at the two for a moment. I connected the other boy to be David Flemington. He was just how he had appeared in the news stories. From the image alone, they looked quite close. You knew him? I asked. Robert slowly nodded as he pocketed the device. If you couldn't tell, I'm a bit of an addict. No kidding. I chuckled. Robert wasn't amused. David and I would shoot up together. He was one of my suppliers. Well, more of a friend. We used to find places we could go and get high without being disturbed. Abandoned warehouses, industrial estates, places where the trouble couldn't find us. He paused, nervous with what came next. I failed to see where any of this was going. The readers were not going to like this, and it was never getting past an editor. Do you know the Forever House? He asked. I gave a slight nod. The Forever House was an old, double-story weatherboard that sat on the fringes of town. Probably the first structure you'd see upon arriving here. It had remained there since the 1960s, and nobody lived in it to know my knowledge. Every time you drove past the rotting structure, you half expected, no, hoped, that it had been demolished. Yet it still remains standing after all these years. Locals have coined it the Forever House due to its much overstayed welcome. David wanted to go and explore it. He continued. He saw it was a quiet place to go and shoot up. A perfect location for our needs. A smirk flickered over the kid's face. I'm never one to say no to a good time, so we arranged a date to meet up at the house. Naturally, I was late. I expected David to be inside upon my arrival, but he was waiting for me out the front. That's not how we usually did things. He looked all sweaty and was extremely jittery. That's odd for someone on drugs. Robert clicked his jaw, unhappy with the interruption. He clearly was not one for my sarcastic humor. His loss. He chose to let it slide and dived back in. It was different. I asked him what was going on and he told me not to go inside. He became insistent on leaving. I was pissed off. It had been a shit show of a bus journey, and now he was telling me we weren't going ahead. Robert looked at me to relate. I reconsidered my career choice in that moment. I really thought my life was about to become listening to stoner arguments that one could easily watch for free in the wonderful metropolis. He leaned in. The subject matter wasn't for the entire cafe to know. He said he'd been inside, thought the place was bugged. He had heard someone in the house that knew things about him, knew his name. The drug dealer hearing voices. I must have rolled my eyes because Robert became even more desperate to maintain my attention. David wasn't buzzed. He hadn't taken any of the shit yet. We started getting looks from the other customers, but the kid doubled down. Look, I thought the exact same thing, but he claimed to have been cold turkey. I asked for more, like, specific details and stuff. David really wouldn't get into it, but he told me there was definitely something in the living room. It was a voice, like a recording. It mentioned his name, then it started to explain how he would die. What did it say? I suspected the kid was bullshitting and I wanted to see how deep he could dig this hole. It predicted the cardboard crusher. He heard someone or something saying he had fallen into the cardboard crusher at the supermarket an entire day before it happened. And what did David make of that? I asked, making an over-exaggerated look of shock on my face. Well, he was certain it was some kind of setup. It knew his name and the supermarket he worked at. He thought the cops somehow knew about this. Robert stopped and took in my goofy expression. I had stopped trying. I can see you think this is all bogus, but you need to listen to me. I sighed. The interview was clearly not what he had desired. That made two of us. He scanned me up and down, examining every aspect of my body language before resuming. I didn't know if I believed him at first, too, but we decided that evening wasn't going to be a good trip. Emotions were running too high. We bussed back home and all David could think about was the fact that the cops might be on his trail. He was agitated for the entire trip. I told him to take it easy for the next 24 hours. Lay low and it'll be fine. Well, he did just that. Went to his supermarket job the following afternoon and... Robert started to choke up. I'm sure the cardboard crusher was the next step in his tale. Tears formed and started to fall onto the table. He was really putting on a show. I realized that maybe, just maybe, he actually believed his own story. I had no clue what this kid was taking or what he'd hallucinated, but I couldn't help feel a little bit sorry for the trauma he'd been through. This narrative was probably just his way to make sense of losing a friend. That is, if Robert actually did know David. I still couldn't be certain of that. I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. I tapped his hand and offered him my napkin. He managed to blubber out a snotty, "Thank you." This kid clearly didn't need a story published, but rather some serious therapy. I tried to comfort him. You know, Robert... He straightened up and cut me off. I'm not done yet. This next bit's important. He dried his eyes with a napkin and scrunched it up into a tight ball. After David died, I knew something was very wrong at the Forever House. Everything he heard in that living room became true. I had to go back and find whatever did this to him. I had to destroy it. I grabbed my notebook and stood up. I really couldn't let him keep talking. I wasn't going to wait for the food. It was time for this to end. I was done with the spooky stories. I'm sorry, Robert, but I really have to go. It's been lovely chatting with you, and I really do wish you all the best. He held up his palm, gesturing me to halt. No, he said firmly. This part concerns you. I went to take a step, but Robert slowly placed his hand over a knife, ever so kindly provided by the cafe. He made sure I saw it. I froze. He inhaled deeply before calmly speaking. You have to sit and listen. This will all be over soon. I did as I was told. After everything he had said this morning, there was no telling how unhinged this kid could be. I looked, hoping someone else in the cafe would step in, but they were all too busy in their conversations. I placed my hands on the table, revealing they were empty and in no way hostile. Very good. He smiled. You were saying? Well, after a bit of thought, I went back into Forever House yesterday morning. I climbed its broken staircase and went into the living room. You were searching for the thing that killed David, I added. Correct. He seemed pleased I had been engaged with his story. I had to make him feel heard. Anything to keep the teen with the knife happy. There was nobody. Nothing. He began to carefully twirl the knife. Just a couple of musty sofas, damaged floorboards, and an old television set. No source of the mysterious voice. I began to exit the room when the television flickered on. A news report started to play. Some guy on the screen. The newsreader opened the show by announcing today's date. I shot him a look of confusion. Yes, as in today's date. Robert clarified. He explained further. The television was showing a news program 24 hours before it existed. The newsreader then said my name, and I realized this must have been what David heard when he entered the house. I wasn't gonna watch the show after knowing what happened to him. I had to end it before I saw anything. Robert started pushing the point of the blade into the table's surface. I ran across the room from it to pull it off. Pull it out of the wall. But the cord wasn't even plugged in. It had no power, and yet it was still working. Making it stop was beyond my capabilities. I placed my hand over my ears. I had to leave before I heard any circumstances surrounding my death. Did you? I asked. Robert swallowed nervously. That's when I caught a glimpse of you. My knee was wobbling under the table now. I crossed both of my legs to keep it stable. I was seriously uncomfortable. Usually I'm listening to stories that have nothing to do with me. I attempted to cover my eyes, but I saw your name on the screen. He said, licking his lips. With all his talking, his mouth must have been getting dry. That's how I was able to find your email address last night. You were being interviewed on the news because you'd witnessed my death. The reporter was asking you questions. Wanted to know what you had seen. I tried not to listen, but I still caught a slither of what you were saying. He took a quick sip from the table water and kept going. Your exact phrasing was, being choked. A man came up behind from nowhere. I shook my head and stared at him. This meant nothing to me. He threw his hands back in a surrendering pose. That's it. That was all I heard. I was perplexed. You believe a man is going to choke you to death because you thought you heard me say it on a television? I know you say it, he snarled. David's fate was the cardboard crusher, and mine, for whatever reason, is being choked out by some guy. I don't think you get much of a choice in the matter. I shouldn't have entertained this nonsense, but I still didn't understand his headspace. Whilst his story was somewhat consistent, it baffled me as to why he'd want to meet with me. If I was supposed to be present during his death, wouldn't he want to get as far away from me as possible? I certainly know I would. I tried to voice this concern in a way that wouldn't panic him. Then why did you want me here? That's a reasonable question. I figured once you've heard the television, your fate is pretty much sealed. I could risk trying to get away from you, but I reckon no matter how hard I try, somewhere, somehow you will still end up witnessing my death. Robert finally took his hand off the knife and brought his hands into a pleading gesture. Which is why I'm begging you. When I die today, not if, when, I need you to stay away from the reporters. Don't speak to them. He pointed towards the door he had been constantly checking. Any minute now a man is going to walk into this cafe and kill me. I can't do anything about that. He swallowed the fear he clearly felt. What I can do is try anything that will stop that news report from happening. The only reason I know I'm going to bite the bullet is because I heard you say it on that damn television. If you don't speak to the media, I never learned that information. If I never learned that information, I might just escape this. He grabbed my arms and leaned in. He had gone full crazy. Promise me, he uttered and looked back at the knife, or I will have to kill you. Suddenly the waiter arrived with our breakfast. Robert released his grip and sat back in his chair as the plates were placed on the table. He held eye contact with me as he snatched his fork and scrounged at his eggs for a bite. His mouth slowly chewed as he awaited my answer. So what do you say? His face turned red and his expression dropped. Robert's windpipe had become clogged with a piece of egg. He clawed at his neck and thumped his chest in a bid to dislodge the food. His eyes bulged and leaked tears. The guttural noises drew in the attention of the entire cafe. I was too shocked to say anything. I wished I had called out. Our waiter attempted to perform the Heimlich maneuver, but to no avail. He dropped him to the floor, flesh smacking the ground. The ambulance arrived impressively fast, but it was too late. Robert lay dead on the cafe's tiles. He was just a kid. The authorities arrived soon after. They didn't ask too many questions given the amount of people who had witnessed the horrible event. I knew it was a morbid thought, but at least it hadn't played out like Robert had described. Had he been murdered in front of my eyes by some mysterious man, I might have actually believed his drug-fueled conspiracy. Whilst there were parallels with the choking, I excused it as some freak coincidence. Still, ashamed to lose such a creative mind like that. As I exited the cafe, I left behind a morning from hell and, as predicted, a very dead end for my article. I noticed a news van and its crew had popped up in the car park, interviewing customers about what had happened. A reporter approached and asked me if I would feel comfortable giving my eyewitness account. I thought back at what Robert had asked me and politely declined. I wanted to leave. I was done with stories for the day. However, the news reporter persisted. He asked me about my line of work. I briefly explained my journalistic endeavors, to which he responded with a grin. Well, this could be a great opportunity for some networking. I thought about it. There's no harm getting your foot in the door, and it's not like I was going to mention anything about the evil man Robert thought would choke him. I'd still be keeping a dead stranger's wish if I left that bit out. I agreed and gave the interview. Afterwards, the reporter thanked me and told me to call up the news station. He said if I mentioned his name, he could possibly pull a few strings to get me into one of the crews. At least something positive had come from all this. That evening, I settled into my sofa as I waited my appearance on television. Robert's name was mentioned on the local news program, followed by my interview. It really had shaken me up. I wondered how his family was doing, if he even had one. I listened to my voice as it played through the speakers. It all happened so fast. I was interviewing the boy for the paper when he suddenly stopped speaking. It took me a moment to realize it was from the food. He was being choked. A man came up behind from nowhere. I think it was our waiter. He started performing the Heimlich maneuver, but it didn't work. It was awful. Just awful. My insides flipped as I repeated the sentence I had said in the interview. What was my phrasing? Being choked. A man came up behind from nowhere. I should never have spoken to that news crew. Fog, a dense accumulation of tiny water droplets suspended in the atmosphere close to the Earth's surface which obscures or restricts vision. That was exactly what Joshua and I were looking at. My God. Joshua uttered quietly as he walked away from his car, forgetting to lock it. Matt, what are we looking at? He said to me without taking his eyes off what was in front of him. It looks like fog, I think. I answered hesitantly. Not even I was sure about the situation. It looked different from what you would usually see. Luckily, we weren't alone. Gwen and Sam finally took the courage to step out of the automobile. Sam staggered, taking in the view that was in front of him. Have they built a wall around our hometown or something? Matthew, is this why you called us yesterday? That's not a wall, Sam, although I am not sure what it is. Gwen spoke up, following her lover. And she was right. It wasn't a wall, yet from afar it would look like one. The fog seemed to have entirely blocked the view of the village, though that wasn't all. Looking left and right, it seemed to go on and on, almost as if only the town was chosen to be engulfed by the white curtain. None of us had been able to contact our family or friends that still lived there. It has been like that for days. Eventually, I grew worried, thinking something might have happened to my sister. Joshua, Gwen, and Sam seemed to have the same distress, so we decided to meet up and check out what was going on for ourselves. Looking at the amount of police cars who were parked at the side of the road, you could understand how worried all of us were. It's definitely not a wall, but I think we should go inside and see for ourselves. I responded. Gwen stormed at me and clutched the collar of my shirt. Look at the amount of cars that are standing just outside the town, Matt. Sam and I have counted at least 5 police cars, all empty. Either they are already getting help as we speak, or something happened to those officers. Even though she was right, something felt off about the situation. Maybe it really was a crazy idea to go inside, but as stubborn as I am, that did not hold me back. Yanking my shirt free, I wanted an answer. But just before I could, Josh cut me off. That is great and all, but I think you should come and check this out. Joshua had been toying around with one of the cars. If the police was inside and the cars outside, maybe there was a way of communicating with the officers. I thought to myself. What did you find? Sam asked as we walked up to him. Static. All of the radios of the cars are giving nothing but static noise. There was worry in his voice. Sam took the 2-way radio out of Josh's hands to hear for himself. Let's go. He then said in a firm voice, dropping the radio out of his hands. Josh was barely swift enough to prevent it from hitting the ground. He gave a worried look at Gwen and me and signed that we should follow Sam. I nodded. In that fog, anyone could get lost, especially Sam. Without thinking, one after the other grabbed each other's hands. All of us were equally squared. Josh displayed it the most. He walked through the white curtain with his eyes closed and holding his breath. It's okay. The air feels heavy, but it seems safe. He let out his breath at once and started coughing from inhaling the vapor. After a few minutes of walking through the fog, the light of Sam's phone died down. None of our phones seemed to work anymore. It was as though all power and communication was cut off by the mist that we stood in. A barrier of some sorts. Without a light, we were not going to make it far. The further we got, the thicker it seemed to become. It became hard to see what was in front of you. At that moment, I was glad we hadn't decided to drive into the fog. Accidents were bound to happen at this point. We're going back. Otherwise, we'll all get lost, Sam said, taking the lead. Then it dawned on us. None of us recognized where we were. It was almost as if we were no longer on Earth, just walking inside of a dark cloud that not even sunlight could pierce. And which way would that be, Sam? Gwen asked him. Not wanting to admit that he was lost, he dragged us along with him, further into the fog. He never answered, although he was determined to protect us in this moment. Then the first house was finally visible. The fog seemingly cleared scarcely enough to see what was directly in front of you. Everything was dead silent. Thinking about it, we haven't heard a thing the past half an hour. No birds, nothing, not even people, and that wasn't even the biggest problem. Where were the people? I don't like this. It feels like a ghost town, Joshua stammered. Gwen put her hand on Josh's shoulders and pointed into the distance. There were figures, standing still. The further we looked around, the more we saw. They're alive, Josh said in a sigh of relief and wanted to take a sprint to one of the people on the street. He was held back by Gwen, who yanked him back and shook her head. How sure are you about that, Josh? Her voice was trembling. My gaze fell upon one of the figures closer to our group. Now I understood what she meant. After taking a good look, I started to wonder if we were even looking at people. It was as if they had started to become one with the fog, their bodies almost colorless, swaying in a ghastly form in the middle of the streets. There was nothing human about these creatures. Maybe they once were, but that gave a whole new set of questions. What are they then? Did the fog transform them into this? Will we become like them? Or are they bringers of the mist? And if they pass the town, they will take the cloud with them. As curious as I am, there was no way I wanted to find out the answer. We needed to leave, and quick. Through the fog, something seemed to approach us. Footsteps echoed from across the street. It was the first sound all of us had heard since we stepped into the fog. It was a bizarre thing to behold, but its green light filled us all with fear. A bulb of light swung from left to right like a will-o-wisp, anticipating you to follow it. Sam was the first to act and swung Josh over his shoulder, who was too frightened to move. When he was ready to grab his girlfriend by the hand, she was no longer there. Panicking, he frantically looked around, hoping he hadn't lost a member of the group. However, it was already too late as Gwen stepped forward, enchanted by the light reaching to whatever it was. Gwen, he yelled at the top of his lungs. The light seemed to halt for a moment. Something was holding that thing, and I was pretty sure it was the source of whatever was going on here. Gwen was too far away to reach, so I did what I could. Grabbed Sam by his shirt and pulled him into the nearest alleyway. He did his best to fight himself free, wanting nothing more than to save his girlfriend while Josh was dangling over his shoulder, getting very dizzy. He put Joshua down and wanted to make another sprint back into the open street. It was hard to pull him back, but he eventually collapsed to his knees, crying. As quickly as I could, I covered his mouth as the green light drew near. My heart felt it was racing, as if I had just run a marathon. A prayer slipped from Josh's lips, who sat curled up in a corner against a trash can. If anyone is up there, please hear this prayer. Let the light pass. The light drew closer, and a miracle needed a hand, or rather mine. With my free hand, I grabbed the first object I could find, an empty can, and threw it around the corner of the alley. All of us froze up as we saw what looked like a cloaked figure fly by with a staff in his hand. I only saw a glimpse of it, but a crystal was dangling from it. After it passed the alley, Sam took the opportunity to grab both of us by the hand and leave through the other end of the alleyway. On the other side stood a small bus that seemed to have crashed itself into a lamppost. He pulled us inside and slid the door closed. "What was that thing?" asked Joshua. I was still trying to catch my breath from running. It was truly a wonder that thing didn't end up changing its route and charge after us after we ran out of the alley. "No idea, but it is not going to stop us from getting out of here. But first we need to..." Sam said, panting. Before he could finish his sentence, I cut him off. "Sam, I understand your feelings, but as long as that thing is looking for us, we can't go looking for Gwen all in the open." With a swift movement, he got up and yanked me by the collar. "If you think that I am going to leave my girlfriend behind, then you are dead wrong, nerd. I love her more than anything in the world. I am willing to live to the end of my days together with her," he said, determined of the rescue mission he had already started planning. "If you want her back, we need to work together," I answered him in a stern voice. "Fine. What's your plan then?" he said as he slowly let go of my collar and backed down. Josh seemed to calm down a little as well. The poor guy usually would panic when others got into an argument, since he wasn't the loudest in the room, rather a doormat. "Did you see where the light came from?" I asked him, hoping that he would catch on. "We all saw the damn light," he whispered loudly, not wanting to scream since that could blow the cover we currently had. "It's a crystal. If I saw it correctly, it is hanging from a staff. If we can break it, we will have the upper hand. Whoever is holding on to it is luring people to it." And with that, I caught the attention of both my friends, who continued to listen as I explained the plan in further detail. Josh nodded as I gave everyone their roles, then looked up a little scared and unhappy with the situation he was going to be in. Seeing his realization kick in was a funny sight to Sam, who had a hard time keeping his laughter in. "Okay. Do both of you understand what we are going to do?" They nodded, and as quick as we could, we grabbed what we could find within the bus. Everything that seemed heavy enough got stuffed inside bags. As if he had just struck gold, Josh held up something big and started feeling around the object to understand what he was holding. The inside of the van was dark, so it was hard to make out what everything was. "Guys, it's a camera, and not a cheap one either if I am correct." He put it on the floor beside him and started fumbling around the rest of the van. The walls of the van were covered with electrical devices and screens. "I think we are in a broadcasting van," he concluded. The idea of a reporter and their team having been trapped here like ourselves gave us shivers. Since the van was empty, we all thought the same thing without saying it out loud. They didn't make it outside the town. "You should hold on to that," said Sam. "Maybe if we get out of here, we can check if it has any footage of what happened." With that, Josh picked up the camera back up again and swung the bag over his shoulder. "Shall we then?" he said. The trembling in his voice was still there, but he seemed more confident of the situation. We were going to end this nightmare. The three of us had somehow made our way to the plaza. I stood at the side with the bags filled with God knows what. Sam had hidden himself near so he could take action, and Josh was bait. Cowardly, he stepped forward to the middle of the plaza, looking back in the direction of Sam every once in a while, who kept signing him that it was going to be okay and he should hurry. When Josh arrived at the place of destination, I grabbed the first thing and threw it into the middle of the square. The sound it made echoed and seemed to disappear after a couple of long seconds. A cold sweat had covered my back, but nothing came. The light had not shown itself. I wanted to give it another try, but Sam stood up and blew his cover. A ghostly figure had appeared in the plaza instead. From a distance, it looked like another figure that we had seen before, but this one seemed different. "Gwen?" he suddenly yelled, which startled both Joshua and me. Sam leaped forward to embrace his lover, only to be met by nothing at all. There was no solid being standing in front of him. It was a wonder he still recognized her. A pair of lifeless eyes stared forward, her body swaying like smoke. It felt as if she wanted to say goodbye before she left the world behind. Tears had formed in Sam's eyes, as he knew he was too late to save her, as there was nothing left. "I'm staying," he said after a long pause. Even though it was impossible, he tried to embrace the figure in front of him. His tears evaporated into the fog. He had accepted his fate with a smile on his face as he slowly turned into a figure of the fog. The two eternalized in an embrace, forever in the fog. Josh had made his way over to me and put his hand on my shoulder. It was time to go. From the rooftops, a light had appeared. It had come after all. We witnessed a flash of green falling from the sky and collapsing to the ground. It stepped towards the middle of the square. The closer it got, the more figures appeared. They seemed to follow the crystal. When it reached the center, it stood still. Josh and I held our breaths. Neither of us knew if it knew we were there. The light shone brighter and the atmosphere changed. Wind circled around us and the crystal was heft up high. The fog was being sucked in, and not only that, the figures were forcefully swallowed by the crystal as well. "No!" I screamed, knowing that everyone that once lived in this town was going to be trapped inside. Don't ask me where I got the guts from. My legs moved on their own, and I was headed for the thing controlling the crystal. Before I could leave a blow with my fist, it disappeared. When I blinked, everything was turned to normal. It was day again. Joshua and I had stood there in the middle of the square just staring in disbelief. Our only thing left to do was to go back and leave the now abandoned town. Both of us knew that there were no survivors left. The fact that we were still alive to tell the tale was a wonder of its own. The walk back to the car seemed longer than it had been towards the town. Neither of us had any strength left in our bodies, yet we carried on our feet as we stumbled forward. The police cars were still unmoved, but more cars seemed to have appeared that weren't ours. The thought crossed my mind that more neighboring kids, that by now had grown up to be adults, had passed through the mist. Almost made me lose my balance. Joshua was luckily there to catch me before I dropped to my knees. "We were not alone," I stuttered. "How many have been turned into those things while we were there? God only knows if we knew we could have saved them," Joshua replied, his gaze back at the town that was in the distance. "No, Josh, I don't think we could have. We never had the upper hand. That thing, whatever was holding the crystal, knew what it was doing." I looked up to Josh, trying to meet his gaze. "Do you think it will follow us? To turn us into..." He was scared to finish his sentence. It was something I had thought about as well, but I wasn't planning to find out. Just as I was about to reply, the two-way radio suddenly went off. A flood of screams was emitted from the small object that lied underneath one of the police cars. On cue, we flew towards the radio to grab a hold of it. "Hello? Can someone hear me?" I spoke loudly in the panic. The answer never came as the screams were cut off and the air grew silent once again. The police never believed what happened to us that day. The camera sadly didn't have more footage other than white noise, so that ended up being a failed attempt for evidence. But they still see the town as a mystery, as most people believe everyone just disappeared into thin air. Little do they know, Joshua and I are still uncertain of what we saw, but our friendship has been closer than ever before. We weren't planning on finding out when or how that thing was going to find us, so our mission is to find it first. My friend Joshua believes that if we break the crystal, we might be able to at least set the souls of the people free. That is the plan, and I am positive we can handle it together. After all, we are the people who were forgotten by the fog. For as long as I could remember, I never saw my parents at night. I never got a bedtime story or even a simple goodnight kiss from them. Don't get me wrong, they weren't bad parents and they loved me dearly, but I always sensed they were kinda off, to say the least. Growing up as a only child, I mostly played by myself or basically begged my parents to play with me. I didn't have any friends or get any human interaction since I was homeschooled and we barely left the house in general. We basically lived in isolation. Our nearest neighbors were about 30 minutes away from us. Even till this day, I don't know how my parents were able to afford the nice house we lived in. As I grew up, my parents made sure to drill this one rule into my head. Never open this door after 8:30. No matter what, this door stays locked and closed. My parents were very strict about this rule, especially my father, as my mother was more lenient with me when it came down to it. One incident I still remember clear as day. I was about 9 or 10 at the time. I was with my parents watching some dumb children's movie. As 8:30 rolled around, I was sent to my room, and right before I locked my door, I heard light thumps on the walls. I didn't think much of it, as the house would randomly make noises like that. After some time, I tried falling asleep, but I found it hard. Tossing and turning around in my bed wasn't helping me either, as I laid in silence. Light scraping and muffled noises echoed out into the somewhat quiet house. Sitting up in my bed, I sat there what felt like eternity. I gathered enough courage and walked toward my door. While walking toward my door, all the scraping and muffled noises suddenly stopped. As I got to my door, I placed my hand on the lock and slowly unlocked the door, and I slowly pushed it open. My nostrils were hit with a gut-wrenching smell that I could only describe as stinky at the time. My eyes started to adjust to the darkened hallway. I stepped out into the hallway, but before I could walk further, I bumped into something soft but firm. I slowly looked up, and looking back at me was my mother, but it wasn't her. Her skin was ghost white, and it looked like she was a rotting corpse. Her face had a long black gash running down to her chest area. And her hands didn't seem normal either. As she held her arm, she held it tight. Blood started rolling down. But whatever she was bleeding wasn't blood. It was black, almost like ink. Her clothes had big red splatters on the front of it. Her hair looked dead and dried out, and her skin looked off, like it was a costume of some sort. As I looked back up at her, her facial expression changed drastically. It was like she was restraining herself from doing something. As I tried making up an excuse, she finally spoke. "Bed. Now." Her voice sounded all twisted and demonic. It sent chills down my spine, as she never did that before. I walked back into my room, and as she slammed my door, I could vividly remember sounds of tearing and quick footsteps running down the hallway. I've tried confronting my parents about this multiple times since then, but they always brushed it off as me having a nightmare, or they just completely changed the subject. Even after I reached into my teen years, I always thought it was just a surreal nightmare I had. Boy, was I wrong. I thought since I was getting older, my parents would give me a bit more freedom and let me stay out of my room a while longer. To say they were even more strict than before would be an understatement. Ever since the little hallway nightmare, my parents rearranged my lock so it would only lock from the outside. At the time, I didn't have a problem with it since I was only a child, but as I grew into my teenage years, I found it weird and a bit creepy they were so hell-bent on locking me in my room at night. Last week, I was out in the kitchen finishing up some last-minute book reports I was assigned. My father slammed my laptop closed, almost hitting my fingers in the process. "Don't you see what time it is?" His voice was stern and firm as his presence shook me a little. As I turned around toward the living room clock and silently read out the time to myself, 8:35, the clock read as I slowly turned back toward my father. As I looked up at his face, he had the same facial expression my mother had when she caught me sneaking out years before. Like he was restraining himself from doing something to me. His body was moving on its own like something was inside of his skin as it was trying to get out. But before I could inspect further, he pointed in the direction of my room with a stern manner. I made my way toward my room, and not even 6 seconds later I heard locks clicking as multiple footsteps walked away. I've tried sneaking out of my room, but it proved no good as I tried pulling the door rattles off a chain bumped against my door. As I sat in the dark, I made my way towards my drawer and slowly grabbed a pick lock I was saving. I never pick locked a door, so I stuck it in and moved it around for about 5 or 10 minutes. As I was about to give up, I heard a small click and slowly opened the door, but was stopped by the small chain. As I started picking the chain lock, I could hear faint screaming and the same scraping I've been hearing for nearly half my life coming from the living room area. As the chain lock clicked, I carefully sat it down and stepped out into the hallway. Slowly making my way toward the living, the screams became a bit clearer. I peeked around the corner, and as I did, nothing was there. The living room was empty and quiet. As I came around the corner, I noticed a bright red door that was never there before. I slowly got closer to the door, and a chill shot down my spine as the air got heavy and thick. More screams from behind the door, and the combo of curiosity and being scared got to me. I slowly crouched down and raised my eye toward the small keyhole, and that was when I saw something that sent chills down my spine. It was my parents. They were standing around a silver table. There was red and black liquid splattered all over the place. As I scanned the room, the muffled screams started again. I looked back at the table and saw a pair of feet covered in red liquid struggling and wiggling around. As my mother walked in front of the table, something I can't forget happened. My mother placed her hands on her face and ripped it off completely. A bony, dark humanoid emerged from my mother's skin. The creature's arms were long and disoriented, and its hands were long and sharp. As my father removed his skin and revealed a taller humanoid with bigger teeth and claws, the sounds of scraping were them torturing people. The screams kept going, and the person struggled as the sight of my parents removing their skin scared him more. The creature walked slowly toward the man and placed one of its dark, sharp claws over his mouth before stabbing him repeatedly. Being scared and confused, I stupidly backed up into a lamp, causing it to fall over and break. The thump stopped, and with thinking, I ran back toward my room. Foolishly, I turned around and saw one of those things slowly walking after me. As I got to my room, I slammed it shut and placed my dresser in front of it. A voice came from behind the door as scraping came from the other side of my door. "Come out, honey. We aren't going to hurt you. We love you." A twisted, demonic tone came from the other side. As the scraping and banging continued, I came up with a half-assed plan. I grabbed a textbook from my bookshelf, and with all my might, I chucked it out the window. As the door began to move, I quickly hid under my bed. The door swung open with such force it bounced off the wall. As they walked into the room, my heart started pounding fast. He cannot escape here. He knows too much. As I heard them talking, I quickly moved from under the bed and ran toward the door. As they realized what had happened, I already slammed the door shut and locked them in. Without any hesitation, I ran, and I ran hard. Even when I bursted through the front door, I kept running. All I could hear was distant screams and my harsh breathing. I kept running toward the woods and didn't look back at my former home. After 4 minutes of running, I finally stopped to catch my breath. I could see my house from a distance, but I could make out 2 figures moving towards the woods. As I pushed myself to keep running, I could hear faint screams from the house. As it started raining, the wind became strong and harsh. I couldn't do anything but sob. As I walked into the road, I followed it for God knows how long. The cold rain hitting my skin as the sky grew darker. Sirens blared in the distance. Then it became quiet. The harsh winds blew through my hair as I shivered through the cold winds. As I was about to give up, I saw bright lights in the distance. A truck sign flashed bright as multiple trucks pulled in. A small relief came over me as I started running toward the truck stop. Tripping over myself multiple times, I kept running. I felt more and more relieved as I got closer. I'm finally free. I cried tears of joy as the truck stop became more clear. My legs and feet hurt from running too much, but I didn't care. All I wanted to do was get far away from here. My body wanted to give in and collapse, but my heart wouldn't allow me to. As I ran into the parking lot, I stumbled toward one of the trucks at the pumping station. A man with a red plaid shirt and a dusty red trucker's hat stood, pumping gas into his truck. I stumbled toward him, still in shock of what had just happened to me about 30 minutes ago. As he noticed me stumbling toward him, he slowly started backing up and reaching slowly into his waistband. Please, I need help. I struggled to speak as I tried catching my breath. The man slowly approached me as he tried calming me down. His dirty blonde hair slicked back by the trucker hat. Hey buddy, let's just calm down and let's talk. What happened to you? His voice was soft and reassuring. It almost made me forget everything that just happened. As he got closer, I begged and pleaded with him that we should get far away from here. His calm demeanor changed as he saw the fear on my face. We can't stay here. They're coming after me. Please, I said with terror filling my voice. My body started shaking uncontrollably as the images played in my head over and over. He placed his hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eyes. His grip tightened a little as he cleared his throat. Listen to me. I cannot help you if you don't tell me what's going on. So tell me. His voice was a little more strict and his eyes were dead and cold. My parents, they killed someone and I think I'm next. I stumbled and slurred over my words as I tried calming myself down. Here, tell you what. I'll take you down to the police department and you can tell them. That sounds good? He said while walking toward the driver's door. I slowly nodded as he motioned for me to enter his truck. I hesitated for a split second but climbed in as I realized what my parents are capable of. As we drove away, for most of the drive I was quiet. I couldn't talk right without stumbling or stuttering over my words. But as he drove, I felt I was being watched. So, do you feel a little better now? He asked while taking his eyes off the road for a second to look over my direction. I slowly nodded my head as I stared out the truck window. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Keith Harper. If you don't mind, I would like to know your name. Kelvin. My name is Kelvin. I muttered as I looked back at the window. I didn't feel like talking, but I didn't want to be rude. If you don't mind, can you tell me everything that happened if that's okay with you? His voice returned to the soft, reassuring voice from earlier. As I explained to him everything that happened to me over the past 9 years, his face changed from calm to shocked and scared. Right before he could speak, multiple loud popping noises came from behind us, and not long after, metal scraping was all that was left. Keith pulled the truck over and reached for the door handle. As he was getting out, I panicked and grabbed his arm. Wait, don't leave me in here by myself. Please, I begged him. As he heard the fear in my voice, he cleared his throat once again. Calm down, son. It's not gonna take... Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled from the door, and loud screams and noises of flesh being ripped apart echoed through the night. I froze, My body tensed up. I couldn't do anything about it. His screams for help were cut off by loud chops. Without a split second, I reached over and slammed the door and sat in the driver's seat. As I sat in the seat, a hand slammed against the window, almost shattering it instantly. As I looked at the window, my body went cold. It was my mother, but it was her in her human skin. Please, honey, it's not safe for you out here. Come home. We miss you. Her voice was sympathetic and genuine. I wanted to believe that, but I couldn't. As I shook my head no over and over, she began to sob uncontrollably. No, get the hell away from me, you damn freak. You're not my parents. I yelled at her as I tried starting the engine, but every time it would sputter and die. Her sobs were soon cut off by a loud growl. As I looked over toward her, all I could see in her face were hatred and rage. Her once light blue eyes turned red as she bashed the truck window with her sharp claws. I tried to turn the engine over and over, but it kept sputtering. As I looked over toward the passenger side, I saw the door being bashed and ripped from its hinges. As the passenger door was ripped completely off, a bigger humanoid started climbing in. As I turned the key in the ignition, the engine came to life and I slammed my foot on the gas pedal. My father tried climbing in, but slipped off the truck after I started driving faster. But as I looked over, my mother was still hanging on to the door. As she slammed her claws against the window over and over, she busted the window and shards of glass flew at my face. As the glass hit my left eye, I lost control of the truck and crashed it into some trees on the side of the road. As I woke up, I could see nothing but smoke filling the inside of the truck. I gathered up all the strength I had and pushed the door open and fell out. I tried standing, but I immediately fell over in pain. I looked down at my leg and saw a big, deep gash on the right leg. As I slowly braced myself against the truck, I started limping away towards the nearest public road I could find. The burning sensation from my leg only got worse as I continued bleeding. As I limped away, I heard heavy footsteps and I looked back at the wreckage to see a black humanoid creature following behind me. Half of her face was exposed while the other half had cuts. I tripped onto the ground, clenching my leg in pain. I tried crawling away. I was stopped and grabbed by my leg. As I turned over, my mother was standing over me with her blood-covered claw in the air. As I cried, I closed my eyes tight and awaited my end. Sirens from the distance filled the sky as it started getting louder by the minute. As I held my eyes shut, I felt something softly press against my forehead. As I opened my right eye, my mother, and she gave me a kiss on my forehead and wrapped her arms around me. I'm sorry, honey. I just didn't want to lose you. I love you very much. Her voice was soft like how I remembered it as a child. I slowly wrapped my arms around her bony body and gave her a hug. As the sirens got closer, she stood up and faced the way they were coming from. As the cars pulled up, it got harder to keep my eyes open, and eventually my eyes were closed. All I could hear was screaming, multiple gunshots, and slicing. I tried to crawl away, but I couldn't. After what felt like an eternity, the noises stopped. All I could hear was footsteps approaching me. I felt like I was being picked up and carried somewhere. I don't even want to know where. I just want to forget this ever happened. I want this to end. I'll never let curiosity come over me again. I woke up sometime later in a daze. As I looked around, I realized I was back in my room. My body hurt and felt off like a ton of bricks were placed onto me. I tried to move, but unbearable pain shot through my body. I slowly sat up in my bed and looked around and checked out my body. From what I could tell, I had no cuts or bruises. Even the injuries I got from the crash were gone. I had a faint aftertaste of blood in my mouth, but when I felt around with my tongue, I came across no injuries. As I laid there, my door slowly opened and my mother came in with a small box in her arms. her face a smile as she approached my bed. I was generally scared as I thought she was going to punish me for what I did. She sat at the foot of my bed with her smile still and placed the box onto my bed. "How are you holding up, dear?" she asked while looking me dead in my eyes. Her light blue eyes once gave me joy to look at, but now only gave me fear and terror. I still can't look at my parents the same. I always thought I knew them, but I guess I was wrong. Before she could open her mouth again, I finally spoke up. "Why? Why would you do that to Keith? Why? Just why?" I had to try asking her. I just wanted to know why. "Don't worry about that, hun. I want..." Before she could finish, I interrupted her. "No, tell me why. Why would you do that to Keith? He did nothing to you. He just wanted to help me." I tried so hard not to cry, but I felt the tears forming in my eyes. "Honey, you have to understand we couldn't let him live after what you told him. If he would have told someone our secret, not only would they kill us, they would kill you too. And I couldn't just stand by and let someone endanger my baby or my family." As she talked, her attention shifted from me to the small box she came in with. "Huh? What do you mean, kill me? I'm nothing like you monsters. I would never hurt another human being," I said as I felt my body slowly start shaking uncontrollably. She sighed and placed her face in her hands for about 10 or 15 seconds before reaching for my hand. "Please. We've only been doing this for you, baby. To keep you safe. You're the next generation after all," she said while smiling for a second. I was shocked and scared from what she said. My chest felt heavy, like a million bricks were placed onto me. I felt my mouth tremble as the tears started backing up. What?" I said, choking over my words. My body tensed up and started shaking by itself. "I wasn't like them. I'm not like them. I'm a regular human being." She giggled for a little bit before answering my poorly worded question. She looked remorseful, but was she really? "I really didn't want you finding out the way you did, but you're one of us. Always has, always will be. Just take a look at your body. See? No injuries, right? No normal human can recover from those injuries that quick." "Well, you did have help." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed my hand and held it tight. I tried pulling my hand back, but she had a grip already. "This may sting a little, honey." Before I could say or do anything, one of her claws came out her fake skin and she dragged the claw against my hand. As I tried pulling away from the pain, black liquid oozed from my hand and dripped onto the bed. As she let go, she cut her hand and black liquid poured from her hand. I clenched my hand as she wrapped my hand up. "I didn't know humans could bleed black blood," she said while licking up the black liquid off her hand. She reached out from my hand and pulled the cloth off to reveal no sign of where she cut me. It was gone, like it never happened. Like my other injuries, it was healed. See? No human could heal that quick. And it's all thanks to this, honey. As she reached into her pocket, I felt sick to my stomach. In a small plastic bag was a small chunk of what seemed to be a liver. I placed my hand over and started dry heaving. My stomach felt like it was twisting in knots. I wouldn't eat another human. I couldn't do it even if I had to. "Stop being such a drama queen. It's not all that bad. But I think it's time for you to know the truth. This was a family curse passed down generation to generation. I can't remember how the curse started, but old family stories said that witchcraft was involved with this family curse." She said it as if it was a normal topic you talk about with your friends. As she reached for the box, I couldn't get the taste of blood out of my mouth. As she opened the box up, she pulled out multiple photos from the box and sat them down on the bed. It was all pictures of black honey humanoids of all shapes and sizes standing, or eating dead mutilated corpses. My hands began shaking uncontrollably as I saw a picture of a bony humanoid with long, sharp claws next to a dead woman with her face, skin completely ripped off. Is that You? I was too horrified to speak properly. Everything that has happened to me since I woke up has scared or terrified me. She nodded her head as she gathered all the pictures up and placed them back into the box and closed it up. Don't worry. You'll have your picture in this family box by tonight. Your father and I decided that you're ready for your first kill. Think of it as a family tradition. Everyone in our family had their first kill captured and saved for generations to see how long our family was around. As she said that, my heart started beating faster and my chest tightened up more. She stood up, walked toward the door. Before leaving, she turned around and gave me a half-assed smile. We'll be ready in an hour, hun, so do whatever you want until we're ready. Let's see how long you can last, Mr. Human. As she left, I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless. I was helpless. I could do nothing but cry like a baby. I couldn't kill someone, and I wouldn't. After some time passed, my door slowly opened, and it was my mother, still a smile on her face. It's time. It's time for you to get your first kill and continue the family tradition. Her smile grew as she motioned for me to follow her. I slowly started shaking my head as the tears filled my eyes. She walked over towards me and grabbed my arm and pulled me along with her. As she led me to the room where I found out my parents were monsters. As we walked in, my father stood with a camera in his hands. As I looked over at the table, my stomach dropped. A man laid strapped to the table, struggling and squirming around in his restraints. My mother pushed me toward the table and stood by, father with a big grin on her face. Go ahead, honey. Make us proud parents. As she spoke, I wanted to run. I wanted to run far from here, but I couldn't. If I did, I would just get people killed. Again. No, I cannot do it. You cannot make me, I said while backing away from the table. My mother sighed heavily as she walked out toward the table. You caused this. As her claw came out, she slashed the man's chest, drawing blood instantly. The man screamed out in pain as my mother's smile widened. What? As I tried talking, a strong urge came over me. I tried to resist, but the smell was just so calming. As I walked toward the table, my vision got blurry and I eventually blacked out. All I could remember was screaming and cheering. As I came back, I had a strong taste of blood in my mouth, and as I looked around, blood was all over the floor. My mother came over to me and gave me a hug. You did it, baby. A little sloppy, but we can work on that. As I felt around, I noticed I couldn't feel my hands. I looked down and almost passed out. My skin was gone. There in its place was dark bone. I blamed them. They made me kill him. I didn't want to. But it felt so good. Growing up, the word no was illegal in my house. So when my mom asked, "Isn't there something you'll miss about this place?" all I could do was hang my head and shuffle my feet. She sighed and shook her head, and I slipped out onto the porch as quickly as I could. Nothing good came from that sigh. Outside, I stared at the old windmill that turned in jerky starts. Behind it was the hazy midday sun, and then nothing else until the horizon. I stood out on this porch I would never see again and searched around for some emotion. Some feeling that would tell me the only home I had lived in up until now meant something, but nothing came. Any regrets or woes I had were swallowed up in the jittery excitement of a dream coming true. Tomorrow we would start our new life in the city. Not the big city, mind you, but big enough when compared to a shack trapped in the middle of nowhere, whose only neighbor for miles was a wheat field that stretched past what the eyes could see. The wheat field, I thought. Or more precisely, the maze inside the wheat field. When my dad had planted the wheat, he was careful to leave paths between the stalks to make it easy to get from one side to the other. As a child, this had taken my imagination by the reins and driven it wild. I would often journey into the fields and take whatever turns I came across, acting as an explorer traversing a maze, housing deadly secrets and perhaps a minotaur or something. I looked back at the sun in the sky, then at my watch. The city kids would use their phones to tell time I had heard, so I hoped that my mom would get me one of those before school started, and decided a quick trip into the maze for old time's sake couldn't hurt. Happy now, Mom? I found something to miss about this crappy old place. I went back to my room and dug through the things to throw away box, and found my old maze explorer kit. It was just a tiny little pouch to the much older me, but as a kid it had seemed a certified utility bag full of gadgets and tricks that any explorer would kill for. I dove into the wheat fields and started taking turns as soon as I came to them. I was much taller now, tall enough that the wheat no longer towered over me as it had, but they were still huge and blocked out everything around me. I was in my own little world again, just like I had been so long ago. In this world, I didn't have time to worry about what I would miss, or how different city life would be. If I dallied, the Minotaur would get me, or I would get lost in the maze, or perhaps something even worse would find me. Something as old as this farm, which had apparently been passed down for generations upon generations. I explored for at least an hour, and realized that I was now sufficiently lost. Of course, you could never actually be lost in a field of wheat. All you had to do was pick a direction, and walk towards it, and eventually you'd hit a road, or the house, or the far barn. I was standing in a four-way intersection of sorts, where two different paths had converged, and looked for where the sun bled through the wheat the brightest. I began walking in that direction. For the first hour, my thoughts were back onto mundane things. Tomorrow I would drive 4 hours to the city with my mom, and then I would never, ever have to come back to this place. Tomorrow I would see my new apartment for the first time, and my new school the day after. A real school. No more homeschooling for me. I hoped I would be able to make actual friends and not just play with my poor cousin who hated this old farm nearly half as much as I did. For the second hour, I tried to focus on something else, but worry began to seep in. When the third hour was nearing its end, I found myself fighting panic. I grabbed my explorer supply bag and pulled out the tiny compass my dad had brought me back when he first caught me in the wheat. I remember thinking he was mad. He was always mad about something. But he just quietly handed the compass to me and told me, "You can never get lost with this. Find south and walk that way, and you'll always find your way home." But today the compass would not show me south. It spun wildly, and then it would stop, pointing in a random direction, but anytime I would start lining it up with the N, it would start spinning wildly again. I turned and turned, tried to remember what direction the sun set in, but with the wheat as high as it was, did it grow taller since I came in? I couldn't tell which direction I was even in. There was a black movement in the corner of my eye. The stalks rustled. I stood, frozen, staring into the spot where several stalks of wheat gently rocked back and forth, as though they had been disturbed. I tried to gulp with my dry throat and listened as closely as I could for a sound, but the wheat was still. I looked at my compass, and to my surprise, the red arrow was pointing to S. It took me a long while to get my courage up, but I did start walking again, right towards the spot where the black shadow had appeared so briefly. Just a trick of the light. The wheat moved because my bag hit it while I was spinning, but my bag wasn't long enough to reach the wheat there, and I knew it. I just pretended I didn't. As I walked, the wheat seemed to grow taller, and the shadows definitely grew longer. I was sure I was walking south now as the shadow stretched toward the east, but every shadow seemed to me to be watching me, poised to move, poised to lunge. I walked faster. My watch was strange now. I had been counting seconds to keep my calm, but 5 minutes of counting had apparently cost me the better half of an hour. The wheat was still and quiet, and the shadows harmlessly stretched longer, but the sunlight was disappearing rapidly. I needed to get home, and fast. A sound again, this time from the east. I started walking so fast that it may as well have been running. The sound again, longer this time, from the northeast, and it sounded like movement. I was running now, nearly sprinting, and the sound increased in frequency. Behind me in the north, to my side in the west, now the southwest. Now. I stopped. The sound was in front of me now. Rustle, rustle, it said, and the wheat all around did just that. I was sweating wildly, and my breath was coming from me in gasping near sobs. My heartbeat was loud enough to wake the dead, but still, I could hear it coming, getting closer and closer. I thought to run, but remembered the pocket knife in my explorer's bag. It had been another gift from my dad. A secret from my mom. One of many secrets from my mom. I had it out, the tiny blade at the ready, just as night fell in full. In the starlight, I could make out a spot in the wheat before me where the shadows drew around something darker than the blackness of the maze. I held on to the pocket knife for dear life, but my knees were ready to betray me. "This way," a voice said from my left. The voice was familiar, but that made no sense. I ran toward it anyway. Whatever had been in front of me was now chasing me. I could hear the sound of wheat rustling at first, and then it sounded like they were bending and warping. I looked back, and sure enough, stalks were falling limp to either side in the wake of whatever was coming. I couldn't see it. All I could see was that it was a shade of black so dark, it seemed to devour the moonlight and starlight that fell upon it. It was getting close now. My legs were starting to falter. I had never been an athlete. To my right, I heard the familiar voice again, and I turned sharply just in time to hear the wheat around where I had been standing get sliced clean in half. I didn't think I could run any faster, but somehow I did. It wasn't fast enough. A cold, wet thing grabbed the back of my shirt. Fortunately, it was an old t-shirt, and a chunk of it ripped away, allowing me to keep running. Unfortunately, I stumbled with the sudden movement. It grasped my arm and kept me from falling, then started to drag me backwards towards the wheat. I pulled and screamed and hit at it, but my hand seemed to pass into nothingness, and came out damp and hot and chilled, numb. Just as my feet gave out and it started to drag me, I saw a light out of the corner of my eye from just behind. The thing let me go, and the familiar voice whispered in my ear, "Come on, kiddo, run." I did. I came bursting out of the wheat field drenched in sweat. I rolled across some grass and looked back to see the blackness slam into the wheat, which rocked forward like a wall ready to fall over, but the wheat held, and the thing stopped where it was. I saw it move back and forth as a shadow across the stalks at the very edge of the field, but it could not break through whatever threshold was there. Eventually, it stopped, and seemed to recede back into the wheat field. I turned, wondering where I had ended up, and I did a quick double take. I was on my dad's favorite hill overlooking the house, the wheat field, and the rising moon, which was already halfway through the sky. In front of me, just as it had been the last time I had come to this hill, was my dad's grave. A simple mound with a cross stuck in that said, "Here lies a more dedicated man than there has never been." "That doesn't make any sense," I said, and the familiar voice now next to me responded, "Kiddo, you're gonna find that most things in this life don't make sense." I turned, bathed in moonlight, so much so that he looked to be projected from it. Stood my dad. "What?" I said, and not as a question. He just nodded. "You're going to the city tomorrow," he said. "We are." "You're gonna love it." That doesn't sound like something my dad would say. How do I know you aren't that thing trying to get me? I asked him. He shrugged. You're right. It's not something I would have said to you, but it is something I should have said to you. I loved this place, he said, looking down at the house. And I ain't talking about the wheat or that old shack, except maybe the old windmill. I loved it 'cause where the two of you were. Oh, I said. You sure could have fooled me. Now, though, the two of you ain't gonna be there anymore, so I've got no real love for this place no more. Now I can say with all my heart, you'll do just fine in that big old city. I doubt it, I said. You've seen the way I dress. I talk like you. I've never actually seen a smartphone. They'll know I'm a bumpkin. They'll call me a hillbilly. My dad laughed, and I finally believed that it was really him. He laughed so rarely, especially as he got older and his hair came out and his skin grew sallow. But it was one of the best sounds in the world. I started crying. Dad made to pat on the shoulder but stopped, then turned away. I thought I saw a tear in his eye too, but that was impossible. Even if he rarely laughed, he absolutely never cried. We stayed like that for a while, just under the moonlight, watching the home we had once lived in. By the way, what even was that thing? He shrugged. No idea. Your great. He took out his finger to help him count. Great granddad wrote some old notes about how the guys he got this land from warned him about it. Says he got an exorcist to trap the thing. Didn't say what kind of exorcist. Well, why didn't you warn me about it? 'Cause I didn't believe it existed. Your great-grandpa and your grandpa never talked about it if they saw it. I only ever saw it in the night. On the night your mom and you said you were moving to the city, with or without me. I got quiet at that, but thinking, I made a connection. Is that what killed you? I asked my dad. He shook his head slowly at first, then faster. Nah, I died exactly how you think I did. An accident. And an embarrassing one at that. Do me a favor, you hear? Tell your new city friends that I died fighting a bear. There ain't no bears around here, Dad. I laughed. Only deer. Then tell him it was a real big deer, with antlers like a tree. Of knives. And he made a set of knife tree antlers with his hands on the side of his head. Alright, Dad. I laughed. I sat watching my knees for a bit and then started. Hey, Dad. There you are, my mom shouted from behind us. I turned to see her and noticed my dad was already gone, and so was the wheat field that should never have been there. I've been looking everywhere for you. What have you been doing? Nothing, Mom. Sorry to worry you. I swear, she said, but then stopped and took a look at the scenery, then last at Dad's grave. Come on, let's get you home. You need to pack. The next day, I watched as the car moved onward, and that old home, our home, disappeared into the distance. Mom, I said, I know what I'll miss. Oh yeah? What's that? She asked, seeming disinterested. The way Dad used to laugh. Mom turned and looked at me then, although I wasn't ready to look at her. Yeah, she said in a thick voice. Yeah, me too. I'm writing this at my neighbor's house where we're currently waiting for the police. I suppose I'll tell them the same thing I told Jack when I came banging on his door this morning. I can't exactly tell them the truth. They wouldn't believe a word of it, and I can't say I'd blame them. I'm not sure why I'm even telling you, except you may be the only people who would believe me, and I have to tell someone or I think I'll lose my damn mind. For context, my house sits on a good amount of land that sits next to a large open field to the left of it. There's a few acres of trees beyond the field, a small forest as my wife likes to say. Our closest neighbor Jack lives about a mile and a half down the road, so we pretty much have the place all to ourselves. Our own little pocket of paradise, beautiful and safe. Well, that's how I used to think of it. Now I don't feel safe here. Not at all. It's tainted to me now and I don't know what to do. I've never seen anything like this before. If anyone reading this has ever been in a similar situation, or possibly knows what it could be, and most importantly, what I can do, please reach out. Last spring, Michelle, my wife, thought it would be a good idea to get one of those doorbell cameras. We'd had some things go missing as well as some minor destruction on our property. Nothing too serious, just a few broken flower pots and some missing lawn ornaments. I tried to tell her it was probably some teenagers from town, just finding something exciting to do, but she wouldn't hear it. She didn't care about the flower pots or lawn ornaments that much, but she didn't want the situation to escalate into a home invasion. I thought that was a little dramatic, but I knew when to keep my mouth shut. So we bought the camera and installed it the same day, right up by our porch lights so that we could get a view of the front door and as much of the front of our property in the shot as possible. After 2 days, we finally solved the mystery of the missing lawn decor. You probably already figured it out. If you guessed 2 raccoons, you'd be dead on. It was kinda hilarious watching them scooping up my wife's solar garden lights and carrying them off on 2 legs. Watching them run away with those bright blue bulbs in their hands like 2 little burglars was pretty funny. They even looked the part with those masks. Even Michelle couldn't keep a straight face. I wondered what they were doing with all the stolen goods. Maybe sprucing up their digs out in the forest. Michelle started putting out bowls of cat kibble, and amazingly the thievery stopped. We still kept the camera up, though. Turns out it would come in handy. Michelle has been out of town for work for the last 4 days. She was supposed to be home last night, about around dinner, but called me to tell me the plane had been delayed and she wouldn't be home until 4 a.m. or later. I told her I loved her and I'd see her when she came home, and that was that. It was an average night, nothing out of the ordinary. I straightened up the house so she wouldn't come home to a disaster. I made some soup for dinner and fed the cat. After, me and Mona curled up on the couch together, me watching TV while she purred on my chest. I went to sleep around 2 a.m. I'd only slept a little over an hour before I was woken up by an alert on my phone, a notification for my security camera. Now, it wasn't unusual to get an alert, especially late at night. It was always some little critter, a fox or raccoon, but I grabbed my phone off my nightstand to check anyway. It was well after 2, and my immediate thought was that Michelle had gotten home earlier than she thought she would. I laid there listening for the sound of Michelle letting herself in, but it never came. Only silence. I groaned, figuring she'd forgotten her keys. Wouldn't be the first time. She was notorious for leaving them behind. Probably forgot them at the hotel or airport. I didn't jump right up to check, though, as I still hadn't heard her knock. So I opened the app and pulled up the live feed. Michelle was standing in the front porch, just staring at the door. I sat up about to go let her in when something stopped me. It was her face. She was smiling. Not just any smile, but one that I'd never seen before. A weird, thin-lipped grin that stretched the width of her face, like someone trying to show off all of their teeth. She stayed that way for a long moment, like a creepy mannequin. After a minute, her lips slowly puckered out into the pout, as though she were an upset toddler. She held that expression for a minute, then let her lips drop downwards, and a deep-set frown etched across her forehead. I sat there in bed staring at my wife, practicing different facial expressions as if they were brand new at such a concept. It was bizarre and a little unsettling. She continued to go through each movement, seeming to take her time with each one. Smile, pout, frown, repeat. After watching her for nearly 15 minutes, I finally recovered from my shock and confusion and pressed the intercom. "Babe, what on earth are you doing?" I said. Her head snapped towards the camera, looking up at it with wide eyes. It was as if she had forgotten the camera was even there. Her mouth was partially hanging open on one side, caught between a smile and a frown. She didn't answer me, only continued to stare, her face frozen in that disturbing look. I waited for a long moment, unsure how to proceed. The longer I watched her, the more I realized just how strange she looked. I didn't notice at first, being half asleep, but now I was wide awake. It was so obvious that I wondered how I could have not noticed immediately. For starters, she seemed much taller. The top of her head came to just over the little rod we used to hang our different holiday flags. The one I have to stand on my tiptoes to be able to reach. That wasn't the only odd thing about her. Her arms were much too long, hanging down past her knees. Even her face was different. It resembled her, enough that it wasn't instantly noticeable, but when I really looked, I could see that her face seemed more narrow, as if it had been stretched from the top of her head to her jaw, and the skin looked too tight, as if it were 2 sizes too small, the bones underneath pushing hard against the flesh. I was beginning to panic at that point. I didn't know if she'd been in some horrible accident or what, but I knew something was very wrong with her. "Honey, are you hurt?" I asked, my voice shaking. In response to my question, Michelle stamped her foot down on the porch hard, shaking her head. Before I could say anything else, she reached out and took hold of the doorknob and jiggled it fiercely. I was instantly filled with dread at the mere thought of her getting in. "I'm not letting you inside," I said quickly. I could hear her jiggling the knob frantically, her face still staring up at the camera. She finally let go after a few minutes and made a sound almost like laughing. The sound of it made my skin crawl. "I'm home," she said. Her voice, like her face, was similar but not a complete match. It went from nasally to almost baby-like. "I'm home. Open the door." I almost closed the app and called 911 right then and there, but I'll admit, I was afraid my wife was having some sort of medical emergency. "Maybe I should call for help," I said. She shook her head again, her long hair whipping from side to side. Then something happened, and that image will stick with me for the rest of my life. Michelle, or the thing that was desperately trying to be her, seemed to stretch right in front of my eyes. Her torso thinned out and grew so that her head slid against the ceiling. Its skin looked so tight that I could actually hear it pulling, wobbling, and rubber-like. It had obvious trouble staying on 2 feet, but it managed. It tried to close its mouth, but it couldn't do it completely, and its jaw just sort of hung there against its chest. "I'm calling the police," I shouted, fear overwhelming me. The moment the words left my mouth, her face twisted in a look of pure hatred. It was like I could feel it radiating through the screen. I'd never seen such hate and rage in my life, certainly not on my wife's face. Quick as a flash, she dropped down onto the porch and crawled down the steps and onto the lawn. I watched in horror as she crawled towards the field, her long arms bent at sickening angles. She reached the edge of the field and disappeared in the tall grass. I sat watching the screen, my heart racing. I was too afraid to look away even for a moment. After an hour without seeing her again, I finally felt safe enough to set the phone down and try to sleep. I thought about calling my wife, but part of me was too scared I'd hear the poor imitation on the other end. I fell into a restless sleep sometime later. I didn't sleep long before my phone woke me up again. Another notification. I pulled up the app and held my breath, terrified at what I'd seen. When the feed came up, I knew right away that I was looking at my wife. Relief flooded my body. She was standing on the porch, her suitcase at her feet, and she rummaged through her purse, probably searching for her keys. "Lost your keys again?" I said, pressing the intercom. She jumped at the sound of my voice, almost dropping her purse. "You're up," she said, smiling. "Looks like I have lost my keys. Mind letting me in?" she said, batting her eyes up at the camera. I couldn't help but smile. She always had a way of making me feel completely at ease, even after witnessing a nightmare just hours prior. "I suppose I wouldn't be a very good husband if I let you sleep on the porch all night," I teased. She grinned up at me, and I told her to hang on. I sat up and slipped on my slippers, and got to my feet. That's when I caught some movement on the screen. Far off in the field, a head rose up from the grass, standing tall on a neck much too long to come from anything human. A whimper escaped my lips, and I nearly dropped my phone. I was glued to the floor, unable to look away from that thing watching my house. The head bobbed slightly, then the body rose up towards to meet the head, like a slinky sliding back in position. It stood in the field watching. Then, to my terror, it began shuffling quickly towards the house on jerky legs. I couldn't help but scream. It was coming for my wife, and it was coming fast, even with its unstable gait. I ran down the hall, dropping my phone in the process, skipping steps as I raced down them. I lost my footing when I hit the bottom and skipped down across the front hall, colliding into the front door. I was screaming incoherently, fumbling with the locks. I could hear my wife's concerned voice asking me what was wrong. Then, just as I was working to flip the deadbolt, I heard her scream, this time in pure fear. I finally managed to flip the deadbolt and rip the door open, taking a handful of her jacket and yanking her inside, locking the door behind her. I leaned against the door, panting hard. I heard a muffled thump on the porch, but then it was quiet. My wife was scared, pale, and nearly in tears. She refused to talk about what she'd seen and didn't want to see the footage of the thing on our porch. I let her get some sleep, assuring her that the house was secure. I stayed up, checking the windows and the live feed. I watched the field for any sign of that thing, but it seemed like it was gone. Soon after, Michelle went to sleep. I decided to look at the video to see if I could tell where it went off to. I was scared to see it again. Maybe that's why I watched. I pulled up the video and watched the thing shambling across the field towards my house, its long arms outstretched and a look of longing on its face. Its smile was terrible the closer it got. I saw my wife on the screen growing worried as she heard me screaming through the house, totally unaware of the danger she was in, of the thing that was just mere feet behind her. I could barely make it through the entire video, watching it get closer and closer. Just as it reached the porch, I could hear myself trying to unlock the door. But seconds before I pulled it open, those long arms reached out, gripping my wife by her shoulders and ripping her backwards off the porch. My wife able to scream only once. I didn't see what it did with her, but I did see it step up onto the porch, positioning itself in front of the door, its limbs adjusting to a more human appearance. Just before my hand shot out to pull it inside, that thing grinned up at the camera, its lips outstretched impossibly wide. For a moment, I almost didn't believe it. It was as if my brain wouldn't allow it. But as I stood in the hallway, attempting to process what I'd seen and what that meant, I heard the unmistakable sound of something shuffling up behind me. I ran then. I didn't look behind me. I didn't want to see what I knew I would see. Something eerily similar to my wife, with gangly limbs and skin stretched taut over sharp bones. I knew if I looked back, my mind would snap and I'd never recover. I ran faster than I ever have, tearing off out of the house and down the road, too terrified to look back even once. Sure, I'd see those long arms desperately reaching for me. I made it to my neighbor's house and pounded on the door. I told him that there was an intruder. I didn't know what else to say. He'd never believe the truth. We went back to my house armed with Jack's rifle, but of course the house was empty. We couldn't find Michelle either. All we found were what looked like drag marks through the lawn, running right through the field. I didn't have to look at the video to know what made those tracks. We searched the field and the woods, but didn't find too much other than some strands of hair that looked an awful lot like Michelle's. The hair was high up on the branch in a tree that would be extremely difficult to climb. Jack said it must have been a bird that had done it. Flew the hair up there for nesting material. I guess he didn't see the blood splatter along the trunk. We eventually went back to Jack's place and called the police. Jack thought it best. I agreed, but I know it won't make much of a difference. Michelle is long gone by now. I just hope she didn't suffer. The guilt I feel for not saving her, for not knowing that thing wasn't my wife, is so profound it aches to breathe. I deleted the videos. I couldn't bear to watch them again. I think my mind would have broke completely if I had. The police are here, finally done with their search of the woods. I guess I'll have to go through the motions. It's not like I have any other choice. Not unless I want to spend the rest of my days in a padded room. Although considering the alternative, it's not a bad idea. If you have any experience with this or have any clue what I should do if it comes back, please let me know. I have a strong suspicion that it will be back, and God knows who it'll look like then. Because Jack's been acting a bit jittery ever since we came back from the woods, and it may just be my imagination, brought on by stress and grief, but Jack's skin seems to be stretched a little too thin. I had sworn to myself that I would not tell anyone about what I experienced, but after finding all of you here, I feel that I can tell this story without everyone thinking I was drunk or high. I've been both, and my brain has never created something as scary as this. I grew up in a small town in British Columbia. It's a bit north of Vancouver. I actually work in Vancouver as a programmer for a big tech firm there. I'm not going to say who because I don't want this to get back to them. I already have a reputation for being unsteady thanks to some bad choices early in my life. I had finished a rather arduous project that took not only my entire team but for myself months to complete so that it became on schedule. We're talking 80-hour work weeks and on the verge of burnout for most of it. My boss had made it clear that when the project was over, I was to take 2 weeks and go home. When I had set out on a Friday morning, the sun had already started its descent, and I knew that I wouldn't get home until real late at night. It did not matter since my mom and dad were going to let me crash with them. My family has always been supportive of my rehabilitated life and career. They'd do anything to make sure that I succeeded. Honestly, I don't want to beat around the bush and tell you about my life. There is probably a subreddit for that. What I wanted to tell you about was the hitchhiker that I picked up on the road. I was 4 hours into a 7-hour drive up Interstate 99 and had just passed a sign marker for Tunnel Point when I saw her. If you don't know this area of Canada, Interstate 99 leaves Vancouver and winds its way along the coast of Horseshoe Bay. The entire winding road has the water out my left-hand window with the hills and thick northern forest to my right. When it comes to traffic, it's usually feast or famine. Right now, the 2-line highway was empty, and only blackness hugged the beams of my headlight. A bit of rain fell from the sky, pelting my window, but not enough to make me want to turn on my wipers. I was so tired that I worried that if I took my eyes off of the road, I would fall asleep. That's when I saw her. Well, I think it was her because it looked like a woman. She was on the far right side of the road. I could make out the movement of her skirt as she semi-walked and stumbled on the unpaved side of the road. Immediately I was worried because I had not seen a car broken down on my journey, and the way she was moving made me wonder if she had been hurt. The closest place was Tunnel Point that I had passed that a while ago. I glanced at my radio clock and saw the yellow numbers for midnight. Maybe it was the exhaustion, but my concern won out. Slowing my beat-up Honda, I glanced in my rearview mirror to make sure nobody was coming, and paced with the stumbling girl. What I could make out of the woman was that she had long hair and her clothes were tattered. Since being closer, I noted she swayed as if she was drunk. I rolled down my window and crinkled my nose at the smell of dead leaves coming from the forest nearby. The earthy scent clawing at my nose. God, I hated the forest. Hey, I called to her, trying to be friendly and not scary. I did not want her to think I was some sort of pervert that was going to have my way with her if she got into my car. I truly was worried for her safety. The girl stumbled a bit more but seemed to stop walking, head still facing down at the ground, matted hair stringy and wet. Poor thing looked like she might have drug herself out of water. Hey, you need a lift somewhere? The girl did not respond. She just stood there looking at the ground as if mesmerized by the stones. I could not make out much except her skin was pale. You okay? I tried again, deciding that if she did not respond this time, I was absolved of my good Samaritan duties. Finally giving up, I began to roll up the window when she reached up and placed her hand on the moving glass. I quickly stopped before getting her hand crushed. I want to go home. Her words came in a mixture of wet coughing. Where's home? I asked. All she did was raise her hand and point forward. I noticed her hands were stained with soil and her nails, once painted, were cracked. Get in. I'll take you home. I said, ignoring the clawing feeling in my stomach. Since stopping the car, I had found myself looking about as if something was trying to sneak up on me. Of course, nothing was there. The hairs on my arms had begun to tingle, and the urge to get out of there overwhelmed me. The girl fumbled with the door a few times before she was finally able to open it. The door creaked agonizingly slow as she pulled it open. Finally, she pulled her tattered form into the car and sat in the seat. I finally got a good look at her, and my heart sunk. She was a petite girl. I would not call her beautiful, but she had a nice face and a decent figure. She wore a white shirt stained mostly brown and green for both mud and grass. The smell of rotting vegetation had followed her into the car. Her brown hair was long but tangled into thick, crazy knots filled with bramble, weeds, and mud. I could barely make out her eyes, but they were brown and vacant. Thin lines of grass stain streaked across her face, with red welts around them, almost as if someone had struck her in the face with a bush. There were scars on her hands, arms, and parts of her legs I could see through the torn skirts. I should have kicked her out. I should have never picked her up. At that moment, I knew that, but it was already too late. How could I kick out someone who obviously looked like they were in trouble? Where would you like to go? I asked, searching her clothing, and saw it. A flimsy red plastic name tag where the name was almost faded out. Bethany? Where would you like to go, Bethany? Home, was all she coughed out. I saw a bit of dirt and saliva fall into her lap, then quickly looked ahead and started the car moving again. For the next 10 minutes, I drove, trying my hardest not to look at the corpse-like woman sitting beside me. Like a fool. I did try a bit of small talk to get some more information out of her, but she did not respond. I was thinking so much about what I was doing, and how I got myself into this situation. I actually forgot that she was in the car beside me. The things that a lack of sleep will make you do. It was when I felt her wet hands on my shoulder, soaking through my blue button-up as if she was underwater. I jumped and spun to look at her. Those eyes were focused on me. They were brown like I had surmised, but I could have sworn they were glassy and empty like a fake eye. Either mud or blood had streaked down out of her nostril, and she had a tight grip on my shoulder. "Up there," she coughed out, and I saw this Bethany was pointing out the window. I saw it. It was a dirt road turning off the main highway into the forest. I did tell you I hated the forest. I did not want to turn. I tried to say something about dropping her off, but the vice-like grip on my shoulder had begun to ache. "Take me home," she gurgled again. It was at this point that I began to think to myself that what I was dealing with might not actually be human. Slowing my vehicle and turning onto the dirt road, I was glad that I was buckled as the car rocked back and forth on a road that had not been maintained in years. The forest around felt claustrophobic, as the smell of wet leaves and decay permeated my car. I wanted to roll down the window, but my panicking brain told me that something would get in if I did. Even the moon struggled to push through the canopy of foliage overhead. I realized that I had entered a clearing when the roof erupted in a thunderous sound. It took me a split second to realize that it had begun to rain heavily. The moon was now in full force, illuminating the path ahead. My heart dropped as I saw it. We were in the middle of nowhere in the Canadian wilderness, and standing in the middle of this field were 5 massive stone pillars reaching up towards the heavens. They had to be at least 3 stories, having a thick base that tapered smaller towards the top. This place was not centered in the clearing, but the last few pillars were placed against an ancient-looking forest that felt older than it should have been. As my car reached the end of the dirt road, and for a brief moment I thought I would be out of here, my car died. It didn't sputter, it didn't choke, it just turned off. It rolled a few feet to a stop, perfectly at the end of the road. The thing with the name tag, Bethany, fumbled for the door a few times before successfully opening it. She fell out onto all 4 before slowly and painfully pulling herself up. I was doing my hardest not to panic, but I could feel the tightness in my chest and the suffocating stench clawing at my lungs. I did not want to leave that car, but the smell would have killed me if I didn't. Throwing open the door and falling out myself, I breathed in the clean, wet air and ignored the rain pelting me. Pulling myself up by the warm hood of my car, I decided to look around and found that Bethany had meandered like a zombie into the middle of these tall pillars. It did not appear she had any rhythm or reason to be in there. She just stood there, shoulders slumped, looking ahead in the dark forest and the last 2 pillars. Now this is the part where I was stupid. I could have just abandoned my car and made a run for it, but curiosity got the best of me. You know that feeling where you think you are safe because nothing is paying attention to you? Yeah, well, I fell for that trap. I crept forward to keep a low profile, looking between the closest pillar and Bethany, who still had not moved. I closed the distance pretty easily and crouched behind the rough-hewn stone. I glanced down and noticed strange carvings that looked almost like symbols. When I looked back up, Bethany was no longer alone. Standing in the grove with her were about 6 new people, all women, and they looked in the same state as the girl I had brought here. They had formed a semicircle with Bethany at the front of it. It was at that point I realized that they were also not alone. I could not make them out, and I thank God every day, but a group of things had appeared between the pillars. They were unnatural, standing at least 7 feet tall with arms that were stretched down to the ground, their arms jointed in unnatural ways. They seemed to be wearing heavy sailors' outfits, but it was torn and decaying. Their faces were covered in cloth, but I had a sense that whatever was underneath was moving about. I stifled a scream and covered my mouth when I looked to my right and saw the clawed foot of one of those things by me. That foot. God. It had 6 toes, but these were not any ordinary toes. They were made out of human fingers. I wanted to run away so bad, but I knew that it would see me, so I stayed hunched down, looking at the gathering. It was then I noticed they had something new. I did not see how it happened, but now in the clearing were a man and a woman. They were not like the others, but struggling against bindings that had their hands tied behind their backs. The rain was still coming down, but the moon illuminated the absolute terror in their faces. Both of them were naked, their legs and feet stained by the mud and grass from around. They had been forced to their knees facing the forest. I felt something tremor through the ground and both became still, mostly in abject terror as I had done. A pressure began to build up in my head as if something was trying to escape, and I clasped at it still, unable to pull my eyes away from what I was watching. Something in the forest was speaking. I don't know how I knew, but the language was ancient, forbidden, words that defied understanding, but I could somehow instinctively understand that it was saying at the same time. Now the words have failed like a bad dream, but I had the foresight to write it down at the end, as you'll find out. Here's what it felt like it was being said. Who comes to the ancient door to the chaos cold? We, the servants of Dyack. The woman, including Bethany, chanted back in the same tongue. Do the blessed seek favor or vice? The rumbling said again. We seek nothing but the glory of Dyack, came the response. Only through turning of time, of no sun shall the glory be attained. Death to the light and those who support it, O Deck. Bring the feast for those who collect loyalty, the thing intoned. What I saw next was something that I can only describe, but still does not do it any justice. The ground seemed to be alive as roots of a tree burst from the ground and snaked their way to the naked man, who began to scream. His screams were muffled, as it seemed dirt was packed tightly into his mouth. The roots snaked up his body, fastening themselves tightly on his limbs. I didn't know what was going on until his screaming got louder, and the sound of cracking and tearing echoed through the chamber. As if like a paper doll, the man's limbs were slowly pulled one by one from his torso, and were flung into the darkness where those tall creatures waited, greedily snapping up, and from the sound, I could only guess were feeding. The man was still alive and had gone into shock as the vines carried the remains into the dark forest from which the sound was coming. When the blood-stained vines returned, they were empty. The woman had stopped screaming and had been silently weeping. I could only guess she had given up knowing what her fate was going to be. As I would find out, if her fate was the same as the man's, it would have been a mercy. The vines had returned and began to wrap them around her feet and arm, slowly raising her above the ground like the man and holding her over the unholy congregation. The voice thrummed again through the landscape. The epoch of night will return. Dyack. The time of decay will find the land once more. And then the end came for the naked girl. I'm not going to describe it because you all don't need to have the same memory in your head, but all I'm going to say is that the branches sought out every orifice and forced their way into her body. Her eyes proved to be the most resistant, but from the sounds and what I could see, she had been impaled like some grotesque puppet wailing from the dirt. Holes were pierced as everything in the way was moved, and her blood began to trickle down on the woman who had turned their head upwards. The last thing I saw before the pressure knocked me out was many vines exiting their upturned mouths, reaching to the sky and the feast above, and something massive in the forest beginning to lift up. When I reawoke, my first thought was that I was next on the menu, but the bright sun beat down on me, and my car idled quietly on the path. Instead of stone pillars, I was at the base of a large tree. They were in the same position, but it did not look like the scene from earlier. I dragged my soaked body to the car and somehow made it to my parents. They were shocked to see me in the condition I was in, but did not tell them anything. I slept for 3 days, and they had called a doctor. I had nightmares of the voice, and when I woke, I found that I had written the conversation of that horrific night in one of my comic books from my childhood. It's been about a week now, and I still have not gone back to Vancouver. It's not that I don't want to work there, but that stretch of road now terrifies me. I worry that if I go down that path again, I would be the next meal for whatever is living in the Canadian forest. So, that's it. I got nothing else to say. I'm going to post this and hopefully get back to work tomorrow. My dad is going to drive me back to my apartment. Then, I won't be visiting for quite a long time. I'll start by saying that I'm not the ghost hunting type. I like horror movies and scary stories just fine, but by no means am I a Zach Bagans ghost adventurer. Call me a skeptic, or a realist, or even just a man with common sense. I don't believe in spooky Caspers or Ouija boards summon demons. I'm willing to admit now that I was partially wrong. Okay. I was very wrong. Let's start with a short history lesson. I promise it'll be short. The town of West Elm Park is nothing more than a very small blip in the middle of the Mitten State. My family owned some land and a nice little cottage there. It was our summertime destination every year, and I loved it. Picture any kind of summer vacation movie, and that's what I grew up with. We were right on a lake. We had the boats, the skis, the tubing, beach volleyball, you name it. Being that my parents didn't make a lot of money, this was extra special. They worked so hard so us kids could have one amazing week out of the year to enjoy. The town came into existence because of the location. West Elm is centrally located in Michigan, close enough to 4 of the 5 Great Lakes. Mr. Albert Stroh decided to found a cement company there. Albert and his brother Robert were most well known for creating Stroh's Brewery in Detroit, Michigan in the early 1900s. It's still a somewhat popular beer brand today, probably more widely available in the Midwest. Stroh's was one of the only breweries that started in Michigan. Now I'm sure it's owned by some multinational, massive beer company. Stroh thought that developing a cement mine and company would be a great idea, being that he could ship cement to all areas of the state. He foresaw that the horse and buggy era was coming to a close thanks to the Model T, and we needed to make traveling a little easier on these steel ponies. Dirt and mud roads weren't going to work. Cement was going to be the savior of the American transport system. He was actually ahead of his time with his thought, as asphalt concrete would become the norm for our roadway system. The only problem was that the men Mr. Stroh picked to run his company hundreds of miles away from his location in Detroit were not good. The company sank. This was all this town had, and the effects of this failure caused the once hustling and vibrant area to turn into an absolute ghost town. I guess looking back, I can now feel the pain in the air of this little town. There were many hard times after the concrete company fell. People tried to make it. Many did not. The murder house represents the struggle of the West Elm Park. I'm sure every town has one of these legendary haunted houses. Growing up, seeing this home across the lake from our cottage didn't mean much to me. Of course, it was the spooky house that me and my brothers would dare each other to go into, even though none of us had the nuts to do it. But I didn't feel the house, you know? Like I said, I was a skeptic. I only watched ghosts on TV for entertainment, not because I thought it was real. Fast forward some 20 years and I'm a full-grown man. Chest hair and everything. Me and my brothers sold the cottage after our parents split and left us with instructions to sell. Even split, 3 ways, and we never saw the place again. I haven't even seen my parents again. My mom used to contact me from Florida every so often, but that stopped a couple months back. Our dad went the other way, up north to the border of the US and Canada. Us brothers all received the same email from Mom and Dad, stating that they needed the place sold and, if at all possible, to never go back there. Let the place burn is what they said. Well, that's pretty frickin' dramatic for these people. My parents are hard-working blue-collar types, not ones to throw away an investment and speak of it like it was a pile of trash. I had so many great memories there. Why would they want it gone so fast? So, like I said, we did. And we never saw the place again. Something called me, though. I couldn't get over how abrupt my parents left, and how they wanted that house gone so bad. I haven't spoken to them for weeks, let alone seen them. The murder house flashed in my mind. I was pulled to it like strong man pulling a semi-truck. I had lots of questions about that place. Did it somehow get to my parents? What? Am I crazy? Why the hell am I even thinking about this place right now? It was just an abandoned house like most of the places up there in West Elm. Luckily, I had some time off coming, and I'm an amateur writer in my spare time. So why not take one last trip and really dive into this place? What's the worst that could happen? I thought. About 8 a.m., I'm sitting at a little diner right off I-75. It's the last place to get some fresh hot food and coffee before I make the drive to West Elm. Imagine any diner with the 2 lonely gas pumps out front in the middle of the desert. No desert in the Midwest, but you get the idea. The 70s style linoleum and the little stools by the bar were a welcome sight. We always stopped at this place before making the last few miles trip to the cottage. As the career waitress named Flo came to take my order, I decided to take a shot and ask if she has heard anything about a murder house in West Elm Park. I was studying her face, waiting for any kind of reaction. I think she squinted ever so briefly, but just gave me a silent shake of the head and asked what I'd be having today. The breakfast special was 2 eggs and choice of 2 links, patties, or bacon. That's when a burly man 3 seats down bored into my head. I wasn't looking at him, and I didn't notice anyone when I entered the diner. When Flo walked away, I had that feeling that someone was staring at me. I turned to my right and locked eyes with a guy whose name I'm sure is Ralph. He wore work boots, tight old man jeans, a plaid shirt with one of those puffy vests over it. Do these truck drivers get issued this uniform? I'm not a truck driver, he said. It took me a second to understand what the hell that meant. I didn't say that he was, at least not out loud. I'm sorry? Is all that I could muster out. I live here. All my life. I'm not just stopping in to fuel up on caffeine and pie before I go on to my next 1,000-mile haul. I know the place you're talking about. It's not called the murder house, though, as I'm sure you know. It's not called anything. No one knows about the history, at least not the bigger media types. I was floored. Yeah, it was a creepy house, but did it have an actual history? Name's Ralph. As he moved up to me and extended a hand that looked like 5 pounds of ground beef. Holding back giggly tears as I correctly predicted his name, I accepted the standard human greeting. What are you? A BuzzFeed blogger? Facebook writer? Twit, tat, Insta, whatever something? He kind of cracked a smile, which made me loosen up. Ralph didn't look as old as I thought. Maybe late 50s, so he must not be completely out of touch with the new tech world. No, just wanted to settle some things, I said. I then briefly went over my ties to the area and selling our childhood cottage. If you're going to go there, be careful. I don't know who or what lived there, but I do know there's nothing good about that place, he said. Ralph continued. I lived in West Elm Park, right on the edge of town, just a few miles away from that place on Elm Street. Wait, the house is on Elm Street? Okay, that's not a great start. A morbid coincidence maybe, but the murder house literally shares the same street name as the nightmare killer Freddy Krueger. I can hear the children's nursery rhymes as we speak. 1, 2... I decided to ask the most important question I could. So what makes it haunted? Is this some kind of axe murder thing like Lizzie Borden, where a factual crime happened that inspires people to feel uneasy when they're in that home? Or is this a paranormal kind of tongue-in-cheek legend among this small area of the United States? Ralph looked at the ground. It felt like he's been wanting to get this story out to someone for quite some time. You smoke? He asked. I didn't. You mind if we go out so I can burn one? I took him up on his offer. It was a real nice clear day, almost 70 degrees already, and getting humid. Not bad for an early June morning. We walked a few feet away from the diner. I took in the area. An area that I've been through for the better part of my childhood. The constant hum of the freeway, the smell of the fryers coming from the diner. The wide open landscape was soothing. Ralph packed a new pack of smokes, tore the cell phone, and lit a cigarette. As a boy, we had an Iranian housekeeper, he said. She was nice, but odd to us being that she was from such a foreign place, and her accent was heavy, barely spoke English. One day we were walking towards the lake. We never really went there. That was more of a tourist camping area. We didn't even know who lived there for a week, for a month at a time. My sister and I were throwing some kind of ball around, not paying attention to where we were at, being led by the housekeeper. Next thing I know, my nose hit the rather bulbous behind of this lady. I had tears in my eyes, about to look up to her with a bewildered state of mind when I realized she had come to a dead stop. Therefore, my nose was struck by her butt, you see. I wasn't paying attention, of course, and ran my silly ass right into her. Well, ass. I see him, she said. See who? He's hanging meat. There are scared girls inside. Now I wasn't concerned about my hurt nose. My sister and I froze, staring at the house. She went on. I can see the man, wearing an apron, butchering something. There's blood all over. Hanging meat. After a moment, she grabbed us and hurried back to our home. I threw that memory away for a long time, until I ran into an old story about that home on Elm Street. Apparently, it was where the butcher lived and worked during the cement company fall and rise. Ralph finished his smoke and tossed it into the gravel parking lot. I stood there waiting for the next part. And? I said. What? That's it, he said. So, this is what you're basing the murder house on? Did you go there and see anything, or feel anything? I wouldn't dare, my friend. That was enough for me. Disappointed but relieved, I thanked him and went on my way. If that's the worst thing this town has about the murder house, then there must not be much to this. I watched Ralph drive off and made my journey towards the lake. I was back in West Elm Park, on my way to the other side of the water I grew up around. I was headed on Elm Street, which I had just learned was real. It was getting late now. I don't care. At this point, I'm going to go to this house, see if I can even get in, and maybe grab a few pictures. Let's put this to bed. Let me set the scene of 1313 Elm Street. Just kidding. The street address was something like 50012. But sure enough, it was on Elm Street. The Victorian-style home was larger than I remember. I never got up this close. I didn't get some sick feeling when I saw the place. It was a typical abandoned place. Grass overgrown, white fence looking gray and tattered. The windows were hard to see into. Taking a second, I looked around. No one. Dusk was complete. It wasn't pitch black only because the moon and stars were so bright. There were no streetlights out here. I checked my streamlight on and made my way up the 5 or so steps to the front door. It was already open. Hello? A faint voice said. My eyes were still adjusting to the dark. I was still in what you might call a mudroom. I was confused and now scared. That's when I saw them. I'm sure they were humans. Girls, maybe. Not sure if they were older than 20. It was still too hard to see. The inescapable putrid smell of meat hit me, Trying not to throw up, I accidentally dropped my stream light. It stayed on, but rolled too far away from me. Composing myself, I dug my phone out and tapped the flashlight option on. Scanning, I didn't see anything. Help! I was almost face to face with a pale little girl. Startled and maybe soiled, I flew backward, falling on my ass. Staring at this girl with disbelief, I saw her slowly turn her head to her left, towards the inside of the home. I got the feeling that the butcher was coming. I did not want to meet anyone else in this hell home. I dove out the same way I came in, barely making it into the front lawn of Elm Street. I ran to my car. Once I got in, I broke out into that nervous laugh you get when you just went through a huge jump scare at the movie theater. I was also genuinely laughing that I had this idea to look through the murder house of my nightmares, and I only made it like 10 feet inside. How frickin' funny. And you even thought you saw little girls in there, and you ran from the butcher. That's rich, I must say. At this moment, my phone vibrates, scaring the rest of the you-know-what out of me. I check who's calling. It was my mom. Hello? You didn't go inside that house, did you? Marcy's is one of those retro-style diners that's either luringly nostalgic or luridly garish, depending on personal taste. The interior is a sickly sweet concoction of bubblegum, faux leather, seating, and spearmint tiles. You don't need to stretch your imagination to picture the decorative touches. Think classic cars, think Star-Spangled Banner. A jukebox plays a selection of rock and roll, surf rock, and doo-wop classics. The records are purely aesthetic. It's 100% digital and connected to Spotify. The Art Deco exterior is trimmed with orange tube lighting and chrome. The name Marcy's, shaped from neon lights of course, proudly dominates the roof in sci-fi green. To finish off the look, at the rear of the diner sits an immaculate 1970s Airstream that Marcy's calls home. Whether it makes you grin or makes you puke, it is a quintessential slice of Americana that gives our otherwise plain and quiet town some much needed character. Personally, I consider it my second home. I'm Andy, by the way. Enough about the setting, on to my experience. This is something that happened here a few nights ago. Well, very early morning anyway. I specifically remember it had gone midnight. I'm an occasional insomniac, and it was one of those nights I couldn't sleep. Thank God Marcy started opening the diner 24 hours. It felt good to have somewhere to go in the small hours when I couldn't sleep. Also, there was guaranteed company. It made sense for Marcy to open throughout the night, seeing as our town is just off the busy highway. It cost her a small fortune to place an advertisement on the side of the road, but it paid off, as travelers and truck drivers alike often stop by for a much-needed break. I'd met some interesting walks of life in the small hours. It wasn't all drunks and sketchy characters, though they did make up a small percentage of them. It takes all sorts to make the world go round, and I love people watching, and people in general. To a point. I sat in one of the booths with a cup of decaffeinated coffee. That night the diner only had 4 customers, myself included. A late 50s male and female couple who were having a discussion about the best route to reach their final destination. They were dressed in shades of khaki and beige, both bespectacled and wearing matching Maine, New England baseball caps. They had a paper map spread out on the table, which was pretty novel to see. There was an RV parked outside, which I assumed was theirs. I chuckled to myself as I overheard them bickering. The other was a lone 30-something woman sitting on a stool at the bar, looking at her phone between bites of pie. She wore a black fedora, white blouse, and black skinny jeans tucked into a gray ankle boots. Waves of dark hair sat on her shoulders. She was sitting on a leather jacket which covered the stool. I promised there was nothing lecherous about my observations. People just fascinate me, and I absorb the appearances and mannerisms of those around me. Marcy walked over to me with a pot of coffee. She was sporting a blue gingham dress, her blonde hair tied up neatly in a bun, also a makeshift pen holder. I turned to her and smiled. "Third night in a row you've been on the graveyard shift," I said. "Are you a fellow insomniac?" A smile touched her lips. "Not me, hun. Janie asked for a few nights off, so I'm taking one for the team. I'll be out of here in, say..." She turned to the wall-mounted clock. 5 hours, then straight to bed." "Well, I thank you for your service," I said with a slight nod. "At least you don't have far to go. Out the back door and straight into the Silver Bullet." "And I'm so grateful for that." She put a hand on my shoulder. "You haven't touched your coffee, hun." I looked down and put my hands around the lukewarm mug. I'm only really here for the company and world watching." I turned to look out the window. The street bathed in a warm orange glow, though the world is pretty quiet tonight. "Can I at least fix you a little something to eat? Midnight omelet?" She laughed a little. Tempting. Though I would actually love a slice of cherry pie. "All right then, hun. I'll be right back." I turned to look out the window. I saw movement but realized it was the reflection of the woman at the bar. She had stood up and was walking over to my booth. I turned to her. She had a slight smile on her face. "Do you mind if I join you?" she said, holding a mug of coffee with her jacket draped over her arm. "Please do," I said, motioning to the empty seat with my hand. I'll never say no to company and conversation. She thanked me and sat down, placing her jacket next to her. I noticed a scar on her forehead, about an inch or so, that ran vertically through her otherwise perfectly shaped left eyebrow. "I couldn't help it over here," she said. "You have trouble sleeping?" "Yeah, unfortunately. Long-term occasional insomniac here." I raised a hand, guilty as charged. "I find it's better to get out and be around others instead of going mad at home. I'm becoming a creature of the night." She raised her scarred eyebrow. "Is that so?" I smiled a little. That sounded weird. "I promise I'm normal." Normal is boring." She smiled. Marcy came over with a plate, setting it on the table. "Here's your pie, hun." "Thank you, Marcy," I said, looking down at the glazed crust and enjoying the smell of rich, buttery pastry and sweet cherries. "I see you've made yourself a new friend, too," Marcy added. The woman looked up at Marcy. "I've been on the road for a while. I need to talk to someone other than Siri." She turned to me. "You really don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. It's my pleasure." She smiled and looked down at my pie. "In that case, could I trouble you for another slice? Best pie I've had this side of Chicago." Marcy smiled, one hand resting on her hip. "If I wasn't so darn modest, I'd have to agree with you, hun. Coming right up." With that, she walked away. "It really is the best pie this side of..." I looked up, searching for the end of that sentence. "You know what? It's the best pie. End of." I was about to dig in when I remembered my manners. "Sorry, I'm Andy." I held out my hand. The woman reached across to shake it. "Beth," she said with the same slight smile. "Nice to meet you, Beth. So, you're from Chicago? That's exciting. What brings you here?" I used the edge of my fork to cut a bite-sized piece of pie. Just passing through, really. I'm hunting." My eyes narrowed. Intriguing. "What are you hunting for?" I ate the small piece of pie I'd just cut away. She leant in closer, whispering, "I hunt vampires." I started to choke on my pie as I tried to stifle a laugh. ending up holding a napkin to my mouth to collect any semi-chewed pastry that would otherwise get spewed across the table in my guest. The couple who still seemed to be disagreeing with each other looked over, annoyed expressions on their faces. I held up my hand to apologize, and they turned back to continue their discussion. Beth just stared at me deadpan. "You know," I said, "this is one thing I love about the night. There is rarely a dull moment, even in our humble town." She continued to stare. Her expression didn't change. "So, forgive me for asking, is that how you got that scar?" I tapped my own eyebrow, grinning. "Yes, actually. It's dangerous work, and I'm sure you can imagine. I have a bigger scar if you'd like to see it, though I'd have to remove my blouse." I almost choked again and had a gulp of coffee in the absence of water. "This is a family establishment, I'll have you know," I said, pointing a finger and smirking. "What the fuck is so funny?" she said, not a hint of humor in her voice. Her eyes burned into me. I was taken aback by her change in demeanor. I put down my fork and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Beth. I didn't mean to upset you. I just really wasn't expecting that." She glared at me intensely. I could feel my eyes glaze over as my comfort level dropped and awkwardness crept up on me. I didn't know how to react. She slipped a hand under her jacket and pulled out a metallic silver steak. "I'm more than upset, and I think you know why." She lightly touched the sharp point of the steak with a fingertip and held it up to me. A small drop of blood forming. My heartbeat began to increase as it became clear the situation was very real. She was dangerous. Marcy walked back over to us. Beth put the steak on the seat, quickly covering it with her jacket again and wrapping a napkin around her finger. She started laughing. "Andy, you're so funny. Is he always like this?" "Oh, for real, hun," she said, putting down the pie. She put her hand on my shoulder again. "You're in the presence of someone special. Not many like him." I looked at her and forced a smile, keeping up appearances. I didn't want to alert Marcy and endanger her in any way. "I can see that," said Beth. She gave me an exaggerated smile. "You two seem to be getting on well," said Marcy. "Oh, like a house on fire," said Beth, her eyes not leaving mine. I just stared back, speechless. Marcy lingered for a beat. "Well, all right then," said Marcy. "Enjoy." With that, she left us. Beth started eating her pie like nothing had happened previously. "This is so good," she said, mouth full. "We don't want any trouble," I said nervously. "We're good people. I don't know if this is some kind of joke or what, but you can't be pulling out weapons like that and threatening me." She put down the fork. Well, more like dropped the fork. It clinked loudly against the porcelain plate. "Andy, I can see you think very highly of dear old Marcy. I get there's a connection, a history, and I know you wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her, despite your disgusting nature." I frowned in confusion and held up my trembling hands. "I don't know who you think I am, but..." She held up her hand and silenced me. "Shut up. If you want Marcy to live, shut the fuck up. Do you understand?" I looked over at Marcy as she wiped down the bar, lip syncing and bopping to the current 50s classic playing into the diner. Then I looked back to Beth and nodded. "Just as soon as I've finished this amazing pie, you'll say goodnight, and we're leaving. I'm sure Marcy will assume it's because we both have needs." I shook my head. "And for what reason are we leaving?" "Don't play dumb. You're kinda so easy to spot for someone like me. It's in my blood. Speaking of blood." She held up her finger and squeezed it with the other hand, forcing a thin trail of crimson to trickle down. I grimaced a little. How does that make you feel? She laughed to herself, believing this was some kind of torture for me. Makes me feel like you're nuts. I'd barely even closed my mouth when I felt the point of the stake pressed against my inner thigh. I flinched and felt it penetrate my skin, sending a sharp pain through my leg that made my nerves spasm. I covered my mouth to contain a scream. Funny you should mention nuts. If you keep that up, you can consider yours skewered. I nodded in quick succession. Okay, I'm sorry. She pulled away from me, and I let out a sigh of relief. Credit where credit's due. I've never seen one of you resist blood like that. I'm almost in awe. Almost. I couldn't believe that she actually thought I was a vampire. I began to internally curse my insomnia for putting me in this situation. I slowly lifted my trembling hands and put them on the table. May I speak, please? I said quietly. There was a flash of anger in her eyes as one half of the bickering couple shuffled past us towards the bathroom. It was just a blurry beige spot on the peripheral vision. The distraction seemed to ease Beth somehow. Fine, she said, picking up her fork. Her other hand remained under the table. But choose your words wisely. She tapped the steak against my leg and dug into her pie. Can I ask why you think I'm a vampire? I was almost embarrassed to say it. I don't think. I know. I'm from a long line of vampire hunters. We have a sense for it. I have to say, though, I actually wasn't expecting to bump into one of your kind so easily tonight. My parents are hunters, too. No one has heard from them in weeks. The last we heard, they were in this area following a lead. So I came to investigate. Now I've found you. It's looking a little bit too coincidental. The world works in mysterious ways. I looked at her, pleading. Please, Beth, I'm not what you think I am. Please. She considered my words. I could see a visible change in her expression. Tell me, how is it you're able to eat pie and drink coffee without being sick? I waved my hands around in frustration. Because I'm not a vampire. The male half of the main couple had emerged from the bathroom and stood next to us, staring in disbelief. What the hell kind of crazy are you folks? Lord have mercy. This is some backward tone. He went shuffling off, shaking his head. Beth found it amusing. Yeah, Andy, what kind of crazy are you? 'Cause you sure as hell aren't like any other vampire I've met. The situation was taking its toll on me. I was under a lot of stress. And when I get heavily stressed, I find it hard to contain myself. My heart rate was too high. Adrenaline pumped through me. I faltered for just a short while. Barely seconds, but it was enough. Beth's eyes were wide with shock. She brought up the steak from under the table and held it out. The tip was coated in a dark green substance. What the hell? She said, confused. What are you? I panicked as I noticed the skin of my hands became translucent and took on a greenish hue, my nails stretching out into claws. I held them to the sides of my head as I shook it. Leave, I yelled, causing the couple to turn around and scream. My fear began to turn to anger as I felt my skin vibrate and tingle. Get out now. Beth held up the steak in a trembling hand and plunged it into my chest, knocking the air out of me. I screamed as I fell back against the seat, my chest on fire. I heard a shriek come from behind the bar. It wasn't human by any means. Marcy appeared, her face now showing what she truly was. Her neatly tied back hair had vanished completely, leaving a hairless, scaly scalp. Her arms were covered in dark green scales, her polished nails now claws. She leapt across the bar effortlessly. The bottom of her baby blue gingham dress revealed muscular scaled legs. her bare clawed feet now too large for the dainty heels she had been previously wearing. The main couple were hysterical. They ran for the door. Marcy seemed to defy gravity. She landed behind them and bashed their heads together, their limp bodies falling to the ground. I was a little woozy, but could see utter fear and confusion in Beth. She grabbed another item from her jacket. A gun. I tried to reach out to grab it, but I was too weak and slow. Marcy turned, leaping through the air. She shrieked as she headed for Beth. A single shot was fired. Marcy fell to the ground, screaming in pain as she writhed around. Beth held out the smoking gun, pointing it directly at Marcy. Her hand was shaking. "You know what?" I said. Beth turned to me with even more confusion in her eyes. A vampire would have certainly perished by this point. "I think I did meet your parents." Her eyes widened with terror as I showed her my true form. I clamped my clawed hands to the sides of her face and twisted her head from her shoulders. The fedora glided to the floor. Her headless body slumped against the seat. Her face remained in an expression of terror. You'd think someone who spent their life hunting vampires would be more open-minded to other supernatural beings. I threw her head aside and pulled the stake from my chest. It burned like a motherfucker, but the pain was already starting to ease. I rushed over to Marcy. A small pool of dark green blood formed around her leg. There was a small bullet hole. "Marcy, you good?" I said, putting a hand under her head. She nodded. I could see the pain was easing for her, too. "I'm fine, hun." She smiled. She looked around. "We have some cleaning up to do, though. Again." I smiled. "Just as soon as we're healed, I'll grab them up." The main couple were fine, by the way. We packed them unconscious into the RV, which I left on the outskirts of town. We're hoping they will be freaked out enough to not come back. And if they happen to mention it to anyone, it will just sound like crazy talk. We're generally not a violent species. Beth's parents were here all right, but they were looking for trouble. Small town nowhere, and we've had to deal with this stuff twice now. Vampires love the attention. They're so narcissistic. "Look at me, I'm sexy and immortal." Blah, blah, blah. You won't read about us in stories. We will never be part of pop culture. You know what? We're happy with that. We take the form of humans because it's usually the safest option. Most people don't really notice. But then you get the ones like Beth who are accustomed to spotting the differences. She mistook me for a vampire, but she knew I wasn't human. I understand the irony of posting this here. We are a very secretive species. I only tell of my experience as a warning. We mean you no harm. I cannot express that enough. But there's plenty of room in the desert for those who threaten us. Diane. My name is Diane. Yes, and I'm 17 years old, or at least I was back when I first stepped foot on this hell on Earth. Judging by the reflection I can see of myself through the phone I'm using to write this, I still look like a teen, so I think I'm still more or less right about my age. But enough about me. The purpose of this written document is for it to serve as a proof of my existence and as a warning for anyone to not commit the same mistake Chloe and I committed when we foolishly decided to enter the accursed building. I'd tell you where it's located, but I don't trust my memory enough to provide a precise location aside from it being somewhere in France. I could ask Chloe, but I'm afraid that won't do. Let's just say she's not in the mood to answer any questions right now. It's kind of fascinating how I can still recall the events that led me to the moment rather vividly, despite all the details I'm already starting to forget. That's why I must tell my story to whoever is willing to read it while I still can, because I cannot guarantee that will still be the case tomorrow. My friends and I were what you could call casual horror enthusiasts. In other words, we weren't like some other people which were highly passionate about a particular horror novel or movie franchise or anything like that. But we did enjoy to occasionally gather together, make some popcorn, and watch a horror film once in a while, as well as watching creepy web series and creepypastas on the internet. That was the kind of horror we liked the most, because it felt more relatable in a strange way. Like it could happen to anyone who was just walking around an unnerving environment filming it with their phone or a cheap camera. That vibe is what made that type of horror uniquely scary in a way big blockbuster movies could not achieve. And it was that relatability and accessibility of that low-budget horror media that made us dream of making our own creepy short films someday. The opportunity finally came to us when our teacher assigned us a group project which consisted on shooting a short film that had to take place in a remarkable corner of our town with a particularly interesting history or function associated to it. And so, Chloe, Juliet, Camille, and I started brainstorming ideas. We all agreed our film should be a horror film, but we could not come to an agreement regarding where it should be filmed. We could film it in that forest right outside the town. It has an eerie atmosphere, and I've heard it has a history with some messed up things having happened there, Camille suggested. No. I promised myself years ago I would never step foot on that place. Not again. Juliet nervously protested, going pale the second the forest was mentioned before keeping silent and thoughtful for a few seconds. She was a good friend, but she was somewhat of an introvert and could be a bit of a weirdo at times. I hadn't seen her so agitated since that time she suffered a full-on panic attack and broke into tears at a slumber party after I pointed out a hallway in my house looked like a dark tunnel. She probably had her reasons, but I'd be lying if I told you I knew what these were. Okay. Any other ideas? I asked. Oh, I know. We could do it in that building located in the outskirts of town. I think it's abandoned, and it looks to be the perfect setting for our horror project, Chloe said. We all agreed Chloe's proposal was great, and so we decided to meet after school and inspect the building first before properly starting to film our short film. However, right after we had made our choice, we realized how little we actually knew about the place. It looked like a generic rectangular building, unsuspectingly sitting atop a hill in the outskirts of town. It had been there for as long as I or anyone I knew could muster. Countless local children had asked about the mysterious building to countless adults across the town for years, but no one was able to provide any relevant information about the place other than the fact it existed. The situation would be understandable if the building had been constructed long before any of the town's current residents were alive to witness it, but it didn't really look to be that old. I had always speculated it might have been from around the 1950s or 1960s, judging by its aesthetic. This wouldn't exactly make it a new building, but it would surely still be recent enough for plenty of people still living in present day to have lived during its construction and to at least know a fraction of its history. And yet, it was as if the whole town had collectively forgotten all about it and had accepted its existence as something as natural and unquestionable as the hill it stood on. It was precisely this mysterious, almost mystical context surrounding the place which convinced my friends and I it would make for the perfect setting for our project. Aren't the others coming? I asked Chloe upon arriving at our designated meeting spot, and seeing she was the only one there aside from me. Camille says she forgot she had to babysit her neighbor's kid, and Juliet has to go somewhere with her mother. They've told me they'll come with us the day we'll actually begin to film the project, but since we're only going there today to check it out beforehand, they decided they had more important things to do. Or in other words, they've chickened out, Chloe explained jokingly. And thus, Chloe and I climbed up the hill in the outskirts of town and approached the ominous abandoned building. It was a large rectangular-shaped, two-story building with 2 rows of boarded-up windows. It was coated with a layer of orange paint that looked to have once been bright and vibrant. but it was clear the passage of time and the years of neglect had taken a toll on it, as it had since turned dull and dry. So much so that a substantial portion of it had either peeled off the walls and fallen off, or was in the process of doing so. The large wooden door at the front of the building was safeguarded by a withered and rusty lock that prevented us from entering, or at least it did until Chloe started to kick it repeatedly, again and again and again, until the lock fell to the ground and the door was locked no more. Isn't this kind of illegal? I mean, we've just brought down a locked door using force, I uttered, feeling slightly concerned. Diane, please. It's been so long since someone cared about this place, nobody in town even remembers anymore. Not even the local police. You can't break a law in a place even the people that enforce the law have forgotten about. Chloe assured as I took a deep breath, and we both marched inside the abandoned building. The inside of the building was even more ominous than the outside. It was a series of long hallways branching out into multiple small rooms, most of which were empty and served an unclear purpose. It felt disturbing, but also serene in an odd way. This will be an awesome setting for our short film. We're most likely the first people to walk around here in decades. Our friends, the other two. I pity them for missing out on this. Chloe excitedly exclaimed. Don't you mean Camille and Juliet? I replied in concern. Oh, yeah, Camille and Juliet. I'm sorry. My brain collapsed for a second there. She uttered and nervously giggled afterwards. And Chloe just randomly forgot the names of two of her best friends. She had never shown any signs of having a weak memory before, and she's known Camille since kindergarten. Juliet moved to our town 2 years later, but still, Chloe and I hung out with both of them almost every day. This was the first time something like this happened to her, and it came so suddenly I couldn't help but feel alarmed. We roamed the building's desolate ground floor for a while without finding anything worth pointing out. Just more empty rooms and corridors, until we stumbled into a staircase that seemingly led to the building's upper floor. However, we didn't immediately direct our attention to it, as there was something else right next to the staircase which instantly left us paralyzed the moment we saw it. It was a sentence crudely written on a wall which read, "If you can still remember where the exit is, get out of here while you still have the chance." Hey Diane, you do remember where the exit is, right? Chloe worryingly uttered as I was still in the shock processing the message we had read. Of course, Chloe. It's, I replied as I struggled to come up with an answer, and I stared at the network of branching pathways and secluded chambers we had been traversing for the past 30 minutes or so. Now that I was staring at them like that, I realized the building's interior looked to be much bigger than I had originally expected when Chloe and I first saw it from the outside, although I honestly couldn't tell if it was just my paranoid memory playing tricks on me, or if it was something else. Thump, thump, thump. An ominous sound suddenly echoed from upstairs, as I was still trying to formulate an answer to Chloe's question. It sounded like footsteps. Both Chloe and I shuddered when we heard them in the distance. Listen, why don't we go to the upper floor? Maybe those sounds are from some urban explorers who came here before we did, and they can help us find the exit, Chloe suggested. How? Don't you remember the door was locked before we came here? I reminded her. No, I didn't remember. Chloe replied in a tone that made it sound like she was uttering that to herself as much as she was saying it to me. As much as I wanted to search for the exit and go home, I knew I had completely forgotten its location, or what path we had taken to reach that part of the building, or how big the place was. It was clear searching for the exit would only get us even more lost and confused, and so, having backed ourselves into a corner, we both silently nodded to each other and climbed up the staircase. While the ground floor was characterized by how barren and serene it was, the upper floor was quite the opposite. Its walls were filled to the brim with messages, much like the one we had found on the ground floor. I'd cry for my mom if I still remembered her. The only thing I'll never forget is my regret to have come here. How much time has passed outside? Did my previous life even happen? Despite the obvious signs of human presence, there seemed to be no sign of the source of those mysterious sounds which resembled footsteps we had heard earlier. Diane, you need to take a look at this, Chloe said as she perplexedly stared at a collection of dozens of missing posters placed together on a wall like a mural. The posters depicted various teenage boys and girls, all of them with face expressions that clearly indicated they weren't having a good time. They didn't exactly look to be in physical pain, but they were certainly in discomfort, as if they knew they were regretting the decision to have entered the building, and were now sure they were trapped and weren't going to get out of there, or see their loved ones anytime soon. Beneath the images of the boys and girls themselves were written the words, missing, name forgotten, age forgotten. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps from earlier could be heard again, but this time they were significantly louder than before, and they grew even louder with each passing second, indicating whoever was the cause of them was getting increasingly close to our position. Hello? I shouted but got no answer. A pale, ominous figure revealed itself coming out of a nearby chamber seconds later. At a first glance, it seemed to have the overall appearance of a human, a teenage boy to be more precise, with an average height for what boys his age and a relatively slender complexion. His hair was brown, curly, and disheveled. It wasn't exactly short, but it wasn't excessively long in comparison with the names Chloe and I sport in. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear there was something horribly wrong with him. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his eyes seemed to permanently stare into a void only he could see, as if he was caught in a trance and his body spontaneously twitched every few seconds. It was then I realized his face looked very similar to one depicted in one of the missing posters we had just found. Only the face from the poster did not look nearly as sickly and decrepit. My gut feeling was urging me to stay away from him, but Chloe insisted in trying to talk to him and asking him for help. Excuse me? My friend and I have entered this building because, well, I can't remember it clearly right now, but we got lost and we don't know how to get out. Can you help us? Chloe asked the mysterious boy after we both stared at him for a couple seconds as he roamed around the upper floor, seemingly without any rhyme or reason. Upon hearing Chloe's voice, the boy suddenly began to grunt and aggressively put his hands on his head, as if he was in pain from a really bad headache, or was suffering a mental breakdown. He then turned to look at us and subsequently let out a scream unlike any I had heard before. It sounded like a terrifying mix of a painful moan and an angry yell. Run! I shouted to Chloe before we started sprinting through the halls as that creature began advancing towards us, moving in an abnormal, almost ghastly manner. His movements were erratic and seemed to have no regard for the laws of physics as he rapidly advanced in short bursts, almost as if he was a cartoon character whose animation frames were not complete, leading to unnatural and incoherent movements that almost made it seem like he was teleporting. Chloe and I frantically rushed to a small room with a wooden door and locked ourselves inside. We could hear the boy right outside the door as he twitched and growled. He then began violently banging on the door and attempting to turn the door handle several times, but Chloe and I managed to hold out with all our strength. Who are you? What do you want from us? We just want to go home. Please let us leave, and we promise we'll never come back to this building ever again. I swear. I begged to the boy from the other side as the door, as Chloe and I broke into tears. But then, as if the creature had actually listened to me, the banging on the door and the loud growls suddenly ceased. Thump, thump, thump. Those dreaded footsteps could be heard again, but this time, They seemed to be getting farther away from us rather than closer. Unbelievably, it appeared the creature was leaving us alone. For now. My phone was laying on the floor. It had most likely fallen off my pocket in the middle of that commotion with the boy. It was a good thing it did, as it actually reminded me I was carrying it with me all along. We're trapped. In here. This hellish place. I don't know how or why, but it's making us forget about our lives, so it can imprison us and turn us into mindless shells with no identity or purpose. I'm even starting to forget my home address. We're gonna be stuck in here forever. Diane, I want to say sorry. Before I forget, it was my stupid idea to have come here. Chloe uttered as she sat in a corner of the room and sobbed while she cradled her necklace in her hands, which her mother had recently gifted to her on her 17th birthday. Meanwhile, I quickly grabbed my phone and opened the text messaging app. I searched for the contacts of our two friends whose names I had already forgotten. But I was then reminded they were called Camille and Juliet thanks to their contacts, which I have saved in my phone. They were the only people who knew we had gone to the abandoned building, so if there was anyone from the outside world who could help us, it was them. Chloe and I are in the abandoned building. We're trapped inside. We need your help. I texted them. I'm sorry, but I don't recognize your number, so either you've texted the wrong person by mistake, or you're a troll trying to pull a prank on me. Camille replied. Who are you and how did you get my number? Juliet followed. What? Come on, I'm Diane. This isn't a joke. Chloe and I are in danger. We got attacked. Seriously, I'm begging you to help us. I nervously texted them back. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw their replies. They acted as if they had forgotten about us. Nice try, prankster. But next time, try not to impersonate someone I actually know. Camille answered. I've never met anyone with those names, and believe me, I've been around for quite a while. Juliet replied. What was my name again? Chloe faintly asked in a rough, feeble tone. The kind you can only hear from someone who has lost all hope and is just waiting for the inevitable. Chloe. I replied. Thanks, friend. She uttered back. You're welcome. Oh, and my name's Diane. I clarified before letting out a forced smile in an attempt to make her feel better, which she returned with a forced smile of her own. Thump, thump, thump. Sounds like he's coming back. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Thump. And there's more of them this time. About 20 years ago, I got a job at a new laboratory complex that had just finished construction. I was fresh out of the university and was excited to work with fellow science-loving individuals in such a fresh complex. The whole complex was built some 10 miles outside the town I lived at. It was in a remote location completely surrounded by a thick forest. It was built above a small coal mine which was shut down after the mining company went bankrupt. The moment I set foot into the complex, I felt uneasy about the place. At first I shrugged it off as a strange butterfly of excitement, but even after months of working there, it never went away. The company in charge of the complex was shady in the best meaning of the word. The first month I mostly worked in and near the reception desk, dealing with paperwork of arriving shipments of scientific equipment and raw materials. I was told that this was to make sure I'm trustworthy. Some would have quit after a week or two, but I was assured that soon enough, they'll come to a verdict and I'll be able to use my knowledge to advance science. One early morning, a shipment came in that wasn't in the schedule. My boss just told me not to worry, as the schedule might be incorrect, and told me to have the crates taken to Wing 4. While I waited for the facility's transport truck to come around, I started to wonder what the crates had in them, since the logistics schedule usually lists the contents. Normally, the large metal crates contain refrigerated goods like plant samples, so I figured there was no harm in checking. I barely got a peek into the crate when my boss walked in and fired me on the spot. He refused to tell me why I was fired, since we are usually allowed to check the crates unless instructed otherwise. I walked home that day sad but relieved, since I didn't have to be in that unnerving place ever again. In the following 20 years, I got a new job on the other side of the country, got married, and had kids. I'd almost forgotten that old complex for good, if it hadn't driven the gravel road leading up to the complex while visiting some old friends at that town. This prompted me to look up the complex on the internet. It turned out that about 6 years after I departed, the company in charge got under fire for not following safety guidelines. The whole facility was shut down after a handful of employees went missing, and the CEO of the company took their own life. Being adventurous, I rang my friends and asked if they wanted to go and explore the complex. Out of the 6 of us, 2 immediately declined, as they had heard stories of weird stuff going on in the complex and didn't like the thought of going missing. Looking back to that moment, I was stupid. I fell right into the horror movie trope of exploring the creepy location, even when there was concrete evidence that something wasn't right over there. I suppose I thought that fate would protect the fools like me. So it was the 4 of us. Me, Jonathan, Michael, and Brent. We met at Brent's house to prepare us. Because a section of the complex was now underwater, Jonathan brought 2 sets of scuba gear. Since I am the same length as he is, it was decided that I would get the second set in case we want to explore the underwater section. We also packed headlamps and handheld flashlights for everyone, plus some heavy-duty walkie-talkies in case we were separated. As I was the only person to have worked there, I advised to bring along a Geiger counter or 2 just to be safe. We then loaded everything in my car and headed to the complex. Arriving at the main gates, I was surprised to not have that odd feeling like I did when I worked here 20 years ago. Since the gates were chained shut, we left the car behind and walked the rest of the way. The fence already had holes in them, so we definitely weren't the first ones around. It was at this point when I turned the Geiger counter on. It helped a little. It picked up normal background radiation. At least we now knew that it worked. Walking around in this complex was cooler than I thought. It was interesting to see how much nature had taken over in 20 years. Most of the place was trashed, probably by all the people who came here before us or by the employees when the place shut down. There was one place I wanted to really see with my own eyes, something I wasn't able to see back in the day. It was the 4th wing. The 4th wing was where all the classified experiments happened. I knew that the wing was probably as empty as the rest of the complex, but my childish curiosity wanted to see what it was all about. The wing was built into a large trench-like hole in the ground. This hole had been filled with rainwater after multiple floods occurred in the area, and most of the wing was underwater. Jonathan and I went back to the car and got ourselves into our scuba gear while Brent and Michael stayed behind to look for a good entrance into the 4th wing. We regrouped at the central square, and the 2 led me and Jonathan through the complex to the lowest floor not to be underwater. There was a stairwell leading down which was almost completely full of water besides a small section at the very top. Jonathan and I checked the tanks and then hopped in. The water was cold, so we swam fast to get some warmth into our bodies. We soon reached the bottom of the stairwell. Our plan was to start from the bottom and go upward floor by floor, swimming together to make sure we don't lose each other. Most of everything was damaged beyond recognition by the water. If there were any documents here, they are definitely gone by now. We eventually reached the large cargo elevator. For the heck of it, I tried to pull open the doors. They moved slightly. Jonathan realized what I tried to do and came to help. We got the doors open enough to get through and noticed that the elevator shaft goes down a lot further than it should. There was at least 3 more floors down there. Jonathan gestured to me if we should head down. I was hesitant at first, but we went anyways. I was mostly worried about the water pressure more than anything, but Jonathan was an experienced diver, so I figured he knew what we were capable of doing. I gestured him to lead the way, followed him. We went all the way to the bottom and pried the door open. This is where the strange feeling I had all those years ago came back. Beyond the elevator door was an airlock. It was almost like the designers knew that this place would flood. We got the door open and closed the door after us. The airlock had a lever with instructions to pull when the airlock gets filled with water. It seemed like a stupid idea since the place was without electricity, but I pulled the lever. Miraculously, the water started to flow away, and soon we were able to open the other airlock door. The air was stale but breathable. At least there was no water. We tried to radio the folk upstairs, but nothing. The amount of water and concrete above us must have been blocking the signal. I had also brought the Geiger counter with us. It now was beeping a bit more intensely. Nothing that could harm us, but definitely higher than the average background radiation. Along the wall was written, Taurus Complex, Wing 4, Section 31. Jonathan had started exploring the nearby rooms, so I did too. I quickly found a large library of files. All of the filing cabinets were for a single project. Most projects even had a second cabinet. I picked the one closest to me and opened it. The tag on the cabinet simply read, Project Skygate. They were trying to build small-scale particle accelerators to then use to teleport physical matter from one point to another. It mostly seemed like theoretical work, though. The second cabinet read, Project Grey Wooliner. The head of the project was the company's CEO himself. It seemed like they tried to do genetic experiments on living beings. At first starting with rats, but soon testing on sheep, and eventually on human volunteers. Around this point, I was interrupted by Jonathan. He asked me to follow him and keep an eye on the rads per minute as we were going along. I took the file I was reading with me and followed Jonathan. The rads increased as we were walking. We eventually got to a large door made of steel and concrete. The text on it was scuffed beyond recognition, but there was something I clearly could read. A black trefoil within a yellow ring. The radiation warning symbol. Hesitantly, we opened the heavy door and found ourselves above a compact nuclear fission reactor. It was nothing massive, but definitely powerful enough to power the entire wing. We agreed that we should probably leave it alone. There's no way of telling how much damage the reactor has taken in the past 2 decades. We left the reactor chamber and closed the door. Jonathan went to look around a bit more while I went to look if any of the lights work, as we hadn't really checked them before. I returned to the library and tried the light switch. It worked. I found a desk and a chair in the corner, so I sat down and radioed Jonathan to let him know my whereabouts. This is what I heard in response. I hear you, Patrick. I just found some cages. One of them seems to be smashed up high. And then I heard tumbling and a scream. And transmission end. Jonathan? Jonathan! I screamed into the walkie-talkie. I got no response. My fight or flight sense triggered. I started panicking. I jumped up from the chair and bolted across the corridor into a storage, looking for something to defend myself from whatever just attacked Jonathan. I found a large hydraulic piston, tested the weight, and then started to sneak around the corridors. I had no idea what I should do besides look for Jonathan. I probably should have ran to the airlock and escaped, but it felt wrong to leave him behind. I had reached the point where we split up when I heard footsteps. Loud and slow footsteps, echoing through the corridor. I went and hid behind a door. It could have been Jonathan, or it could have been the thing that attacked him. I couldn't tell who or what it was since it was dark, but whatever it was It passed me without issue. As soon as I heard it take a corner, I bolted out and started looking for Jonathan. I soon found the room he was talking about. It was filled with multiple cages, almost like cells. One of these cells had the bars bent and twisted. By the way they were moved, it was caused by something on the inside. I found Jonathan groaning by the wall. He had hit the concrete wall with his head so hard that he was bleeding. "It's human, but not," he said before passing out. I checked his pulse. It was erratic and he was bleeding badly. I looked around for something to help him, bolting across the corridor as quietly as I could. I happened to find some old rolls of bandages and cloth towels. I went back to him, set the towel at the wound, and secured it by wrapping the bandages around his head. Then I heard the footsteps again. I was forced to leave him there and hide behind one of the cages. The thing stepped into the room. I heard it breathe heavily, then take a few steps towards my way. I was holding my breath to make sure I didn't make much noise, but the thing was in the room longer than I could handle. I had to breathe, but quietly. The echo of the room and my frightened exhale was too loud. The next thing I heard was loud stomping towards me. I ran towards the corridor. I heard the loud clang of the metal cage. I turned around and flicked on my flashlight. The thing matched Jonathan's description. It was human, but not. It was tall, at least 16 feet tall. Its posture was hunched, and its muscle mass was definitely enough to demolish a metal cage. Its eyes were sewed shut. The ears were disproportionately massive. I turned around and ran. I didn't care where. I just ran. The thing had issues with running in the tight halls, so I was able to outrun him. I found a small metal door, one that I hadn't seen before. I opened it and closed it after myself. The room I found myself in was a dead end. It was a server room. It was fully operational, just heavily outdated. I found a terminal to access and realized that there is still an internet connection, albeit a very slow one. The whole thing ran on Windows Vista, but I was able to get to grips with it enough to make myself a Reddit account and write this post. I have also read some of that file that I took with me. Although the first animal test proved successful, the first human test failed, killing the test subject. After 3 more deaths, a new gene therapy formula was formed, which meant that the second set of tests were a success. The subject seemed normal at first, but within the next 12 hours, his muscle mass, hearing, eyesight, and skeletal structure increased. 24 hours after that, the subject started to regard the scientists as inferior beings and became violent towards others. They tried to hinder him by removing his ability to see, but as the gene therapy was still actively changing the subject from the inside, the subject simply hyper-evolved to have better hearing. He was then put into a tungsten cage on the lowest level of the wing before his body became immune to the sedatives. In the cage, he grew in size and strength before breaking free and killing 8 scientists. The CEO blamed himself in the report and wrote a line at the bottom of the report. To the person reading this, you have either managed to take him down or you are actively hiding from him. If you are doing the latter, I'd advise you to pray to God for the last time. I have heard a couple of loud slams against the door. It seems to hold him for now. I'll probably die from hunger and thirst, or by him. Jonathan is most likely already dead. This isn't a plea for help, and for God's sake, don't come here to save us or you'll end up with us. I'm writing this mostly to Brent, Michael, and to my family. Keep going without us. You're strong enough, but also remember us, and don't be as dumb like Jonathan and I, because it was our stupidity that got us killed. Hey y'all. I was searching around for others who may have experienced the same or similar to me. My whole life, I have seen odd things. Things that escalated very recently, and I am kind of freaked out. I am not sure my eyes are my eyes any longer. No one else seems to see these things, and when you read my post about the other night, that thing, I'm not sure whose eyes these would be, but I'm not confident they are mine. I saw this forum existed and I couldn't quite find what I was looking for, so I decided to share my story and let others come to me if they can help. I have kept a journal for a long time, so most of my experiences are written within hours or a day of the event, so it should be accurate and fresh without the distortion time and memory can cause. I did have a couple of childhood events that I will include as well. They were not chronicled at the time, but I feel their memory is somewhat accurate, and not just a childhood nightmare or a real event taken out of context over time. I am listing everything in chronological order. If you see any 4 stars, it means I have redacted something that would be personally identifying, or it could be identifying with some snooping. I want to remain private. The most I will state about where I live is it is Lovecraft country, meaning it is an area that Lovecraft wrote about frequently. So has Stephen King for that matter. A lot of horror stories really, to be honest. Kinda weird. Also, unless otherwise noted in the entry, see the road trip. Everything has happened within 50 miles of each other, as I have lived in this area only for my whole life. Changing towns here and there, but always within 25 miles of my birth town. If you see 2 parentheses, then I added something that was not originally in that entry for this post specifically, usually to add more information that may be needed for understanding. Childhood experiences. I remember one time helping my father clear some brush in the wood, a lot of dead trees, and forest. Floor building, a concern in case of a wildfire. While I was out one day, I saw a cat on a branch. It was a big fluffy one, all gray. The branch it was on literally could not be holding its weight. Impossible to real-world physics. It was too long and thin. It would crack or at least dip. Beyond that, I remember the cat having glowing eyes. Not like the normally reflective qualities of cat's eyes. More like coals from the furnaces of hell type glow and brightness. I did not stick around to see more. A couple years later, in the same woods, I think I saw what one could call an elf. Old European elf. That is, not Lord of the Rings style. It ignored me and walked away because I wanted nothing to do with it. A theme with me. January, 4 stars. The concert tonight went well, Mr. Stars. Picked some good music that as a whole we were actually able to play. Not sure why he picked January for it though. The weather was bad. It wasn't bad when I drove in, met Stars, and she let me know the weather was supposed to turn, and her mom wanted her home right after the concert. Sucks. While waiting for everything to start, got a new record in Snake. Tim still can't read music, so he was relegated to the bass drum. He actually did well. He's growing up. Sam nailed the timpani and xylophone. She would probably be section leader and not me if she had the dexterity for the snare and could play set. As it was, the rest did alright. I messed up a couple of places but recovered well, and I nailed the anvil part of Song of the Blacksmith. Gustav Holst, Suite in F, Movement 3. The ride home is where it got weird. I left the school and before I got to the top of Stars Hill, it was completely a whiteout. I never drove in something like this before, so I went slow, but I got so confused because everything was the same. I could only see a few feet in front of the car, and no lights from the houses made it through. General explanation of this next part, as it would not be clear if I left it as is. My town was expansionist, and had multiple developments, which are streets that are segmented out and developed by a single contractor to sell or lease to new homeowners. Several of these developments linked streets that were otherwise not linked prior except by the main road. I turned onto the wrong road because it was so bad. I couldn't even tell it wasn't my street, and had to do a couple of circles to find the development linking that street to my street, as I couldn't even find my way back to the main road. After I finally got onto Stars Street, things got weird. I saw a light, but I shouldn't have. The snow was so bad that I couldn't even see my headlights, and yet I could see a light that was definitely off the streets. It wasn't a light, though. Snow didn't seem to touch this. I could see it reflected in the snow around it, so it wasn't in my car or a reflection in my windshield or something. It was kind of like the Cheshire Cat, a floating face of blue light. It wasn't originally looking at me, but it moved its attention, and when it saw me looking at it from my now stopped car, it looked startled for a second, then disappeared. Just turned off like someone flipped a switch. That's it. I made it home a few minutes later, and now I'm writing this. The face wasn't overly detailed, just a mouth and eyes. I saw it at an angle, but it did turn slightly to it was more directly visible to me. It was about 3 feet off the ground, I think. I don't know if it had a body, I just couldn't see. Stars also smoked some weed before the concert, so I don't know if I got a secondary high or something and it was a hallucination, but given other past experiences, I doubt it. October 24th, Stars. Road trip with James as planned. He promised a road trip to his hometown would be worth it, but don't know why anyone would want to go to Stars, but whatever. I wasn't doing anything else and James is okay to hang out with. Not sure about worth it, but there are a lot of memories made. He doesn't have a car, so I picked him at the university, and found out Darren and Jeff were going too. Not a problem, I had room. My first stop was at my parents' house, grabbed some food, and grabbed some stuff from my old room for the weekend. You'd think at this point I'd have everything I cared about or needed from them, but I seem to remember something else every week. After we left there, we hit the interstate and started a drive that was longer than I expected. I didn't realize it was going to be 3 hours to get there. I hate Stars, the state I live in. In the car, I learned several new things. Apparently, James is a psychic vampire and likes to hang out with me because I always have an overabundance of good energy. He's good people, but really weird. I also learned Darren was planning to go into experimental medicine. I never knew what his major was, but apparently, he was doing a dual degree in engineering and pre-med. I hope we remain friends. Spoilers, we didn't. Because I am probably going to die of cholesterol someday, and he wants to make system flushing nanobots for a lot of common health issues. We finally get down there for our weekend. James promised that it is the best place to go for Halloween. I figure Salem must be, but whatever. Spoilers again. Neither is. First thing we do there is stop at the high school football game. Nothing spookier than a sport I don't care about. We went to visit the band afterward, which was awkward since the three of us didn't know anyone, and they were just changing in the band room, which was weird and icky. After all this, we went to not James' house, but to the house of one of his family's friends to watch Van Helsing, which was alright, and weird. Glad I skipped it in the theaters, though. Their house was super decorated, which was cool, and they had some kick-ass apple cider. Darren, Jeff, and I decided this was a weird visit. More like James was homesick and kind of tricked us into going with him. After we left the house, he took us to the first truly spooky thing, about a half-mile from the high school. On a walking path in the woods, there was a weird shrine-like statue. It had no inscription, and was of a woman with a cloak. It looked old, but not ancient, like early 1900s, not 1700s. James said the statue was important because it awakened his psychic vampire powers. The statue itself was of normal height and proportion. Just a woman with a cloak. It was made of stone. There were no lights except the flashlights James brought, which I wish he told the rest of us to as well, but whatever. James asked us to sit cross-legged in front of it with the backs of our hands and our knees, and fingers up, thumb and middle connected like a circle. I couldn't because of my old knee injury. When you're measuring throwing competitions for track, don't get hit by javelins is all I got to say on that. The rest did though, so I got to stand aside with my flashlight and make sure that nothing happened. If a bear came out of the woods, I was running, so I don't know what they wanted me to do. Getting Jeff to sit still for 5 minutes is a miracle, but it happened. I was thinking about that as I started to feel uneasy. I looked around but couldn't find anything off, so I just continued to stand. After about 10 minutes, I was super bored. I wish my phone was backlit so I could play Snake. The uneasiness got stronger, and I finally noticed something off. The statue. It looked different. A slight twitch of the lips, maybe, but it just looked cleaner, with fewer cracks than before. I couldn't tell, but it was not the same as when we got there. I also felt more tired. At this point, I gave up and tapped James' shoulder. I think he fell asleep. He didn't get up easily, and he seemed groggy. After this, we went back to his parents' house and met his mother. Redacting the rest of the story, imagine 2 more barely entertaining days in a small town during Halloween season. You get the gist. November 12th, stars. I've only been an RA, resident assistant, for a couple of months, but man, I regret it. I am the unluckiest. I've had to call ambulances and police more than any other RA this semester. Pat let me know during our last meeting. Last night, I had to do rounds in Stars Hall. When the year started, I was stoked to not have to live there. That place has been creepy forever. It's built into a hill, so the first and second stories are in the hill itself on one side of the building, and normal on the other. I would never want to live in one of the dorms that was literally in the hill with no window. I think that's a war crime. Stars also has the highest self-afflicted violence rate, as Tammy puts it in our skip meetings. Pat equals resident director and Tammy equals his boss. It has something to do with the fact half the building doesn't get light, we think, so the RAs there have additional training about what to look out for regarding emotional health. Anyway, since it sits in the same quad as Stars, my dorm, apparently if all their RAs are unavailable, they pull from other buildings. Lucky me. So I found myself in this creepy building, in an office I don't know, and doing rounds in halls I don't know, to check on kids I don't know. Great night. To be fair, it kind of was until my last round at 3 a.m. It had been quiet and I got my homework done, and was just watching TV in the office. Normally, I would go back to my room, but since I was in a different building, they told me to sit it out in the office all night. It was my last round of the night. I was on the second story, hillside, as I passed one of the bathrooms. There was a blood puddle on the ground. Not again. It was large, too, at least 1.5 feet across. It also went under the door, so my guess was it was seepage. I knock on the door and warn them I am going to open the door. I have to do this, as it's off-gender. No response, so I opened it up. More blood on the ground. It looked like it was a river coming from a stall. I asked if anyone in there could hear me. The last time I had this happen, Stars. A journal entry not being included with this post. I called the EMTs. It only took a couple of minutes. Stars is the closest hall to the on-site EMT volunteers. They literally just pull off of the building and drive 100 feet, if that. I was approached by the lead EMT, the same one the last 2 times I had to call them. He knows me by name now. He asked where the issue was. He was literally standing in the blood. I pointed to the stall and let him know he was standing in the blood. He looked confused. He checked in the stall, but no one was there. He let me know he couldn't see any blood. I looked down again, and now I couldn't see it either. He checked me out while the rest went back. He told me he was going to speak to Pat and get me some time off. He also suggested I speak to the on-campus counselor. He was worried I had seen too many bad things in too short of a period. We'll see what today brings. This was originally written the morning after before I met with Pat or Tammy. They were concerned for me and had me take a couple of weeks off. I also had to be cleared by the university counselor before I could return to work. April 13th, stars. Work sucked, and I saw spooky shit again. It's been 6 years, so I was hoping that was done with. Work always sucks, though. I can't wait to get out of this restaurant. I don't care if they want me to be GM. I don't want to be GM. Being the GM of a Stars is not my life's ambition. I hope university positions open up. No one is willing to retire, and by the time they do, I won't be qualified any longer and need to recertify. Professorship/teaching. If you don't have relevant field experience and aren't a recent graduate, you are less likely to get a position. Nothing new or unique I'd want to read back and reference in the future there, so let's just get to the spooky stuff. Stars had the car tonight, so I had to bike to work. Biking 3 miles downhill on the way back isn't as bad as uphill on the way there, so whatever. The last 1.5 miles home after the hill is parallel to the river before you cross the bridge into Stars. I was on that path and looking at the river. It's pretty well lit after the city improvements last year, and I could see pretty far out. It's typically relaxing to watch on my way home. Of course, tonight there was a kraken or something, so not as relaxing. The river is very wide and deep here, omitting some information here as it deals with historical events that would divulge the location of the town. But without too many details, at one point in history, ocean-faring boats could come up to this point of the river for trading purposes. It was their last port inland, though. Whatever it was crested the water. The lights I just mentioned, lighting things up pretty well, didn't do much here, due to the angle. Its head and tail were shadowed, so I could mainly only see the body of it. It looked bluish, greenish, grayish, although due to the lighting, who knows. I saw fins all over the body, haphazardly thrown in like surrealistic art. There were tentacles too, like someone grafted a squid onto it. I'm glad I couldn't see the head. This was already nightmare fuel. It dove back down quickly, and I decided to go off the trail onto the hot top instead, deciding I would rather risk cars than that thing. July stars. I was driving home from class tonight and I saw it. Personal growth. I was a night class instructor, not a student. I went out to view the downed trees after yesterday's storm since I was still without power. Like most of the state, it was next to the speed limit sign by the church, gripping a power line pole, so I knew it was about 1/2 mile away. A vaguely humanoid shape, dark and indistinct, with 3 more arms than anything on 2 legs should have. The face was unclear except for amazingly white pupilless eyes, bright like bleached teeth, power coruscated up its arms, white and blue electricity feeding to where its face should be. Based on where I saw them in comparison to the sign, it was next to, and the distance, I think it was between 14 and 18 feet tall. I noped and backed out. I'm glad this shit only happens every few years now, but I would rather it be done. No one else sees these things. Why me? 6/6/2022. I was driving home late at night with my wife after visiting some friends. I want to say around 11 p.m. or so, but that's a little fuzzy. We weren't really checking the time. I saw something in the road. I don't know what. I got the impression it was bipedal and large. It was either black or so dark it would be indistinguishable at night. By large, I mean tall and thick, long legs, 2 long arms, and a chest that would put a mature oak to shame. I did not get the impression of any hair on it. It felt sharp, not fuzzy around the edges like you might get with something furry. It didn't light up correctly in my headlights, almost like the light didn't want to touch it. You would think that, with the supernatural events I have seen from the road, I would be more cautious, but I wasn't. I probably shouldn't be too hard on myself. Events like this are rare and years apart. It's easy to get complacent. I swerved to miss the thing and hit a tree. I checked back to see if it would involve itself in our accident further, but it was completely gone. Not a trace. We weren't going too fast, so all that happened was some body damage to the car, a shattered windshield due to some branches, and us being knocked around a bit. There was something mechanical with the engine as well. The shop is going to look tomorrow, but I couldn't get it to turn over again, so we couldn't drive off. Wife was okay, but her phone was thrown free from the car. She had been using it when this all happened, so she didn't see it either. I ended up telling her it was a deer in the road. She found her phone, but the screen was shattered, as it hit the same tree we did. Mine didn't fare better in my pocket as I was slammed around in my seat. My airbag did not deploy, and I was pretty lucky to just bang around a bit. It did aggravate my knee to the point I couldn't walk, though. And with both our phones out of commission, it meant she had to walk to the gas station, which was a quarter mile or so. I wasn't worried about the thing going after her. It disappeared, and none of these other things I had seen before seemed interested in attacking people. After she was gone, I heard it though. A voice called to me. I can't describe it. The sounds it made had never existed before it had made them. And the words don't exist to describe them. If you have read The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft, you will know that sometimes you simply can't describe something. Imagine a color that has never been seen before and try to describe it. You won't be able to. Try to explain non-Euclidean geometry, or what the fifth dimension looks like to human eyes, not graphs. You won't be able to. There are concepts your mind just can't process because it wasn't built for them. These sounds, this voice was among them. I will never forget what it said. Those eyes, not you. Stars. Reclaim glorious agony, followed by madness-inducing laughter that was tinged with a color never seen by humans before. The geometry so alien Lovecraft couldn't conceive them either. Each word was said as if it were from a language never conceived and long dead. There were seconds and years between each word, the syllables echoing the rise and falls of civilizations, human and alien. This short sentence took 30 seconds and 3,000 years to say. I passed out at this point, my mind a gibbering mess, refusing to even try further. A broken thing looking to find a cave to hide in and lick its wounds. I woke up in an ambulance. I was at the scene. I could see a wrecker getting in my car and my wife hovering with worry. I didn't feel great, but my mind wasn't shutting down to protect itself from intrusion any further, so I accepted that as a win and took a ride to the ER where they gave me the all clear. I decided, after this event, that it was time to tell my story. Most poignantly, it was because for the first time in my life, the story changed. I'm too old for this, and never, and I mean never in all these years, has anything I have seen made noise. Never a splash, a creak, a groan, a mumble, a whisper. Nothing. A void of sound, but now they have a voice. I am terrified. I hope it's years, or never, before I see or hear something again. I need to find a place to post this and get the message out. End of entries. My wife locked me in the basement. My wife loves me. I remind myself of this as I stare at the steel door at the top of the stairs. I don't try to open it. I know that it is locked. I can't remember how I know that. I can't remember a lot of things. Or, that's not right. I do sometimes. Time is just slippery. Present devouring the past in an endless Ouroboros. The memories slither in the surface before they wriggle away again. Too fast for me to grasp. I can feel them wriggling. I feel them in my ears, behind my eyes, in the throbbing in my temples. A handful of memories, slimy and squirming and just out of reach. Once upon a time, last week, or now, or yesterday, or last year, I woke up on a soft twin mattress on the concrete floor, behind metal shelves holding old cans of paint and forgotten household projects. The bed was warm, piled with soft gray blankets, but I was cold. I've been in this basement 100 times, but this time, it felt wrong. Strange, like I wasn't supposed to be here. That's it. I'm not supposed to be here. Christ, how am I here? My love, what did you do? How am I here? Now this is wrong, 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 wrong. Writhing, pounding, squirming. I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Right. Here. The basement. I woke up and I was scared, alone, cold. At some point I called for my wife, but she didn't answer. My legs felt like jelly when I tried to climb the stairs. I had to give up and crawl. I banged on the door until the skin of my palm split, leaving wide chasms of flesh, blue-gray, and fish belly pale. My hands did not bleed. Pink liquid oozed down my arms, sharp-smelling, astringent. My wife looked sad as she stitched the skin back together. You must take better care of yourself, darling, she said. That was yesterday. Or last year. Maybe 5 minutes ago? I don't know, but I know that I miss her. Thinking about her makes me sad and a little frightened, but I can't remember why. I can't remember a lot of things. She must have been here recently. The stitches are still there. Tidy, neat lines holding the flesh together. The wound isn't healing. She told me that's normal for someone in my condition. She kissed the wounds gently, tears in her eyes. You promised me forever, Leah, she whispered. Rosy lips pink and lively and warm, brushing over torn skin. Pressed tenderly to the shiny black thread weaving in and out of stark white flesh. We promised each other. You can't break that vow. I won't let you. I would never, I said, or I tried to. My jaw was locked up tight, almost like it was wired shut. My tongue was a dry, useless husk in my mouth. You did, though. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She smoothed the hand over my thin, brittle hair. A few wisps caught in her wedding band. But it's okay. I brought you back. I'll keep you safe. Safe is good, I mumbled. I leaned into her touch. Her body was warm. She smiled at me, but her eyes were sad. I didn't mean to make her sad. I think I might be sick, but I don't feel ill. I don't really feel anything. Just the writhing in my head, the slithering. My wife left me this phone to call her if I need her. The screen is crushed in one corner. Thick glass, nearly shattered. Cracks, spiderwebbing, and thin slivers across the surface. There's a faint brown-red stain on the case. I think it's my phone, but my wife's number is the only one saved in the contacts. Sometimes I press the button and it rings, rings, rings. Have I called her yet today? I don't know the password for any of the apps. This one is logged in. I remember I liked coming on here, reading stories. I can't remember if I ever told any of my own. I can't remember a lot of things. When I try, the writhing intensifies. Entire brain squirming in my skull, gray matter thrashing against bone. It doesn't hurt, at least. Nothing hurts. I think that's a good thing. I remember pain in that elusive before. There was so much hurt, and there was shattered glass and the thick, sickly sweet scent of gasoline. It might have been a dream. It feels distant, a blurry watercolor of fear and pain. A nightmare. It's already wriggling away. I know I wasn't always in this basement. I remember a garden draped in fairy lights and my wife in a white dress smiling at me. I remember her smiling at me from across the kitchen counter, laughing when I accidentally dropped a whole egg into the frying pan. White shell stark in the running yellow yolk. White like her wedding dress. White like the weather-worn boards of our front porch. White like a silk coffin liner. White like high beams barreling down the road, coming at you fast. White like maggots squirming in flesh. White like my wife's teeth when she smiles at me. She smiles at me a lot. She loves me. Her smiles are always sad now. I can't remember why she's so sad. I can't remember a lot of things. Maybe it's because of the dog. There was a dog in the road. I like dogs. I pulled the steering wheel to the right, and then, stop. It's wriggling again. I wanted to stop. I shouldn't be here. It's so quiet in the basement. How long have I been down here? Why is the door locked? My fingernails are black. I don't remember painting them. I tried to chip off the polish and the whole nail slid off, thick and cracked down the middle. The skin underneath is a bluish, mottled gray. There is no blood, just that pink, sharp liquid, cool to the touch. Blood is red, not pink. It's warm and thick. It gets in your eyes and your head hurts and the lights are too bright and it drips and flows and slithers and writhes and... It doesn't hurt now. Not my palms. Not my fingernail. Not my head. Nothing hurts. I think that's a good thing. It doesn't feel good. My brain is squirming again. I think I should lie down until my wife gets back. She should get back soon. She promised. She can explain everything. Maybe she can make the slithering stop. She's keeping me safe. That must be why the door is locked. Why I can't leave. I should keep her safe too. When she comes back, I'll make sure she stays with me. Safe. Here. Forever. I can't remember a lot of things, but I do remember this. My wife loves me. And I love her. We promised each other forever. And we don't break our promises. My wife, my neighbors, and I are all huddled up in our little trailer, terrified to look or go outside. It may sound crazy, but we all think we saw a police officer get abducted by something not of this world. Saturday, around 7 p.m., the sun had just started getting low in the sky. A distant storm created a picturesque Appalachian sunset as the sunlight bounced off clouds, spreading pinks, purples, and oranges throughout the sky. Our little trailer is one of the few that are nestled right on the edge of heavy woods. We and our neighbors are all really close, and on many evenings, you can find us enjoying a cookout together, or just sitting and chatting around a fire. For my wife and I, the Saturday evening was everything we always hoped for. Beers and burgers on the grill were the opening act to a night of watching horror movies and cuddling on our little couch. Little did we know, we would soon be starring in our own little horror story. Suds and conversation quickly turned the evening to night as the trees were now silhouettes against the darkening sky. Time ticked on as we looked up at the starry night sky while Phil Collins hammered out his drum solo from In the Air Tonight. I attempted to impress my wife with my small knowledge of the constellations. They are the only part I remember from astronomy in college before it all became about math. "What's that star?" she asked while pointing towards the eastern sky. Her directions had me looking at a low, hanging bright light that hung right above the tree line. The light had a greenish hue to it, and it was definitely nothing we covered in astronomy class. I told her in my most confident mansplaining voice that it must be the planet Venus. She bought it with a, It was now well past 10 and we retired to the trailer. We got 1.5 movies into the Child's Play series before our cuddling became kissing. We were working our clothes off before we heard a loud banging from the back door. A look at the clock showed it was midnight. Strange. I slowly opened the door to find our two elderly neighbors, Janet and Pam, standing close together with very concerned looks on their faces. This weekend it was just us four in our small trailer park. "I'm so sorry to bother you, Jimmy," Janet said in her sweet voice, "but we are really scared. For the last hour, we have heard the strangest sound outside our bedroom window. It doesn't really sound like an animal or anything. It almost sounds like a person making a weird noise with their mouth. We were hoping you could come check it out." I gave my wife a "what the hell" glance and agreed to take a look. My wife and our neighbors stayed at our trailer, so I made my way down to their place. The spaces between our lots are wide open, but have high grass and foliage. Once I made it to Janet and Pam's place, I decided I would sit on their back porch and listen for the noise. The sound of frogs and crickets filled the night. As the creepiness of the situation slowly wore off, I began to doze off. Then I heard it. Shush, shush, shush. It sounded like someone was trying to imitate the sound of air rushing from a tube. Shush, shush, shush. I heard it 3 more times. It was close to the trailer on my right. The hairs on the back of my neck stood. Shush, shush, shush. It had gotten closer. I pulled my phone from my pocket and used the flashlight to illuminate the area I had heard the sound from. Shush, shush, shush. Nothing was there, but the noise was sure as hell there. I gathered my composure and reassured myself there was an explanation. Taking a deep breath, I got up and made my way down the porch steps. Shush, shush, shush. At the bottom, I stood for a moment and gathered my courage. I started walking towards the noise as the light from my phone led the way. Shush, shush, shush. I could tell I was getting closer. I paused and looked as hard as I could to find the source. Then the tall grass rustled as if something was moving around. Something I still couldn't see. The rustling moved away from me through the grass like the thing was running. I swear to you I could hear the footsteps and sound of sticks and twigs breaking as it fled. The movement stopped about 10 feet from me. Then, shush, shush, shush. The sound was further away. I was flabbergasted. My brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. I kept my light shone in the thing's direction. Heard it again. Then suddenly the movement in the grass rushed back towards me, and when it got within 2 feet of me, it cut towards the trailer. I heard banging up the side of the building. Then from above me on the roof of Janet and Pam's home, I heard it again. That was enough for me. I sprinted back to our trailer. As I got closer to home, I looked out above the top of our trailer, and the greenish star still hung in the eastern sky, but now the star's light pulsed. Once inside, I was bombarded with a million questions, and I replied that I thought we needed to call law enforcement. "Oh God, really?" asked Janet. I then told them what happened. They were all mortified and in disbelief, but they could tell by the tears of fear in my eyes that I was telling them the truth. My wife called 911, who said they would have a deputy out shortly. We turned off anything in the trailer that was making noise so we could listen for the thing outside. It didn't take long for the thing to begin to let its presence be known. Shush, shush, shush. The sound came from the back side of the trailer. My wife grabbed my arm and buried her face into me. Hearing the noise for the first time made things real for her. We all sat on the couch, huddled together as we all followed the thing's movement by the sound it was making. Shush, shush, shush. It was outside the living room window. It moved around the front of the trailer. Footsteps up the back porch steps sounded out. It stood at our back door. We all stared at the door. Silence. Then the door began to shake violently, as if it was trying to get inside. Janet and Pam screamed in horror. Mine and my wife's embrace got tighter as we waited for the door to jerk free from its hinges. Then the shaking stopped. Lights shone through the kitchen window. The deputy pulled into our driveway. The deputy seemed skeptical of our story, but said he would do a search of the property. The girls remained on the couch as I stood on the back porch. I watched the deputy's flashlight move through the high grass as he slowly searched around. The light's movement stopped on a spot. "Hey, who's there?" the deputy yelled out. I could hear the deputy jog forward a bit as he gave chase, but to no avail. He then came back in my direction. He informed me that he had heard it and saw its movements too, but he was also at a loss on what it was. He seemed shaken, but he also seemed pretty amused, as if we had discovered something harmless, like a new species of animal. To be fair, the being didn't seem as aggressive towards the deputy as it had been to me. I reiterated to the deputy the part about the thing charging at me and shaking our door, but he didn't show much concern. He informed me he was going to get some of his fellow officers up here to witness the spectacle. As we waited, the deputy, who I learned was named Jake, sat with me a while we listened to the thing move through the high grass, breaking sticks and branches. Every so often, it would wander close to us and let out its noise. My wife and neighbors wouldn't dare come outside, but I began to feel at ease. Our conversation veered towards the strange green light in the sky, which still hung there, pulsing. The deputy said that his office and other local branches had been receiving calls all evening about the light. He even mentioned that for the past few days, the area seemed to have an uptick in missing person cases. He leaned in and told me the details of one case in particular. About 30 miles out from our trailer park in the neighboring county, the search for a missing elderly man turned up something unsettling. At the base of a large tree in the middle of the local national park, they found the missing person's clothes, and about 30 feet up in the tree, searchers recovered a human eyeball impaled on a branch. Nothing else was found. Shush, shush, shush. The sound was now closer to the edge of the forest. Snapped us out of the conversation. The deputy shone his light in the direction of the noise. His flashlight revealed movement at the base of one of the trees. He looked at his watch and voiced aggravation about how long it was taking his buddies to show. He then told me he was going to go down and take a closer look. I let him know quickly that I thought it was a terrible idea, but he waved me off. I watched as he made his way down the hill towards the forest edge. My whole body felt tense. Chush, chush, chush. The sound was getting higher off the ground. The deputy was now at the base of one of the trees, shining his light up through branches. High up, I could see some of the branches bouncing and swaying. The movement got lower and lower, as if the thing was dropping down towards the deputy. "Whoa, I think I can feel it touching me," he called out. "Holy shit, it's tugging on my shirt." Then all hell broke loose. The deputy let out a horrific, inhuman scream as he shot upwards into the tree. His momentum was immense. I could hear snapping and breaking as his body banged upwards through the tree branches. At the top, the flashlight continued on up into the night sky for what seemed like 100 feet before falling back to the ground. Suddenly, all the lights in the neighborhood shined extremely bright, like power was surging through the lines. Our radio snapped back on, and the Foo Fighters rocked through their song, "The Sky is a Neighborhood." I busted out through our door and barricaded it shut. My wife called 911 frantically and let them know what had happened. That was hours ago. Law enforcement had been combing through the woods. Our trailer park is now a crime scene. I know they will never find the deputy or a suspect. I'm sure there isn't a single person reading this that doesn't know what liminal spaces are by now, but just in case. The concept of liminal spaces relates to physical locations that are typically transitional in nature. Hallways, waiting rooms, and parking lots are classic examples. The liminal aesthetic can be defined by the unique feeling of eerie nostalgia people experience when presented with such places outside of their designated context. For instance, an abandoned hospital corridor might seem ominous and uncanny due to the prevalence of human activity usually associated with medical facilities. While the specific aesthetics has always existed, it was recently popularized and further defined by the Backrooms, a, by now, infamous creepypasta about what happens when you no-clip out of reality. At least, that's how I first became familiar with the term. Like many other fans of the original work, I was eager to contribute to the ever-expanding subgenre of horror games inspired by liminal spaces. The project itself wasn't anything revolutionary. Basically, it began as a glorified first-person walking simulator without any particular purpose or goal, where you can explore various unique 3D liminal environments. The only thing about it that was somewhat novel was that I didn't intend in implementing any actual scares into the game, instead relying entirely on the atmosphere to instill a sense of constant suspense in the player. Pretentious, I know, but I've always liked the idea of a horror game that leaves you in a perpetual state of questioning whether you're truly alone or not. There are very few games that scratch that particular itch for me, so I decided to just make it myself. The first level I created was an abandoned multi-story car park. I based it on the one across the street. Each floor was near identical to the last, and with the outside being just an endless expanse of fog, you couldn't really tell whether you were making progress or you were just stuck in a loop. Again, I know that what I'm describing doesn't sound all that impressive, but keep in mind that I was a 16-year-old kid learning how to use a gaming engine for the first time. I must have replayed that level over 50 times, making sure that everything, from the camera's movements to the ambience, was exactly the way I wanted it. I remember spending days just toying with the shaders alone. I didn't want the location to feel too artificial, but I also didn't want to distract from the liminality by adding extra clutter. I was looking for that sweet spot between minimalist and dingy. Once I was finally done, or at least as close to done as I was going to get, I asked my best friend Alex if he could play it for me and tell me what he thought. He is a bit of a wimp when it comes to any kind of horror media, thus making him the perfect test subject. I made a point of deliberately not telling him that there were no ghosts or spooky monsters haunting the level. I was looking for a genuine impression. after all, and, well, I thought it would have been funny. He called me a few hours later. I could tell from his nervous laughter that he was still playing. Alright, bruv, I give up. What's behind the door? How do you open it? I was confused. I didn't remember implementing any doors or anything that could be described as one. My initial assumption was that he had caught on to the joke and was now trying to mess with me in return, so I just played along. Oh, that. Yeah, so you gotta collect the 77 pages, and then a hyper-realistic animatronic Slender Man will come out of there and start chasing you. I could practically hear him rolling his eyes. Hilarious, mate. No, but seriously, how do I open it? I've looked everywhere for like a pressure pad or a key or something. At least give me a hint. I persisted, sharply dismissing his nagging. But after a while it became apparent that his frustration was genuine. We moved the call to Discord and he shared his screen, showing me what he was talking about. Turns out that he was being very much for real. Plastered across one of the walls was the flat texture of a door. It was red, resembling a fire exit, which made it all the more jarring against the color palette of grays and faded browns that otherwise dominated the environment. I blinked in confusion and leaned forward in my chair. I certainly hadn't put that there. With Alex still on the call, I booted up my level editor and clipped up to the 7th floor, the same floor that he was on. Sure enough, the bright red door was on my version of the project as well. It appeared to be part of the texture pack that I was using. Not sure how, but I guessed I'd somehow missed it during my numerous playthroughs. It was a fun little WTF moment, but obviously nothing we were about to lose sleep over. I even briefly considered keeping it there as an inside joke, but ended up replacing the door with a more fitting surface. I began work on the 2nd level just a few days later. It was inspired by a reoccurring dream I've had. A looping, white, sterile corridor with rows of yellow lockers on each side. The player would have been dropped at the end of it and given no further directive. There were no puzzles to be solved, no hidden switch that would reveal some secret passageway. That was sort of the point. I remember thinking I was being so clever, so abstract, as though I was on the verge of creating the piece de resistance of all walking sims that would be dissected and theorized on for years to come. In reality, all I did was make a tech demo using a bunch of pre-made assets. A Stanley Parable, it most definitely was not. After playtesting it for a bit, I sent the finished version to Alex. It didn't even take a full hour for him to call me back. This time around, he sounded more agitated than nervous. I've been walking for like 30 minutes. Where am I meant to be going? I laughed, but internally, I was actually quite annoyed with him for not appreciating my vision for what it was. I chalked it up to my friend being a meathead without a single creative bone in his body. There was surely no other reason as to why somebody wouldn't be positively enthralled by the mere prospect of walking through the same hallway over and over again. Don't know. Try tugging the left wall. I snidely replied, "Screw off. It all looks the same. Am I supposed to, do something with the lockers? There's the door, but that doesn't seem to do anything. So I'm assuming..." I perked up. Door? What door? Alex laughed sarcastically. Don't start again. It wasn't even that funny the first time. I scooted closer to my desk and adjusted my headset, adopting what I considered to be a more serious tone while launching the editor once more. Where is it? Alex's microphone crackled as he exhaled into it. He was still convinced that I was trying to mess with him, which, given our usual dynamic, I guess I couldn't blame him for. I don't know, man. Close to where you spawn? I found it almost immediately. Snugly nestled between two neighboring lockers was the red door. Unlike its previous iteration, it was no longer just a flat texture, but rather a fully rendered 3D asset. I couldn't believe it, yet there it was. Its clean metallic surface gleaming beneath the harsh lighting. Just to reiterate once more, I'm absolutely, positively certain that I hadn't put that there. I could no longer attribute it to negligence either. It's one thing to accidentally misplace a texture, but there was no way that I had somehow added an entirely new object to the game without realizing it. Of course, there was nothing actually behind the door, nor a way to open it as far as I could tell, but that didn't make the whole situation any less weird. The only other person that would have had access to my computer was Mom, but she doesn't even know how to work a browser, much less do something like this. Could a hacker be responsible? But why would somebody take the time to remotely edit my game and leave everything else on my PC untouched? Just to freak me out? They were succeeding if that was the case. Once I managed to persuade Alex that this wasn't my idea of an elaborate prank, he was even more freaked out than I was. He went full creepypasta protagonist on me, saying that the game must have been haunted or something. Now, I like my Ben Drowned and Sonic.exe as much as the next kid that grew up in the 2010s, but it would have taken a lot more than that for me to consider the possibility of a spooky cyber ghost that gets off on putting random doors in people's games. We spent the rest of the evening talking in circles. In the end, we nestled on the tried and true method of doing nothing. I vaguely remember mentioning something about having my OS reinstalled, but I never got around to it. I already had a lot of things that I was dealing with at the time. I suppose you could say that this project was my means of escapism. It made me feel productive, like I was actually working towards something, however inconsequential. In short, I needed it, and I wasn't about to let a few bizarre coincidences take it away from me. The third and last level that I ever worked on was my most ambitious yet. The way I envisioned it is kind of difficult to describe. I think it was inspired by an image I saw on Reddit. Imagine a large field, complete with rolling hills and broad valleys. But instead of grass, it's all covered by a green carpet. Pinned against the painted-on sky was a very obvious spotlight, which would have followed the player around, always shining directly at them whenever they would look up. The goal was to make it feel like you were stranded in this uncanny, poorly put together mock reality that didn't even try to hide the fact that it was a set. It, as in whatever was messing with my game, didn't even wait for me to fully finish the level this time. I was still in the process of making sure that the camera didn't clip through the more uneven parts of the terrain. As I turned my point of view around, I saw it. The by now all too familiar red door, suspended in the middle of an untextured plane. It stood vertically on its own. There was nothing behind or around it. I would have probably been more unnerved had a part of me not subconsciously expected for it to eventually show up. In fact, I wasn't scared at all for some reason. Worse, I felt inexplicably drawn to it. My player character inched forth without my input. It was like I was in a cutscene. Soon enough, I was standing directly in front of that door, looking up at its imposingly tall frame. I had neither the option to step back, nor approach any further. As I looked down at the fully rendered handle, a prompt appeared in semi-transparent white letters. Press E to open. I swallowed hard and, desperate to sate this newfound sense of morbid curiosity, did as instructed. My screen went completely black and then transitioned to solid red. Another prompt floated into view. Use WASD keys to move. I would have never realized that I could control my character again had the game not expressly told me. Upon retreating a few steps, I realized that I had been standing up close to a wall, and in actuality, I was in some kind of enclosed space. Every inch of it was painted in that same shade of solid, uniform red. Unless viewed from a specific angle, you couldn't really tell where one surface ended and another began. It was nausea-inducing. I tried pulling up the console menu. Nothing happened. I could neither exit nor minimize the game. Regardless of what combination of keys I attempted, it became increasingly clear that I was no longer in control. And yet, I couldn't quite bring myself to press the power button on my PC. I had this inexplicable urge to uncover the secrets of this place. It was like some sort of primal impulse that was hardwired into my brain. The seemingly endless network of empty spaces was divided by walls and narrow passageways. Distinguishing one room from another was close to impossible. It felt like I was walking in circles, and that most likely was the case for a good while, until I stumbled into a room that actually had something in it. Placed on an equally red table was a can of silver spray paint. Immediately upon picking it up, I was prompted to press F on my keyboard to use it. A crudely drawn check mark materialized on the surface I was facing. I now had the ability to mark off places that I've already explored, which, needless to say, proved immensely valuable. Armed with my new way of navigation, I now felt like I was making some actual progress. The more I explored, the more I began to pick up certain patterns. I realized that each section was comprised of a set of cyclical layouts. For example, every 5th room was L-shaped, and every 10th room was H-shaped and connected to multiple corridors, one of which always looped back to the start of the sequence. It practically turned into a rhythm game. 1, 2, go left, 3, 4, go right. If the levels that I'd already created could be looked at as their own self-contained microcosms, then I suppose that this was their version of the back rooms. A maze of uniformly textured, procedural spaces that, ironically, embodied the spirit of liminality even better than anything I could have consciously conceived. And then, finally, after what felt like hours, I entered a room that was quite unlike the previous ones. The oppressive red was replaced by beige wallpaper. It gave me this intense feeling of déjà vu, and still does whenever I think about it. Mounted onto the opposite wall was what looked like a flat-screen TV. There were no other exits apart from the one that I came in through. I seemed to have reached the end of the monochromatic labyrinth. Upon approaching the vertically placed monitor, I was promptly presented with two options. Press Y to meet your host, press N to go back. I paused for a moment and looked over at my phone. It was 4:45 a.m. I had already gone this far. No way I was backing down now. I briefly considered calling Alex, but thought better of it. Even if I did manage to wake him up, I would have then had to spend another hour trying to convince him that this wasn't my idea of a joke. No, I needed answers, and I needed them now. My finger hovered over the Y key. I took a deep, anxious breath and pressed it all the way down. The virtual TV came to life. White lines raced across its screen. At the center of a blank background appeared the still portrait of a man. The image was low-res, that I could count the individual pixels that comprised it. What it lacked in detail, however, it made up for in expressiveness. The unfamiliar man's cartoonishly large frown dripped to the corners of his jaw, and his eyebrows were scrunched together in a peevish stare. It was like someone had taken the stock photo of a typical suburban dad and used the liquefy filter to exaggerate his features. I nearly jumped out of my seat as a grainy and eerily upbeat voice suddenly emanated from my speakers. There had been virtually no audio cues thus far, which made it all the more jarring. Hello, guest 185. This is Henry. Henry is an introvert. Henry doesn't like having guests. What you see at the bottom of your screen is Henry's patience meter. There was now a green bar occupying the bottom of my POV. It was at 99%. You best get going. Henry's not a patient man. Use shift to sprint. After delivering its brief tutorial, the TV flickered and slumped down from its perch, crashing against the floor. I glanced down at the rapidly dwindling bar. 90%. The pressure was on. I was no longer questioning the logistics of what I was experiencing. I just knew that I had to find my way back, and quick. The logical part of my brain tried to reason with the rest of my body, assuring me that I was in no real danger, and yet there was no denying the pounding in my chest, or the cold beads of sweat rolling down my forehead. Using the shift key, as per instructed, I backtracked through the red corridors as swiftly as I could, applying the same methods that I used before, but in reverse. I audibly sighed in relief whenever I came across a previously marked room, as it assured me that I was headed in the right direction. 75%. It took me several hours to initially solve it, and I now had to reach the start of the maze in a fraction of that time. The increase in movement speed certainly helped, but not as much as I would have hoped. 30%. I could have sworn that the meter was decreasing faster the further I got. It was as if the place didn't really want me to leave and was just toying with me, making me think that I stood a chance at escaping. 5%. I was panting even though I wasn't the one actually running. I was so close, but evidently not close enough. As I turned a corner and headed down what I presumed to be the penultimate stretch, I saw that there was another asset blocking the claustrophobic passage. It was one of those old, bulky TV sets which projected a static image of the same warped face as before. It was pointed right at me, expecting me. 0%. Uh-oh. The disembodied, enthusiastic voice announced, "You've really gone and done it now. The one thing that Henry hates more than guests are guests who outstay their welcome. But not to worry." Suddenly, a loud thump shook the window next to my desk. My blood ran cold. I swallowed the proverbial lump in my throat and slowly turned my head towards it. There was a dark hand pressed against the glass. It was followed by another, and then another, all reaching in from different angles, until all I could see were various sized palms grasping at the flat pane, applying more and more pressure against it. "Henry will just have to pay you a visit instead. Henry could always use more red paint." I fell out of my chair just in time as the window practically exploded. Glittering shards scattered across my bedroom. Terrified, I rolled onto my hands and knees, propelling myself up to my feet before bolting for the door. A tsunami of hopelessness crashed against me as soon as I emerged onto the other side. I was no longer in my apartment. Stretching before me was a branching, crimson corridor. This wasn't a game anymore. Or if it was, I was the entertainment. Something grabbed the back of my sweatshirt. I squirmed away, leaving it in my pursuer's grasp. I ran, I screamed, and I pleaded. I barreled through the identical rooms and interrelated passages, desperate to evade the imminent presence that followed my every step. I glanced back for only a second, which was enough to refuel my panicked frenzy, as what I saw will haunt me until the day I die. A cluster of elongated limbs ending with human-shaped hands. Using them, it crawled forth like a centipede. At the center of the flailing mass was that face. Although its deep frown was now an impossibly wide grin filled with straight teeth, its eyes had become two circular voids. They trembled with excitement the closer it drew. This was it, I thought. There was no way that I was getting out of this alive. My legs were bound to give out sooner rather than later, and I was in no state to assess where I was going. Whatever that grotesque monstrosity was intending on doing to me, I just hoped that it was quick. I was on the verge of surrendering my fate when my salvation appeared before me in the most unlikely, and yet ironically fitting form. A red door. It blended so seamlessly with the walls that I saw only its outline, but it was there nonetheless. My way out. I mustered what remaining endurance I had and charged towards it. My lungs were on fire. I couldn't feel my calves anymore. It was like I was running on stilts. I shut my eyes and threw myself against the door, spilling onto the wet asphalt beyond it. My shoulder and elbow absorbed the brunt of the impact. Thankfully, it wasn't my skull. Still high on adrenaline, I snapped my head back. The door was gone. There was only concrete stained with old graffiti. I rubbed my bleeding elbow and steadily rose back up, then looked around. I was in the abandoned car park across from my apartment complex, the one that I used as inspiration for the first level I ever created. The morning sun shone through the gap in the outer wall. I broke down crying then and there. It was over. Against all odds, I had somehow survived and made it home. It was too good to be true, and, well, as it turns out, it was. I stepped out into a world that I quickly realized isn't my world. The differences are subtle, but they are there. Chief among them being my own mother not knowing who the hell I am. She'd apparently never had a son. Alex threatened to call the cops on me after I repeatedly showed up at his school to try and talk to him. In his defense, if some random guy walked up to me and told me that they were my best friend from another timeline, I'd probably react the same. Things haven't been easy for me, as you can probably guess. I spent 2 years sleeping on park benches and diving through dumpsters, even turned to drugs to cope with the overwhelming trauma and loneliness. I can't say that things are all well and good now, but I do have a roof over my head, which is an improvement. I don't think I'll ever be able to live a normal life, but I am trying. Hence me writing this. I don't want to be alone anymore, and the internet is the only place where I can talk about this without worrying that I'd be thrown in a padded cell. You don't have to believe me. I wouldn't believe me either, but hey, thanks for reading anyway. There's one thing in particular that I can't stop thinking about. That creepy voice called me guest 185, which implies that there were 184 guests before me. Did I escape into the reality of some other version of me that got inadvertently sucked into that place as well? You know what? Come to think of it, I don't really want to know. Do you know what a tumor smells like? Oranges. Not ripe ones. Rotten. The type you bite into and immediately regret it. I realized there was something not quite right with me when I smelled oranges on my kindergarten teacher. I made sure to tell her every day. I'd walk in and catch the same stink in the air. Miss Weller was in her mid-30s and always greeted me with a bright smile. When she opened her arms to pull me into a hug like every other morning, the smell was intoxicating, and when I wrinkled my nose and tried to sniff it out and find the source of rotten oranges, it hit me that it was Miss Weller's head that smelled, not her hair. Her hair always smelled of lavender and strawberries. No, it was what was inside my kindergarten teacher's head, right inside her skull. I knew something was wrong. I told her one day. When the other kids were playing in the playground, I ran over to where she was bent over her flower garden, planting roses, and smiled widely. "Your head smells of bad oranges," I said, and Miss Weller looked shocked for a moment before laughing it off and telling me to go and play. "But you do," I said. "You smell of bad oranges." The teacher settled me with a smile. "Well, I haven't had any oranges." "What do you mean, Mina?" I didn't know what to say, because how was I supposed to describe it? "You just smell," I whispered. A few months later, Miss Weller stopped coming to school, and I learned from listening in on my parents' hissed conversation that my kindergarten teacher was very sick. It wasn't long before she passed and her flower garden was abandoned. I still went there to see if I could still smell the rotten oranges, but the only smells were the roses and lavender planted for her. I guess I should preface this by saying I've had a strange sense of smell my whole life. When I was 14, I was sitting in my middle school cafeteria talking to my friends when I was attacked with the sudden aroma of chicken, which was so potent in my nose and throat, I thought I was going to throw up. I didn't, thankfully. But Olivia Lennox, who had been sitting across the table from me, suddenly choked on a chicken drumstick. I remember her body face down on the table in a halo of willowy blonde hair as Mrs. Michaels attempted the Heimlich maneuver in CPR to a lunch full of traumatized kids. We were all expecting the chicken bone to fly out of Olivia's mouth like in the movies, but when Olivia Lennox stopped making spluttering noises, and a teacher pressed her ear to the girl's light pink t-shirt before jumping up and telling us all to stand back, I knew she was gone. Olivia had been talking about summer vacation before she died. She was excited to go to Italy. Reality is different from the movies. It's a whole lot more cruel. When people are destined to die, they actually die. The end. I bet you wish you had a way to know when your time is up. People see it as a blessing so they can complete their bucket list and enjoy life to the fullest. When it's not your date, however, it's different. I suddenly had the power to know how strangers and loved ones were going to die just by the smell coming off of them. And yet my own death was a mystery. It made me wonder if I was dying too. Maybe I was connected with recently dead souls, as well as souls who were going to die soon. But according to my doctor's checks, I was healthy. There was nothing wrong with me, so what was happening to me? The sense I caught didn't always match how someone was going to die. Olivia was a rare occasion when it actually did. It didn't happen all the time. I managed to live a fairly normal life up until my teenagehood. People die and it's normal. That's what I thought to myself, at least, after I caught the smell of popcorn and caramel when I walked past a little girl, or on the way home from school when the mailman greeted me with a smile, and I was suffocated with the smell of moldy cheese. I never saw a countdown or a time limit, or anything to suggest when people would die. I just knew they were going to. The mailman's death was in the newspaper several days later. He'd been struck by a drunk driver and killed instantly. As for the little girl, 6-year-old Ellie Chambers had drowned in the local swimming pool. I couldn't do anything about them. I considered it, but then I realized how crazy I'd sound if I ran up to some random person and told them they were going to die. Not just that, but I knew from their smell I'd be labeled crazy. I learned to ignore it. As selfish as that sounds, I finished high school with decent grades and planned to go to college. I didn't exactly have specific goals or a college or a major. I guess I was winging it. I wanted to see the world and distract myself from the suffocating smells. I was at our senior bonfire when I first got the whiff of gas. I was maybe 2 beers down and was already feeling it. We were all sitting around a raging fire and drunkenly singing and exchanging memories from our 4 years at Bellevue High School. When I smelled it again, it was suffocating. A sharp, intense stink turning my stomach. I was suddenly all too aware of my classmates around me. Their faces lit up in orange, wide smiles and glazed over eyes. I panicked. I mean, anyone else would panic if they had the same sense of smell. I jumped up from where I'd been sandwiched between my best friend and boyfriend and stumbled over to the cooler of drinks, grabbing bottles of water. The others didn't seem to notice me, enveloped in some story one of the cheerleaders was telling everyone. The smell was ready to turn over my stomach, and I was swallowing down the taste of beer creeping back up. I doused the fire with trembling hands, and I didn't stop pouring water into flickering orange flame until a warm hand was wrapped around my wrist. Mina? My boyfriend's voice was white noise compared to the screech in my head. I didn't notice I was crying until the empty bottle of water slipped from my hands. I waited for someone to die. I waited for one of the cheerleaders to trip and fall, or a guy to start vomiting blood, but nothing happened. I was led back to my seat and I was trembling. The fire hadn't been completely put out, but some kids were complaining, jumping to their feet and announcing they were going to get firewood. I kept to myself for the rest of the night, waiting for a death, and when one didn't come, I found myself filled with both confusion and relief. On the way home, I fell in and out of sleep, my head bumping the window of my best friend's car. The radio was playing mellow pop songs, and my friends were talking about college admissions and a movie recently released they wanted to go and see. I remember joining in the conversation, laughing along with them, and reveling in the relief flooding me. Nobody was dead. I'd caught the scent of someone who was going to die, and I made sure to count everyone in our class before I left. They were all there, all smiling and happy and definitely not dead, so the question haunted the back of my mind, despite me shaking it off and trying to be positive, trying to believe that I was finally rid of the stupid curse. Who was going to die? As we neared my parents' house, the question wouldn't leave me alone, so much so that I suddenly felt like I was going to be sick. It came over me like a wave of ice water, knocking the breath from my lungs. I couldn't breathe. Suddenly, my chest heaving, my heart in my throat. I was lying face down in the back of my friend's car when she jumped in the back and wrapped her arms around me in a hug so tight, I thought my heart was going to burst out of my chest. In the corner of my eye, I saw flashes, blue and red flashes blurring into one. My friend was sobbing into my shoulder, dampening my sweater, but I couldn't concentrate on her words. They weren't fully going in. I heard accident and car, and all of me splintered apart. I'd known it was coming. That was all that went through my mind, that same tumultuous thoughts. It was driving me crazy. I had smelled my mother's death and couldn't stop it. How though? That's what I keep asking myself even today. How could I have known that the smell of gas had equaled my mom wrapping her car around a stop sign? That's the worst thing about whatever this is. It lets me know someone is going to die, and it's up to me to join up the dots. I was through joining up dots after my mom died. I got whiffs of people and stayed the hell out of it. I distanced myself from Dad. I know it wasn't my fault Mom was dead, but I felt responsible knowing I could have stopped it. So, I got out of town at the age of 19. I started college but dropped out 3 months after making friends with a boy called Caleb. He was the oddball in class and kept to himself and his drawings. I asked him to hang out one day, and we ended up going back to his dorm and binging Game of Thrones. He was my first real friend, and really the first person I'd connected with and allowed myself to get close to. I was hanging out in his dorm room helping him pick out sketches for an art competition. Caleb was an amazing artist. We were laughing over something trivial when he leaned over me to grab a brush, and I smelled it again. It wasn't as strong as before, more of a hint when I inhaled deeply to make sure. Rotten oranges. The aroma brought back memories of flower gardens and a sweet woman's smile. I couldn't go through that again. Not with Caleb. Stupid Caleb with his dorky grin and obsession with Studio Ghibli movies. I dropped out of college the second I left his dorm. That rancid smell following me. I made sure to text him to see a doctor, and then I deleted and blocked him. I know it sounds cruel. It is cruel. But you have to understand I can't bear to be around people I know are dying and can't stop it. I don't know how to stop it. Even if Caleb gets help and somehow survived it, the smell doesn't go away. I like to think because the smell wasn't as potent, maybe there was a chance Caleb could have survived. I've never had the heart to check after abandoning him. So here I am 5 years later. I moved to the city and got an apartment. Not exactly 5 stars, but it works. You're here for the title, so I'll get to the meat of it. Please bear in mind I will be changing the names of everyone mentioned to the characters in Bram Stoker's Dracula, because I can't think of aliases, and I really don't want to reveal names. I'm not the best at social interactions, so when a work friend dragged me to a random party without specifying it was a party, she called it Gathering of Talented People, which I could understand since we were in the capital. Well known for talented people or pretentious art students who live off of daddy's buck. Anyway, the party was in some warehouse apartment which was on the shadier side of the city, so naturally, I started to get wary in the Uber ride there. I hadn't spoken for most of the ride, more interested in my Duolingo lesson. I was on a 4-week streak. Where exactly is this party? I leaned over to my friend Calliope, shouting into her ear over the screamo on the radio. Luckily, she wore enough perfume to drown out the scent she might be harboring. I'd initially been cold to her when we first met. I didn't want to get attached to anyone. Calliope, however, had a certain charm, an energy I couldn't say no to. She absorbed all positive energy, and most of the time she drives me mad, but I love her. Unlike me, she was an actual college student and worked part-time at the antique store I'd found solace. There were almost no customers, and the people who did come in were either rich kids looking for something sparkly, or middle-aged women with insane stories to tell. The kinds of stories I could turn into books if I knew how to write properly. Man, the things I've learned. One woman once told me she was abducted by aliens who used her blood for glue. She was completely serious. Relax. Calliope was already high, flirting with the Uber driver, who was more interested in her cleavage. It's just round the corner. Really? Pressing my face against the window, I squinted into the night. Blurs of colors from passing apartments and clubs dancing in my eyes. The city at night was my favorite. I liked that my thoughts were drowned out by booming music and screaming, and everyone's individual smells came together in an intoxicating mix I couldn't untangle. When the Uber pulled up to a towering apartment building, I knew I'd made a bad decision following Calliope to the so-called gathering. When I jumped out of the car though, smoothing down my skirt and trying to brush down the frizz in my hair, I noticed very official-looking security guards standing at the door. Calliope grabbed my arm with an excited squeal. See? I told you this was a fun idea. I tipped my head back and frowned at what looked like a rooftop party. That looks like more than a gathering. I shot my friend a skeptical smile. Calliope rolled her eyes. Okay, more than a gathering. You win. But cool, right? Yeah, cool. I nodded. But I was thinking about being in a confined space with strangers who no doubt had sense that I didn't want to know. If I could stay outside, that would be my best bet. Or I could plug my nose. When Calliope waved 2 slips of paper in my face, I had to squint to read the blocky font. Invitations. The two of us hurried past the security guards after flashing our invitations. Calliope with a grin, and me waving it in the air awkwardly. When they waved us in, I had to bite back a hiss of excitement. I'd never been to this type of party. Invite only seemed so exclusive. When we were presented with 4 flights of stairs, I started to trudge up them, sticking to Calliope's side as she danced up each step in her heels. I could hear the thrum of music getting progressively louder, shaking the building. Who cares? Calliope was out of breath. She twisted around to grin at me, panting. I scored them from a guy in my English class. He got a ticket for Dua Lipa and gave us them for free. I realized how out of shape I was when I found myself fighting for my breath. Lucky him. She grabbed me and pulled me up the last few steps, the two of us dragging ourselves to a wooden door spray painted with graffiti. I expected a more exclusive way in, like a secret passageway, or a what's the password guy behind the door. But it was good enough. I could already smell stale pizza and beer, so it was going well. As long as the party was suffocated in smells I couldn't place, I would be okay. The trick was not seeking out the stink. The door opened, and we crashed through into a rooftop pool party. The crowd already moving under fluorescent lights which danced in my eyes. Music blaring, and it was perfect. The only smells were the overbearing stink of cologne mixed with chlorine from the pool. Calliope nudged me. Mingle. She shouted in my ear before bouncing off to greet a couple of college kids waving colored party cups. I started to follow her but stopped myself. Calliope and her friends were third-year English Lit students. What would we talk about? She had often expressed that her class were pretentious assholes, and I'd seen it in person when a guy who had come to hang out with her, and then proceeded to go on a 3-hour rant about how Midsummer was spiritual and had changed his life. When Calliope had teased him, I thought he'd laugh along and call himself out, but he was completely serious. Unsurprisingly, I glimpsed him among the others surrounding Calliope. Something told me he wouldn't appreciate my lack of knowledge of Ari Aster and A24 movies. I was told to mingle, so I tried. I joined a conversation between two girls who were both talking in Gen Z speak, so I just smiled and nodded and acted like I understood. Moving towards the open bar, I grabbed a drink and found a spot on the side of the pool, dangling my legs in illuminated water rippling over my toes. The smell of chlorine masked everything else, and it was comforting. I watched the party go on around me in a blur of colors and skin enveloping together, and I was content. The pool stayed empty to my confusion. It was warm enough for a midnight swim, and yet I watched girls and guys edge around it like it was filled with poison. If I had a swimsuit and Calliope's confidence, I would have happily dove in. I glimpsed familiar faces swimming around in the crowd, B-list Twitch streamers and YouTubers. The party was pretty chill though. It seemed like everybody knew everybody and were in some artistic profession. I was just happy to inhale pool fumes for the rest of the night. I mean, that's what I thought. After an hour of sitting in the same spot choking on chlorine and staring at the pool like I was in some crazy trance, I realized my best friend wasn't getting bored. I could vaguely hear her laughing loudly with her friends. I pulled out my phone to check the time and was hit in the face with that bird notification. I closed the app halfway through my Duolingo lesson, and he wasn't happy, sending me urgent notifications. After a quick glance at the time, which was closing on midnight, I trudged through the last 3 questions. I was frowning at the screen, struggling to make out a Japanese phrase when a laugh sounded from behind me. I thought it was at someone else, so I ignored them when they laughed again. Is that Duolingo? The smell of spice and cinnamon suddenly hit me, and I turned to find a guy around my age holding a bright red apple. Not like he was going to eat it, more like he'd brought it to the party as an accessory. The fruit looked good, juicy, and suddenly tempting enough to reach out and snatch it from him. I wasn't sure what to stare at, his face, which I vaguely knew, or the apple. He'd been on TV, or maybe a movie I'd seen. I couldn't place a name, though. The guy stood out away from the crowd and brandished a white shirt which clung to him in all the right places. A pair of Ray-Bans pinning back dark brown bedhead. He was hot, and he looked pretty out of it. I didn't know if it was drugs, or maybe he'd taken a nap. Bruises shadowing his eyes. I didn't know what to say except, "What's with the apple?" He raised a brow. "What's with the impromptu Duolingo lesson?" "It's fun," I said, pocketing my phone. "Well, so is holding an apple." I expected him to leave, taking the smell of spices and autumn leaves with him, but instead he hovered awkwardly, still grasping the apple. I figured breaking the ice would be a good idea. Instead of the two of us standing together with him not saying anything, and me choking on his scent. He had a good scent though, like someone had captured the smell of fall, petrichor, and crushed leaves. I racked my brain for a name. "That guy." He smirked. "Oh, that guy? Yeah, I'm that guy. How did you know?" I scrambled to correct myself. "No, I meant... It's Ren," he said, the muscles in his face twitching into a smile. "I can go by that guy too." Ren was a joker, but after the first few awkward jokes which didn't land, he grabbed a seat next to me and talked about everything from his favorite video games to the time he'd gotten food poisoning from bad shellfish. He was the type of guy who could keep you embroiled in a story which wasn't going anywhere, or a joke which had died halfway through because he was too busy laughing to properly tell it. An extrovert at his prime. Ren was choking on whatever cocktail he'd grabbed to drink, halfway through telling me about his childhood dog when a shadow suddenly loomed over the two of us. Ren glanced up, his mouth curved around the straw in his drink. There was a girl hovering over us looking less than impressed. In her hand was a drink, and at first I thought she was going to throw it over him, but she took a delicate sip from the straw, offering me an awkward smile. She was beautiful, and I mean beautiful and didn't have to try. She wasn't wearing anything special, a low-cut t-shirt over shorts, and yet flaunted them effortlessly. When I drank her in, she looked half asleep, blinking at Ren through half-lidded eyes. She had bed hair too, a crown of dark curls framing her face. The girl had the faint smell of mint. Nothing bad, just toothpaste, I think. "Are you an idiot?" She reached out and grabbed Ren's wrist, pulling him to his unsteady feet. "We've got to go, now." The girl had an urgency in her tone, and from the sudden look in Ren's eyes, like he was waking up from a trance, he nodded. "Right. Fuck. Are we good?" To my confusion, he tipped his head back, his gaze going to the sky. "What time is it?" "Nearly midnight," she said in a hiss of breath. "And nearly totality." Her perfectly made-up eyes narrowed. "Where's the apple?" My gaze went to the bar. She was right. The apple had disappeared. "Fuck," he hissed. This isn't good." Ren turned a shade of white I didn't know existed, his eyes skating the horizon. I followed his gaze to the pitch-black sky. It was a starless night, a half-moon poking from the clouds. "Is everything okay?" I stood up, swaying slightly. Maybe it was the drinks I'd downed while talking to him, or social butterflies were contagious. Ren scoffed, pinching the skin between his brow. "Oh man, don't even ask." "Dude." The girl hit him with a scowl, though from the look in her eyes it was teasing. "Can't we just stay here?" Leaning against the bar, Ren groaned, and I noticed his expression relax once more. "We've got like 5 minutes." The girl shot him dagger eyes, before her gaze flicked to me. "He's got a thing. I mean, we have a thing. And this thing, it's important." No." Ren crossed his arms. "We don't have a thing, Luce." The girl, or Luce, rolled her eyes. "Right, my mistake. He has a thing which isn't with me." You really have a way with words. And you're 3.5 minutes away from being screwed. Luce glanced at a fancy watch on her arm. Wait, no, 2.5 minutes. You don't have to count down. I told you this was a bad idea. She gritted out. But nobody ever listens to me. I said no parties. Relax, we're going. Who are you, my mom? The two of them fell into hissed whispering, and I glimpsed a bright red apple poking from her Louis Vuitton bag. So, these guys really liked their apples. In the end, Luce dragged him away. I followed, uncertainly, stumbling over myself. Are you guys good? I had to shout over the music. I shoved past partygoers, suddenly mesmerized in Ren and Luce's business. Yeah, Ren nodded, but he kept nodding. Like nodding would make everything better. He seemed fidgety and paranoid. Suddenly his gaze snapping from the sky to the pool and back again. Luce pulled him back into the crowd, the two of them blending in with dancing bodies. It was nice meeting you, he shouted, yelping when Luce yanked him. Mina, right? Yeah. I was about to ask for his number, but he'd gone. The two of them swallowed into the dark. When I was left standing on the edge of the pool, my eyes found the sky once more. Slivers of white light bathing the clouds as a full moon slipped into view. I found myself transfixed by the sight, before warm arms wrapped around me, beer breath tickling my ear in a curled slur. What's the number for Chinese takeout again? Calliope, whispering sweet nothings into my ear. I spent an hour that night in my bathroom, rubbing my best friend's back as she heaved up everything she'd eaten, mixed with a cocktail of vodka and beer. I let her crash on the couch and jumped into my own bed with a spinning head. I don't remember sleeping, only waking up at 10 a.m. to sunlight pouring through my windows, and the smell of pancakes. Calliope was a good cook, especially when she was hungover. I scarfed down pancakes and headed to work. I'd only gotten maybe 2 feet out of the door before a Starbucks latte was shoved into my face, and behind that latte was a disheveled-looking Ren. He was still in the same clothes, crumpled and torn at the bottom, a checkered jacket slung over his shoulder. This time his Ray-Bans covered what I had to guess were bloodshot eyes from either drugs, or drink, or both. Morning, he said cheerfully, running a free hand through his hair. I noticed he wasn't alone, 2 figures standing close by. I recognized Luce's hair, though the other person was a mystery. Hesitantly, I took the coffee with a smile. It was still warm. You know where I live? Oh, yeah, you told me last night. I was pretty sure I didn't. Maybe I did. The night was kind of a blur. Early morning coffee became the norm. Ren brought me coffee every morning, and that turned into a date where both of us were too awkward to speak. A second and third date where we got closer, and before I knew it, I was spending the night at his apartment. I was introduced to his 2 friends, Luce, who I already sort of knew, and Johnny, the mystery guy. Looks-wise, he was opposite of Ren, short and stocky. While Ren's attributes were a sharp jawline, Johnny had a baby face, freckles dotting his cheeks, and a liking for baggy clothes. The 3 of them had a friendship, or a connection, I guess, that I didn't really understand. They didn't fit as a friend group, at least that's what I thought initially. Ren was the extrovert, always loud and joking around, while Johnny spent his time on his phone or listening to music, hiding under his hood. Luce was a mixture of the two. Sometimes she was loud and overly passionate, especially about musical soundtracks, but she also seemed like a dreamer, often caught in her own thoughts. The 3 of them were a good distraction from my usual dilemma: smells. Though, as I got to know them, I realized there was something strange about them. I noticed Ren's room was weirdly empty, and his luggage was always packed in the back of his closet like he was ready to go somewhere. But he never did. I figured it was because he was traveling for work, but he never used it. Things started to get really weird a few weeks back. We went to a party, some fancy influencer party Johnny had been invited to, and it was pretty fun. I drank and talked to people like the usual party crap. Just didn't think anyone was out of the ordinary until I walked in on Ren closing the blinds, Johnny holding duct tape, and Luce sticking tape over the windows. I'd heard their hissed whispers, domineered by Luce, her voice muffled with the roll of duct tape in her mouth. What exactly do we do when someone walks in? Ren climbed onto the counter and reached out, pulling the blinds closed. They're all probably too high to realize. It's just for a few hours. Because you insisted it would rain. Johnny, from his place sitting on the counter, his feet dangling, said with a sardonic smile. He grabbed an apple from a gold-plated fruit bowl and took a bite. And look, he said through a mouthful. Clear skies and we're stuck until sunrise. Johnny slipped on his Ray-Bans and leaned back, kicking his legs. He whistled. Fuck. They're really trying hard tonight. The bastard is strong. I backed away before they noticed me. Instances like that kept happening, and I started to wonder if they were scared of the moon. It made sense. They made excuses when I suggested going out on a moonlit night, and Ren always closed the blinds, the windows, and kept silverware, including mirrors and anything with a reflective surface, locked away in a cabinet. When I questioned him, he said it had all been passed down from a grandparent, but I'd seen a Target price on the mirror, and the silverware definitely wasn't rusty enough to be that old. Though, things got weirder. As weeks stretched on, I started to smell burning. I woke up in the middle of the night to the stink of smoke choking the back of my throat, but there was no smoke. There was no flame, only the suffocating stink bleeding into my mind. It was just like the rotten oranges and the smell of gas. It was him. It was all over him, blanketing his body and mind, an ignition taking over him. Ren was burning. It wasn't the usual smell of burning, not what I was used to. The smell suffocated me until I couldn't breathe, raw and slicing. I sensed flesh bubbling and torn from bone, hair singeing from a blackened scalp. I felt it all. The overbearing heat prickled my skin, a silent scream ripping from my mouth. No, not my mouth. His. It's like I could sense him, imagine his body caught in an ignition of orange, flailing arms and clothes slowly catching light in endless fire. The burning didn't stop, it didn't falter. It kept going, scorching him from the inside. Ren, though, was fast asleep. He couldn't smell the smoke, or see the phantom flames. I got out of bed and found the bathroom, dousing myself in cold water. My hands were trembling. I waited for him to die, but he didn't. When I went back to the bedroom, he wasn't in bed. Ren was sitting cross-legged in front of the wall. His eyes were open, but unseeing, as he scratched into the paintwork, his nails dripping red with the force of each stroke. I couldn't move, only watched as he sketched out a very rough drawing of a tree. It was beautiful. A large tree with strange symbols carved into its base. I only recognized what looked like a snake, which he finished with digging his bloody nails in further. When I was finally able to force my limbs into some kind of submission, I took slow steps towards him and found myself staring into pooling black. His eyes? They weren't his eyes. His expression twitched erratically, lips moving in a soundless language I didn't understand. Ren saw the carving the morning after. I know he did, but he ignored it, painting over the scratching. I did manage to get a photo. I'll try to upload it. The next day, Luce showed up at the door. Johnny was behind her, shouldering a backpack, and I caught the scent automatically. Hitting. Burning. They were burning too. I could see it, twisting orange and red, writhing up and down Luce's squirming legs, her endless scream harmonizing with a monstrous wail. Luce said 3 words in a sharp shriek. They found us. They left me without saying a word, but I can still smell them. 5 days have passed, and they're not back yet. The smell is still there, still lingering in a thick fog. It's not just the smell. I can feel something. Something deep inside me telling me that he's going to burn. Every day feels like I'm living in a dream, my thoughts tangled and cloudy. Yesterday I screamed until my chest felt like it was collapsing, blood tainting my nose and lips and running fresh and hot down my chin. It came out of nowhere, a wail that I can still feel twisted inside me, locked into my throat. Every time I open my mouth, I'm afraid it will come out. I'm afraid I'll scream until I'm hollow, until I've lost all my breath. I've tried calling, but their phones are dead. I keep thinking. I mean, I've gone over it again and again in my head. They're supposed to die. So, why? Why does it feel different for them? Why does it feel like they're going to burn in an entirely different way? And whatever it is, I can't stop it. Like Miss Weller, my mom, and Caleb. I can't stop it. This story happened 5 years ago, but it still freaks me out to this day. I'm a long-haul truck driver. I've been doing it for most of my adult life. I love the freedom it provides. Out on the open road, not stuck behind a desk wearing a suit and tie. I would hate that. I prefer being by myself and getting to travel to new places. Anyway, on the night this incident took place, I had just stopped for the night across from a little diner right outside of middle of nowhere, Nevada. I figured I would grab a bite to eat before getting some sleep for the night. The diner was pretty empty, except for a guy leaning over what looked like a cup of coffee in the far corner, and a young couple in one of the booths. I grabbed a seat at the counter, setting my hat down in front of me. An older woman with permed red hair and thick Coke bottle glasses approached me from behind the counter. She was holding a pot of coffee in one hand, while the other hand was resting on her hip in a "I'm too old and too tired to be doing this" expression. "What can I get ya?" she asked in a very unenthusiastic tone. I'll take a club sandwich, please. And a water." The overworked and underpaid waitress nodded and then headed over to the couple in the booth. The young woman was laughing her head off at something the guy had said. I turned my attention to the small TV with the antenna situated on top like a pair of rabbit ears. It was late night news, and the reporter was covering a story most people had probably already read about online a few hours ago. Something about a missing prisoner. Yikes. I had never thought much about the dangers of sleeping on the road until that very moment. I mean, I obviously always locked my doors and tried to park in a well-lit area, if there was one, but other than that, I had never really considered the inherent risks of sleeping in usually sketchy areas with just my flashlight for protection. I know truck drivers are usually thought of as big, burly, intimidating men, but I'm a normal height, average build guy just looking to do my job. I picked up one of the little creamer cups out of the dish on the counter and started rolling it over in my fingers. The handsome reporter on the TV had handed things off to the even better looking blonde woman giving the winning lotto numbers. The door to the kitchen swung open, and the waitress emerged with my food and drink balanced on one of those circular black trays. Thank God. I was starving. I hadn't eaten since early that morning, and that was just half of a Pop-Tart. Thank you, I said as she set the plate in front of me. Uh-huh, she muttered as she disappeared back into the kitchen. I had just taken a bite out of my sandwich when the lights overhead started to flicker. There was a faint buzzing noise that went along with it, like an overloaded wire. Well, that wasn't too surprising. This diner looked like it hadn't been upgraded since the 50s, with the ripped upholstery in most of the seats and the faded blue paint on the walls. It would be surprising to learn that this building's electricity still ran off vacuum tubes. I continued eating, not really caring why the lights continued their occasional strobing. I had begun to pull out the small, thin book of crosswords I carried around in the front pocket of my denim jacket, when I heard the sound of the door opening and closing behind me. Two large men dressed in black suits entered the diner, both looking around before pointing in the direction of the man sitting by himself in the corner. I continued watching them as I ate. The man at the table was wearing a sweatshirt with a hood pulled over his head, his hands folded neatly on the table in front of him, like a man deep in prayer. It was hard to make out his expression because his face was obscured not only by the hood, but also from the long dark hair sweeping across the bridge of his nose past his chin. I swallowed, then took a sip of water as I watched the men in suits sit across from the hooded man. One of the suit guys was pointing a finger at the man, and then pointing the same finger up towards the ceiling. The hooded man continued sitting there, not moving a muscle. I finished off the rest of my food, and finished off the water in a tidy little gulp before standing up and fishing my wallet out of my back pocket. I peeled a $10 bill off the large bundle of ones and laid it on the counter. It was right as I put my hat back on and turned to leave that the lights went out again, only this time they stayed out. That's about the same time the waitress came crashing through the swinging door from the kitchen, screaming at the top of her lungs that she couldn't see. At first I thought that she was having a very dramatic reaction to the lights being out, but then I realized she actually meant something far worse. Blood was running from underneath those thick black glasses, onto the grease-stained apron which hung from her neck. "God, help me!" she screamed, running like a chicken with its head cut off. I was just about to lunge over the counter to help her when another scream shouted out from my right. This one was the young man that was sitting with his girlfriend. Only he wasn't the one who was hurt. His girlfriend had collapsed onto the floor, violently convulsing on the ground as she started to foam at the mouth. "Holy shit, somebody call 911, the young man shouted. He was kneeling next to the girl, cradling her head in his arms. "Oh my God," I shouted as I sprinted through the front door of the diner. As I was running, I noticed the man that had been sitting in the corner. His hood was off, and he was standing now, as the two suited men lay by his feet. There was something horribly wrong about his face, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was in my hurry to get out to my truck. My phone was in there, and I needed it if there was any hope of getting these people help. I ran across the silent, empty street, and then slammed into my driver's side door. I frantically moved all my papers and empty wrappers around before finding my phone next to the seat. I dialed 911 and looked back across the street at the diner. My mouth dropped open as the dispatcher's voice said, "Hello? Hello?" into my ear. The small building was completely engulfed in flames. Smoke was rising up into the night sky, obscuring the view of the stars. Against the backdrop of that orange fireball was the figure of a man, slowly walking towards me. I threw the phone into the truck and climbed into the driver's seat. I locked the doors and looked through the windshield. The man was gone. I pulled my keys out of my pocket with trembling hands and started the engine. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and turned onto the road. That's when I saw him. He was standing in the middle of the street, perfectly still, watching my truck as I drove away. only this time I could actually see his face, and that is what still gives me nightmares to this day. His face was illuminated by the fire, and I could see that the skin was pale white, paler than snow, and the eyes were even whiter than that. There were no eyebrows, and the lips were turned upwards into an awful sneer, exposing the rows of long yellow teeth within its mouth. I escaped that day, but I know he is still out there. It is still out there, and it may be coming for you next. I never thought I'd be one of the people to write a story here, to share something horrible. I actually never used to read Reddit or anything like that. I don't even like horror stories, but my mother loves everything scary. She decorates her house for Halloween in August. She watches slashers like they're her stories. I guess I started reading these stories to try and engage in her hobby. It never really clicked, but I tried. My mom was always interested in this stuff though. When true crime became bigger during the pandemic, she eagerly started watching every YouTube channel she could find. I'd wake up in the mornings at 8 a.m. to the words throat slashed or eyes gouged out or stabbed 44 times. I was 18 and I had heard my mother say exsanguination more often than she'd said I love you. I know that sounds dramatic, but not only is it true, it's frighteningly relevant. I saw less and less of the woman who had raised me, and more of an empty shell with nothing to fill her but the horrible words coming from our TV at all hours. My dad wasn't in the picture. He hadn't been for over 10 years, for reasons I won't get into. But I know he was depressed. It was just me, my mom, and the TV. Once, when I had managed to drag her out to a doctor's appointment, I joked that the TV was my new dad. She'd just looked at me with her tired eyes, no anger or humor, and I didn't say anything about it again. I began to wish for her to get angry at me, to do something, to feel again. I regret that now. The thing about true crime, beyond the obvious that it's true, is that most of the cases that get sensationalized are unsolved. I read somewhere that there are as many as 50 active serial killers in the US at any given time. Of course, that means a lot of them don't get reported at all. But the ones that do, and the ones that aren't solved, get turned into televised candy for bored housewives. Exactly a month ago today, I woke up to my mom doing the same thing she did every morning, drinking her coffee and watching a video on YouTube. "Hey Mom," I said, expecting no response. It was almost startling when she snapped her head towards me and grinned. "Hey Em," she said, cheerful. It was the most emotion I'd heard in almost 2 years, and I admit I was a bit nervous by the sudden change. "You want to watch this with me?" she asked, gesturing at the television with her coffee mug. I'd bought it for her a few years ago. It said, "Number 1 cat, Grandma." A stupid joke, and an upsetting one. My cat had run away a few months ago. But I can't pretend that I wasn't also a little happy to finally be invited into this secret world my mother languished in. She wasn't antisocial, but I wouldn't say she liked talking during her stories. Maybe a few comments here or there, but mostly to herself. I sat on the couch. Instead of continuing the video, my mother clumsily navigated the Roku remote control and began a new one. A glance at the video info said it had been posted around midnight, 8 or so hours ago. She patted my leg awkwardly as the video began. I smiled a little weakly and then focused on the TV. I was honestly confused by her enthusiasm. She practically vibrated with emotion as we watched the opening scroll. It was the usual stuff, the name of the channel, then the name of the episode, and a few words about Patreon. On the bottom left, a little pop-up about paid promotions being in the video slid into the screen, and I felt my eyes glaze over. Yes, I'd tried to engage with my mother before, but I can't say I was thrilled about this. The voice on the screen had a dead, utilitarian sound. Subtitles were on despite the words themselves already gliding across the screen. I recognized Windows Movie Maker style transitions and almost laughed. Today's story is pretty unique to the channel, says the man's voice. Most of the cases we discuss on here are old, cold cases, but today's is as fresh as a daisy. It was a bit strange to hear someone talk about what was probably a terrible crime, that it was the latest fashion, but I digress. He continued. In the sleepy town of Caston, Maine, a gruesome scene was discovered on May 12th. I stopped. Caston? Is that what my mom wanted me to watch? It was the town next to ours, only a few miles drive to the west. I must have made a face. My mom turned to me with a huge grin, nodding her head and never quite meeting my eyes. 2 homeless men were found dead, their throats cut, their bodies stashed in a dumpster behind a local grocery store. The funny thing is, the killer obviously had trouble getting the bodies in there. They built a makeshift stairway with old pallets. No DNA was found at the scene, beyond the victims, which honestly was everywhere. The killer rolled them up the stairs like old rugs. On the screen, an amateurish recreation of the scene drawn in Photoshop popped up for a moment. Then, "All right," said the voice. "Here's a message from today's sponsors." I turned to my mom. She still looked thrilled to be sitting there watching it with me. She had more color in her cheeks than she had in over a year. Her blonde hair, streaked with gray, was brushed and pulled into a fancy bun. She'd stuck a blue pin through her hair. It was a dragonfly styled in faw-stained glass. I'd gotten it for her on her 50th birthday. There had been a real sapphire tucked away among the blue and white painted glass. It had fallen out, but the hairpin itself was still beautiful. The blue in her gray blonde hair added made her look 10 years younger. After the sponsorship spiel was over, we finished the video. It was pretty cut and dry. The only real shock was that it had happened so close to our house. The police had no leads, and the video ended up with a number to call in case there was any info. "So?" my mom said. "What did you think?" I said not really sure what to say. It was kind of scary that something like that could happen so close to us. I know those guys were homeless, but that doesn't mean it isn't awful. "What's awful about it?" my mom asked with a bitter note. 2 people died, Mom." "Oh." She perked up again and smiled. After that, we ordered pizza and watched a movie. She let me pick, which meant it was the first non-horror film I'd watched with my mom ever. After that, things went back to mostly normal. I still woke up at 8 a.m. to the sounds of true crime on the TV, but there was a small difference. My mom would ask me questions about the videos. I'd sit, laptop on my legs, and job application after job application on my screen. And she'd ask me if I thought the killer might get caught, or if he or she was smart enough to elude police, if fingerprint evidence was enough to catch someone. I didn't really know, but even though it was still about her hobby, I responded. I even felt myself starting to get into it. It was almost like a soap opera. Even though you knew the content was bad, it sucked you in. Until tonight. I'm writing this from the bathroom. My mom thinks the food we ordered didn't sit well with me, but the truth is that I'm fine, at least physically. I had decided to actually start watching the videos ahead of time, so I could answer her questions, get more info and gain some knowledge about this hobby of hers. I reasoned it wasn't her fault she was bored. It wasn't her fault she was retired and the world had gone mad and there was a pandemic. I'd loaded up the video as soon as it popped up. The same channel that had started this whole mess. Windows Movie Maker, a pop-up telling me there was a paid promotion, and 2 more bodies. More homeless men. The voice on the screen had more pep to it. He was happy that there were now 4 bodies. You need 3 kills for it to be a serial. The cops were still pretty dumbfounded, but they had a small lead. The killer had possibly left behind some evidence, and the YouTuber was thrilled to have procured a picture. Legally, he swore, but I rolled my eyes. As the image slid onto the screen, I felt my stomach fall. It was a small plastic baggie. Picture taken by an inexpert hand, probably with a phone. Inside, a tiny sapphire, glue still encrusted on the side where it had fallen from its setting. Help me. Part 1. I woke up on my couch this morning. The first thing I noticed was the piercing headache that comes with a horrible hangover. And then I acknowledged that waking up on my couch, with obvious signs of heavy drinking, instead of doing so in my bed with my wife peacefully sleeping beside me, was not exactly encouraging. So as I got up and went to clean myself off, I tried my best to remember everything that took place last night. As soon as I did, I felt guilty. My wife Sophia and I had a heated argument that ended when I eventually passed out on my couch from all the alcohol I consumed. As soon as I stepped into our room, I noticed that she wasn't asleep on the bed like I expected her to be. There was no sign of her actually. Not her phone, nor her shoes, not her purse or any of her clothing laying around our room. Nothing. I figured that maybe I woke up a lot later than I thought, and she simply went out to grab lunch with her friends. This theory was quickly buried when I checked the time on my phone. It was only 9:20 a.m. This shook me up quite a bit, and I didn't know where she was or what she was doing hours after I drunkenly told her the most insulting and degrading things I could think of. Do you see where this is going? She could have spent the night revenge fucking some random loser for all I know. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to hug her and apologize for all of the horrible things I said to her. The guilt I was feeling was only worsened when I noticed her profile picture was missing from my contact apps, meaning she either just removed it or blocked me. The latter seemed like the most likely of the 2 options, as ever since we met, she had always kept the same picture of her and her twin sister Casey. I figured I needed to clear my mind before doing anything stupid, so I decided to step into the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I did, I let out a huge sigh of relief when I saw a sticky note attached to the mirror. It read, "Hey Alex, I'm really sorry about last night. I know I was acting like a total maniac and provoked you into saying things you didn't mean. I want you to know that I'm not mad at you, and that nothing is wrong. I just went out to the beach to take a walk on the shore. I would have told you all of this in person, but you seem pretty passed out, and I didn't want to wake you up. Anyways, I'll be back soon. I love you." I smiled as I picked up the note and read it. However, I couldn't help but think that despite this obvious sign that I was just overthinking the whole situation, something still felt wrong. I brushed it off and proceeded to take a nice, long, hot shower. I felt a lot better as soon as I stepped out. My hangover had improved significantly, and the stabbing sense of guiltiness was almost gone. I got dressed and quickly tried to call Sophia, but it went straight to voicemail. This just made that lingering sense of worry suddenly reawaken itself, but then again, the beach had pretty much no signal, so I didn't worry about it too much and decided not to act immediately. Big mistake. Minutes turned into hours as I desperately waited for her to arrive. All I could think about was her shiny, long blonde hair and those beautiful blue eyes. I soon realized it had been 4 hours since I picked up the note she left me, which would have meant she had been away for a lot more since I had no idea when she left. She never spent that much time at the beach, so about 1:30 p.m., I decided to leave my house and go look for her. I ran into my good friend Max on the way to the beach. He told me he just left his surf shop and how excited he is about working on a customized board for one of the clients. He quickly noticed I wasn't exactly matching his energy, and seemed quite worried. He asked me if anything was wrong, and how he could help. That was just classic Max. He was always there for his loved ones. He'd stick with those close to him through thick and thin no matter what. That's why I was really glad I ran into him on this particular day. I needed that kind of support now more than ever. I quickly explained the situation to Max, and his typical massive smile gradually turned into a serious expression, and I let out my concerns. He took a deep breath before speaking. Okay. I would have thought she'd just stayed mad and crashed somewhere, but that note really complicates everything. He then thought for a moment before speaking again. Maybe she's actually still mad at you, and still crashed somewhere, but she left you that note so you wouldn't come looking for her. I wouldn't worry too much, man. She's probably at one of her friend's house talking shit about you right now. But that's how it goes with her, man. She's a drama queen. She wouldn't just leave you without a big final showdown face to face, right? What he said did make sense, but I was still worried. Yeah, exactly. She wouldn't just leave without saying anything. That's why I'm worried. What if she actually came here and something happened to her? I replied, well, in that case, I'm here to help you look for her. Although I really don't think she's kidnapped or anything. That's insane. Trust me, she's probably at someone's house enjoying some time away from her psychopathic husband. He let out a soft chuckle, but quickly turned serious again when he saw his joke didn't amuse me at all. Look, man, if you're gonna help me look for her, I really appreciate it. If not, don't get in my way, I said with a stone-cold expression on my face. Roger that, he said as he quickly ran back towards the surf shop. I assumed he chose the latter of the two options I gave him, and scoffed quietly as I arrived at the beach. I was mistaken. About 20 minutes after he left, I heard Max calling out for me. I was too focused on looking for any sign of Sophia to turn around immediately, but when I did, I was delighted to see my friend alongside the entire staff of his surf shop making their way towards me. They were equipped with flashlights, binoculars, and even an automatic weapon, in case things went sour. I couldn't help but smile at the sight before me, and greet my friend with a hug. We wasted no time and immediately split up into 4 groups, walking around the beach and asking every pedestrian if they've seen a blonde-haired woman in her mid-20s earlier this morning. We were met with negative answers over and over again, until the sun started to set and our hope of finding Sophia slowly disappeared with it. Before I knew it, it was already 7 p.m. We had been asking around for any sight of my wife for more than 5 hours, and most of Max's team were starting to lose hope entirely. One of them suggested we call off our search, and instead file a missing person report with the local police. I stubbornly refused, noting that the local police is extremely incompetent and a missing person report almost always leads to nothing. But deep down, I knew that was my best bet. Max quickly said, I agree with Alex. The police won't do anything to help us, but Detective Hoffman might be a different story. I'll call him right now. I was confused by his statement. However, it gave me hope. Whoever this Detective Hoffman guy is could really help us right now. At least help us more than the police would. Max quickly explained to me that Detective Hoffman is the client he talked to me about earlier. He was shopping for a birthday present to give to his son, and a custom surfboard from Max's shop was what he chose. Max told me that they had become great friends, which by his standards most likely meant that they were mild acquaintances, but whatever kind of relationship they had was irrelevant. What mattered was that this guy was a trained detective who also worked as a private investigator, and after a short phone conversation with Max, he agreed to help me find my wife in exchange for a hefty discount on his customized surfboard. I was so thankful that Max actually agreed to this, especially considering that initially he thought that there was nothing to worry about, but hey, that's Max for you. Detective Hoffman and I got in touch as soon as he ended his conversation with Max. We agreed to meet at my house that same night, so I said goodbye to Max and his crew, thanking them and especially Max for their help, and quickly made my way back home. I still had a sliver of hope in me that as soon as I walked into my house, Sophia would be right there waiting for me. Of course, that wasn't the case, but my disappointment was short-lived as about 10 minutes after I arrived, I got a knock on the door. It was Hoffman. I opened the door and greeted a tall but slender man into my home. He gave me a firm handshake and asked if he could come inside. Of course, I responded affirmatively, and he immediately took off his large, black trench coat to reveal a minimalistic, yet elegant white shirt and a red tie. He made his way into my kitchen and asked me if I had any bourbon. I was a bit shocked by his confidence. Usually, I would be the one to offer booze to my guests. I didn't have bourbon, but I did have about half a bottle of scotch left, so I offered it to him, and he gladly accepted. I took out 2 glasses and handed them to him. He served a generous amount of the brown liquid to each glass, put them on my kitchen table, and invited me to sit down. Again, his confidence was definitely a bit shocking to me, and I could have definitely mistaken it for arrogance, but I decided to keep these thoughts to myself. The only thing that mattered to me was finding Sophia. Listen, Alex, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I need you to be 100% honest with me if you want us to get anywhere. Understood? Yes, I understand, Detective. Fantastic. Now I want you to know that we have a confidentiality agreement in place, meaning anything you say cannot legally be shared to anyone. Understood? Yes, understood, I replied. I definitely got a bit nervous when he asked me that. I was afraid of what he could ask next. Did you murder, attempt to intimidate, or attempt to physically or psychologically harm Sophia Atkinson? I was lost for words. I froze up. This Sherlock Holmes doppelganger thinks I killed my own wife. No, of course not. How dare you even suggest that in my own home? I can't begin to explain how. He calmly cut me off. No need to get defensive now, Alex. I just need to have a full understanding of the situation, so I can make an informed decision on how to proceed. I am not suggesting anything. He spoke again before I could reply. Tell me about Sophia. Did she show any change in her character in the days leading up to her disappearance? Did she show any signs of desiring to terminate your relationship? Is she closer to any of her relatives or friends than she is to you? I thought for a few seconds, and then began to tell him about our big fight. I was drunk and thought it would somehow be acceptable to demand she stop seeing her twin sister Casey so often. I hate to admit this, but I got jealous. I was jealous that my wife was spending time with her sister. God, I'm such an idiot. I told Hoffman about Casey. Her and Sophia were extremely close, but oddly enough, I never got to spend much time with her. Sure, I knew who she was and had seen her around sometimes, but I never got the chance to properly introduce myself to her. The closest I ever got was at my wedding, when she congratulated me and Sophia, and we exchanged a few words of gratitude, but that was really it. I was bothered by the fact that my wife spent so much time with someone who was practically a stranger to me, even though I had absolutely no right to feel that way since they've literally known each other since they were born. I understand. Do you happen to know where this individual resides at? Hoffman asked, referring to Casey, of course. Yes, she lives about 4 blocks away. I replied, not entirely understanding the purpose of Hoffman's question. Good. I would like to go speak to her immediately. I'll wait for you inside my vehicle, he said, and quickly stood up, grabbed his trench coat, and stepped outside. I was a bit shocked by this, but I remembered my goal of finding Sophia, so I followed behind him and made my way into his black SUV. The drive over to Casey's house was quiet and rather uncomfortable, but as soon as we got there, he handed me some sort of tape recorder and a pair of earphones. He said, "I'm going in alone, but I need you to listen carefully to everything she says. Try to make connections between anything you may learn and everything you already know. But I need you to stay cool and composed, Alex. I will pressure her heavily. So it is more than likely that Casey will disclose some information that is new to you. But no matter how angry it makes you, you have to stay here and stay focused, understood?" This shook me up a bit. I wasn't ready to find out what Sophia had been hiding from me, but I was certain that I was going to hear it anyways. Hoffman is intimidating to say the least, and I just know that if there truly is a big secret that Sophia had trusted Casey with, Hoffman would be able to get it out of her with ease. Part 2. I observed anxiously from the vehicle as Hoffman made his way to Casey's house. It was 8:21 p.m. when he gave the door 4 firm and loud knocks. He was about to knock for a 5th time when a short, blonde-haired woman greeted him with a confused expression on her face. "Good night, Mrs. Atkinson. My name is Detective Mark Hoffman, and I am here to ask you a few questions regarding the disappearance of your sister, Sophia Atkinson. Can I come in, or would you prefer I take your statement from outside of your residence?" That was a sneaky trick by Hoffman. Casey wasn't legally obligated to tell him anything, but his concise and confident demeanor would make her think she is. "I told you this guy is good." Sure, Mr. Detective. Please come in." Hoffman took a glance at me in his car, before calmly walking into Casey's house. I heard a loud beep noise coming from the tape recorder-esque device that he handed me moments before. He just activated a wireless microphone hidden in his tie. The door closed and my visual presence was gone, but thanks to that little microphone, I could still hear everything that was going on inside of that house. Wow, okay. I didn't even know she was missing before you came here. When did this happen? Casey asked with a genuinely terrified tone. God, her voice sounded just like Sophia's. "I'm not sure if you understand the dynamic here, Mrs. Atkinson, but I'm here to ask questions, not to answer them." I understand, Mr. Detective. I'm sorry, so how can I help?" Again, I'm not here to answer questions. Think of this as an interview. Whatever you say won't help or hurt anyone but yourself, so I would advise you to answer each of the following questions honestly and to the best of your knowledge. Understood? Yes, Detective. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but feel bad for Casey. This girl was probably relaxing on her bed when suddenly she learns that her sister is missing, and that she is considered somewhat of a suspect, or at least that's how Hoffman made it seem. She sounded so scared and vulnerable. "Please take a seat," Hoffman said. "Yes, sir," Casey replied. "Mrs. Atkinson, do you consider Mr. Alex Davis a friend of yours?" I felt a chill down my spine when I heard my name being mentioned. Well, sort of, yeah, I mean, she's my sister's husband, so obviously I care about him and stuff, but we're not like super close friends or anything. Did he do something to Soph? It's a yes or no question, Mrs. Atkinson. Shall I repeat it for you? Hoffman shot back without even acknowledging Casey's inquiry. No, I do not consider him a friend, she said with a much more composed tone to her voice. That stung. I mean, I could have probably guessed she'd say that, and assumed that I had something to do with Sophia going missing, but it still felt bad. Hoffman just barely started, and I already wanted to step out of the car and go talk to her myself. This wasn't gonna end well. Did Sophia Atkinson show any signs of being mistreated by Mr. Davis? Not mistreated exactly, but she did on occasions express being unhappy with the state of their marriage. What? What occasions? What the fuck is she talking about? I wanted to go in there and find out more. But I stayed calm, just like Hoffman told me to do. Please go into detail about said occasions. What exactly did she feel unhappy about? Well, she sometimes talked about how Alex has really bad temper issues. And I can assume he's probably an alcoholic from all the stories Sophia told me. She felt really upset whenever Alex drank more than he should have, because that's when he really loses his mind, according to her. That answer made me lose it. Why didn't Sophia talk to me about this? I was growing more impatient with every second that went by. I wanted to go in there so bad. And could it be possible that Mr. Davis had one of his outbursts in the days leading up to Sophia's disappearance? Well, definitely. It's more than possible. I think it's very likely, actually. He did have those outbursts quite often, according to my sister. I punched the glove box and grinded my teeth when I heard that. I knew it was true, and that hurt me more than it angered me. Did Sophia Atkinson ever consider ending her marriage with Mr. Davis? Yeah, on many occasions, but she expressed a concern for her well-being if she did. She was scared of what Alex might do to her afterwards. Okay, what the fuck? Casey was literally turning me into the prime suspect of the case with the guy I hired right there. I couldn't sit here like an idiot and take this for much longer. Did Sophia have a backup plan, if you will, for Mr. Davis? I didn't even want to hear what Casey had to say about that. Sort of. She was going to meet up with a painter she met on the beach. That was supposed to happen a few days ago, but she canceled on him. She told me she just couldn't do that to Alex, and she felt super guilty after. I was simultaneously relieved and completely enraged when I heard her answer. What painter? How could Sophia even consider cheating on me with a fucking painter? And a painter she met on the beach, for God's sake. Probably some junkie who makes $2 a day selling his shitty drawings to people who just feel bad for him. But at least she came to her senses, right? Please elaborate on this painter individual. What is his name and where does he reside? His name is Jamie. I can't seem to remember his last name, though. Maybe she didn't even mention it to me. And as for the second question, I have no clue where he lives, but he works at the beach, in a big blue tent by the main bar. Fucking loser, I whispered to myself. To the best of your knowledge, how did Jamie feel about Sophia canceling their date? A date? Holy shit. He didn't take it well. From what I know, he tried to get in contact with Sophia very often. She even blocked his number and he started calling her from a different phone. It got really, really bad. So bad that Sophia had to change her phone number to avoid him. She lost all of her contacts because of this. Oh, that explained the whole missing profile picture incident. I wasn't sure how to feel. And did he try to contact Sophia in person? Maybe show up to her house on some occasion? I don't know, but it wouldn't shock me if he did. And could have a face-to-face confrontation between the two of them lead to Jamie harming Sophia in any way? Wow, maybe yes. I didn't think of that. Oh my god. Casey sounded worried when she said that. I should have been worried too in hindsight, but then and there, I felt like I was losing my damn mind. I wanted to have a chat with this Jamie guy. Maybe even stab him to death and throw his body in the sea too. I will not take any further questions from you. Thank you for your collaboration, Mrs. Atkinson. No problem, Detective. Let me know if I can do anything else to help. It sounded like Hoffman was making his way out of Casey's house, and sure enough, I saw him walk out with a blank expression on his face, and start to walk towards me and his car with a steady pace. He stepped into his car and began to drive back to my house without saying a word to me. It was now 9:08 p.m. When we arrived, he gestured for me to unlock the door, and as soon as I did, he walked inside with no hesitation and made his way to my kitchen to pick up his still full glass of whiskey and down it in one gulp. I'm really nervous about this Jamie guy. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. That was the most informal thing Hoffman had ever done and said since I met him. I quickly snapped back to my senses and replied, "Yeah, Detective, I feel the same way. I want to kill that guy right now." "Don't worry, I do too. I would go over and question him right now, but it's late, and I imagine he's probably gone by now. But first thing tomorrow, I'll pay him a visit at his little tent." It seems like the alcohol really loosened Hoffman up. I thanked him for his help and wished him a good night. He then firmly shook my hand and handed me his business card. I realized I didn't have his number yet, as I had contacted him through Max's phone, but that issue was now resolved. He made his way out of my home. "Hey, thanks for the drink, by the way. Take care of yourself, Alex. I'll see you tomorrow," he said as he stepped into his car. Wow, a cop drinking and driving. I never thought I'd see that. I waved him goodbye and closed the door. I immediately collapsed onto the couch and started crying tears of rage. Whoever this Jamie guy was, and whatever he looked like, I was going to fucking kill him. In the middle of my breakdown, I decided to call Max. He almost instantly picked up, and we shared a short but meaningful conversation. "Hey brother, how did it go with Hoffman? Man, that guy is a complete badass, isn't he? I imagine you already figured out what happened to Soph, right?" His demeanor took a 180-degree turn as soon as he heard me still weeping tears. "Ah, shit," I heard him whisper with a terrified tone. I told him all about Hoffman's chat with Casey, and especially about Jamie the painter. "Dude, I know that motherfucker. He's bought a few beanies and ball caps from my shop before," he said with an enraged tone. "What does he look like?" I desperately asked. "Nothing this pair of fists can't turn into shreds, buddy," he replied. I urged Max not to do anything. Hoffman was going to go question him first thing in the morning, and that was final. Max sounded a little disappointed at me denying him the opportunity to beat Jamie's ass, but we had to be smart about this. He promised not to do anything directly, but he did say he and his staff were going to keep a close eye on Jamie. I didn't contest that, as I figured a few extra pairs of eyes couldn't hurt, and thanked him before hanging up. Downing the glass of whiskey Hoffman served a few hours ago, and passing out on my couch. I woke up to the sound of my phone ringing. It was a text from an unknown number. It read, "Good morning, Alex. It's Detective Hoffman. I have many things to share with you, but one is definitely more urgent than the rest. Please listen to the following audio file." The text had a 6-minute audio file attached, so I grabbed a pair of earphones and started to listen. "Mr. Jamie Watkins." Mr. Tall, angry British guy. I'm guessing that last bit was Jamie's voice. He sounded like a complete douche. "Good morning, Mr. Watkins. My name is Detective Mark Hoffman, and I'm here to ask you a few questions regarding the disappearance of Sophia Atkinson." I could hear a light scoff coming from Jamie. He then stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "I have no idea who you're talking about, Detective," Jamie said with a sarcastic tone. I could visualize a huge grin on his face as he said that. "Frankly, Mr. Watkins, I know that is not true. So I am going to remind you that if you choose to lie again during your statement, you can and will be charged for misleading an investigation. Hoffman sounded like he was slightly losing his control, which definitely was out of character. And frankly, Mr. Detective, I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so I think I would rather have you stop wasting my time and stop drawing my attention away from my work. Can't you see I'm working on a new piece here? God, you cops are such a pain in the ass. You are correct, Mr. Watkins. You are not obligated to tell me anything. I'm sure you definitely aren't obligated to tell me anything. Hoffman angrily replied, as I could hear the sound of his handgun being ruffled around in his belt. He probably flashed the gun to Jamie in an attempt to intimidate him. I learned it clearly didn't work as soon as Jamie spoke again. Wow, yeah, that gives me even more of a reason to ask you to leave. If you do so right now, maybe I won't tell your boss, Sheriff Strom, that you literally just threatened me with a weapon. How does that deal sound, Mr. Marky Mark? I do not work under Strom, but thanks for the warning, Jamie. I imagine this would be an appropriate moment to disclose the fact that I have already gathered enough evidence to put you under arrest for the kidnapping and possible murder of Sophia Atkinson, but hey, you should definitely continue to lie and provoke me. I wanted to believe Hoffman was lying when he said that. I just didn't want to believe it was possible that my Sophia was kidnapped, much less murdered. Then why haven't you arrested me yet, asshole? Jamie quickly scoffed back, sounding like he's completely unbothered by Hoffman's threat. Because I want to help you, Jamie. I can help you if you help me. Tell me what you know about Sophia's whereabouts, and I promise I'll make sure that you don't even get looked at as a suspect. Jamie stayed quiet for an uncomfortable amount of time, before he let out a light chuckle and said, Alright, look. I was supposed to come over to her house one night when her husband was away, but then she rescheduled our little date to yesterday morning. Okay, what? I thought Sophia canceled their date, but she met him the day that she went missing? This isn't looking good. Why would Casey lie? Or maybe she was being honest and Sophia lied to her about Jamie. Or maybe it's fucking Jamie who's lying. I definitely wanted to believe the latter possibility. And did you see her yesterday morning, Mr. Watkins? Yeah, I did. We went on a trip to Malu Island to grab lunch and a few drinks, but that's all I know, I swear. Malu Island was a small but beautiful section of land about a 20-minute boat ride away from our town. Please go into further detail about this trip, Hoffman said. Well, nothing sexual or even romantic took place. We met at the shore at around 8:30 a.m. and bought 2 tickets to Maru Island. We didn't really do anything major once we were there. We just talked for a while and shared a few drinks at the main bar, when she suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom. That's the last time I saw her. So she went to the bathroom at the bar and never came back? Hoffman asked with a distrustful tone. That's correct. I waited for about 20 minutes when I figured she just stood me up, so I got up and left. Jamie replied. Hoffman took a deep breath before speaking again. Let's talk about you for a second. Do you work here at the beach full-time? Is selling your, well, art your main source of income? Correct. Jamie confidently shot back. And where do you currently reside? Hoffman asked again. I live in a trailer home just outside the Bay Area. It's maybe 10 blocks away from here. I'll write down the address. I could audibly make out a scribbling sound. Very well, Mr. Watkins. I will not be taking any more questions from you at this particular time. However, I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other soon. The recording ended with that last statement from Hoffman. I felt more confused than enraged. Clearly, someone was lying, and I desperately needed to know who. I guess I got caught up in my own head because without really paying attention, almost unconsciously even, I got up to grab the bottle of scotch, and just as I was about to give in to my alcoholism, I was brought back to my senses with the sound of anxious knocking on my door. It was Max. My friend greeted me with one of his signature comfort hugs and quickly made his way to my kitchen as I closed the door behind us. "Dude, I got some bad news for you, and you're gonna want to hear it," he said as he opened my fridge and tossed me a beer can. I was curious to hear what he had to say. "Try to stay calm, alright? One of my cashiers, Jesse, told me just now that he saw that Jamie guy sneaking into his tent with a big black trash bag, and it looked like whatever was in it was moving." I felt a chill down my spine when I heard that. Could it be? Part 3. Max and I devised a plan in an attempt to catch Jamie red-handed. We were going to keep a close eye on him all day long, and when he finally decided he was done selling his drawings for the day, we were going to follow him home in Max's car. The stage was set. Max and I were positioned on the roof of his surf shop with a pair of binoculars in hand, and sure enough, there was Jamie. He was lounging on a foldable chair inside of his ever-so-charming blue tent, with his paintings on display like they were the lost work of Da Vinci. Oh, and a really noticeable smell of marijuana emanating from a sloppily rolled joint in his left hand. I swear to God that if you look up the word douchebag in the English dictionary, the first thing you'd see would be a picture of this guy. I really can't understand why he was still there. It was 5:08 p.m. and by the look of it, every potential client of his already left the beach, plus it's not like anybody in their right mind would pay the ridiculous price that he charges for a piece of his art. Maybe he doesn't arrive at the beach so early and leave so late to sell his drawings. Maybe he does it to scout his victims, to get close to vulnerable people without them suspecting anything. Maybe that's how he got to my Sophia. I was lost in my thoughts when a firm tap on my shoulder brought me back to my senses. Max pointed towards the tent as he quickly jumped from the rooftop and unlocked his car. "Dude, look, he's leaving. Hurry the hell up or we're gonna lose him." I quickly followed behind him and got into the passenger seat as fast as I could. As soon as I closed the car door, Max started driving almost recklessly, trying to keep eyes on Jamie's white van. We managed to get behind him without causing any suspicion, but I could tell Max and I felt equally as confused when instead of turning right, away from the Bay Area and towards where the trailer home he told Hoffman about would be, he took a left towards the wealthier side of our town. We followed close behind as the white van made its way into an old garage, just outside of Springfield, the neighborhood home to the most luxurious vacation homes and most stunning apartment complexes. We waited outside of the garage for about 5 minutes when suddenly, Jamie drove out of the garage in a insanely over-the-top red sports car. It looked like something straight out of a Grand Theft Auto game. Max let out an audible gasp of pure shock. I instead stayed silent for a while as we followed that ridiculously expensive car. "Holy shit, how much do you think that thing is worth?" I said. "I don't even know, man. Like a couple million at least, but the real question is, how the fuck did he pay for that?" Max replied while confusedly shaking his head. "Maybe he stole it. I don't know. There's no way he paid for it. I mean, I've never seen anyone buy his shitty paintings." I said, "That's the only possible explanation I could think of." Max let out a soft chuckle at my reply. "Dude, Alex, you're such a gullible little goofball. I mean, it's obvious this whole painter thing is complete bullshit. The guy doesn't live in a trailer home, and he most definitely doesn't make a living out of selling paintings on the beach. He's hiding something, and we're gonna find out exactly what it is." "But that doesn't make any sense. If you were a millionaire, why the hell would you pretend to be a junkie? Surely it would be the other way around, right?" I said. "Well, maybe he doesn't want people to know that he's a millionaire," Max replied. "But why? If I was a millionaire, I would be delighted if people knew. Why would anyone not want to take credit for that?" I confusedly stated. That's exactly what we're here to find out, Max confidently replied. Earlier that day, before my friend and I decided to go on our investigation, I got a text message from Hoffman. It read, "Hello Alex, I should tell you what I've been up to since our last interaction. I've decided that in order to eliminate all doubts regarding Mr. Watkins' supposed encounter with your wife, I had to investigate Malu Island. So I did, and I discovered absolutely nothing that could connect Mr. Watkins to the disappearance of your wife. Although, on second thought, I think it would be convenient if you took a look for yourself. Perhaps the two of us should travel there tomorrow morning and give the island another sweep. But to be honest with you, personally, I reckon that the supposed encounter never even took place, or at least in the way that Mr. Watkins described it to me." Then another text message after it. I can't describe how uncomfortable this individual makes me. I have a really, really bad feeling about him. I'll pick you up at your house tomorrow morning, just after I pay our little friend another visit. I'll see you tomorrow, Alex. Take care of yourself. The red supercar finally stopped, pulling into the driveway of a home I could only describe as surreal. Imagine the kind of property that the Wolf of Wall Street would own if he never got caught by the FBI, and times that by 10. Jamie calmly stepped out of the luxury vehicle and watched as two muscular men dressed in tuxedos greeted him, and one of them proceeded to park the car in the home's private garage. All Max and I could do was watch in disbelief as the scene before us unfolded. The home had a meticulously designed security system. It was no joke. There were cameras everywhere, at least 20 other unnecessarily jacked security guards dressed in tuxedos, a massive, electrified gate about 15 feet tall, and of course, because why not, there was a fucking sniper on the mansion's rooftop. It looked like a supervillain's hideout straight out of a video game. After analyzing our situation, Max and I quickly figured out that our options were quite limited. We only had two, actually. Option A, go home, or option B, die. Since we're not completely out of our mind, we decided to choose the first option and leave the investigative work to a professional, like our friend Detective Mark Hoffman, for example. We drove back to the surf shop and said our goodbyes for the day with a bittersweet feeling. We basically made no progress towards finding Sophia, and we're losing valuable time that in this particular situation could be the difference between life and death. But hey, at least we didn't attempt to break into a deranged billionaire's home. When I finally got home, the loneliness hit me harder than it ever did. My wife has been missing for more than 2 days now, and so far, all I've done about it is find out that she met up with a billionaire pretending to be a loser. She could be dead right now, or maybe she's still alive and in desperate need of some help. And yet here I am at home, alone, doing absolutely nothing to help her. I tried to change that by calling Hoffman and explaining everything Max and I saw in excruciating detail. I also sent him some photos I took of Jamie's car and his house. To my surprise, Hoffman seemed quite unbothered by this. He assured me that he'll get something valuable out of Jamie tomorrow morning, and wished me a good night. I'm ready to do something about it. I'm ready to step up for Sophia. Tomorrow, Hoffman and I will investigate Malu Island, and I swear on Sophia's name that I will not go home empty-handed. I will find something that can allow Hoffman to legally search Jamie's home, and then it's over. She'll be right there, alive and ready to finally come home with me. I miss her so much. I actually woke up at a reasonable time for once. It was 7:30 a.m., and I was ready to finally do something meaningful. I had called Hoffman the night before. I asked him to be present for his second interrogation with Jamie. I wanted to analyze everything about his demeanor. Any signs of guilt in his body language or matter of speech I was going to notice. Hoffman knocked on my door, and we decisively made our way into his black SUV. This made me reminisce about the time he interrogated Casey. The anxiousness and uneasy feeling was exactly the same. I was excited to find out more about Sophia's disappearance, but absolutely terrified about what exactly I could find out. Hoffman broke the silence. Right, Alex. Same thing as before. We will use the same wireless microphone technology we did last time, and the rules are still the same, yeah? If I'm being honest, I have no idea what I'll be able to get out of Jamie, so please keep a cool head. This could go extremely well or terribly wrong. But whatever happens, just stay here and do not leave the vehicle for any reason. Understood? Yes. Thank you, Detective, I said. We pulled up to the beach and Hoffman parked his SUV in a position that would give me a clear line of sight to the tent, but keep the vehicle from raising any suspicion. Hoffman handed me the same tape recorder thing as before, and gave me a pat on the shoulder as he stepped out of his car. I think up to that point, I had never been so nervous. Oh wow, look who decided to show up. My good old pal, Sherlock Holmes. I missed you, buddy. What have you been up to lately? Jamie said with an infuriating grin on his face. The show is over, Watkins. I now have conclusive evidence of your little side job. Or side life, I should say. And I imagine you wouldn't like it too much if that got out, would you? You'd probably lose a few clients if that happened. Jamie literally burst out laughing. How can someone be so relaxed when there's a trained detective interrogating them? Man, you crack me up, Mark. You're one hilarious dude, I'll give you that. I just wish you were as good of a detective as you are a clown. You're facing multiple charges that could lead you to more than 60 years in prison. Make that a life sentence in a few days when I connect you to the Atkinson murder. How exactly is that hilarious to you? Hoffman shot back. He's calling it a murder now? God, I really, really hope this is just a scare tactic. I can't even grasp the thought of my wife being murdered. Murder now, big shot? You don't even have a body, asshole. I literally own the police force, Mark. I'm perfectly aware of all the little scare tactics scum like you use to get people to incriminate themselves. You're pathetic, Jamie replied, that disgusting smirk on his face still intact. Well, what do you know? At least I tried. Hoffman said while reaching into his belt. He took out his handgun and fired a bullet into Jamie's foot. Holy shit. This is insane. Motherfucker! Jamie screamed out in pain, but his agony quickly turned into laughter. This can't be. The guy literally just got shot at, and he somehow finds this funny? And so the plot thickens. Did you have fun on your little field trip, Mark? Jamie was now in a full-on fit of laughter. There is something seriously wrong with him. You sent me to Malu Island to find nothing. How funny. Hoffman cocked his gun and aimed it at Jamie's foot once again. You wasted my time, so I thought it'd waste some of yours, Jamie said, still laughing hysterically. Hoffman then fired another shot into Jamie's foot. This time around, there was apparently no pain at all. In fact, it actually seemed to make Jamie laugh even harder. Tell me what really happened to her, or your head is next, Hoffman said with the weapon still firmly in hand. What really happened to her? Okay. What really happened to her is that I took her to my house and fucked her brains out. She begged me to stay, but I kicked her out as soon as I was done with her. Then after that, she probably killed herself when she realized she had to go back to Alex Davis. Jamie's fit of laughter got louder and more obnoxious with every word that came out of his mouth. I officially lost my mind when he said that. I didn't care anymore. I was gonna get out of the car, walk up to the scene, take Hoffman's gun away from him, and put a bullet through Jamie's skull. I was in the middle of unbuckling my seatbelt to do just that when Jamie spoke again. This is priceless, Mark. If only you could see the look on your face. This play just keeps on getting better and better, and perhaps it's time for the final curtain, but it seems like all of the actors are yet to arrive. Jamie actually stopped laughing. His demeanor took a sharp turn into something a lot more menacing than infuriating. You know exactly who I'm talking about? That idiot you call your client, sitting in your car like a coward, listening to me right now? Come out to play, Alex. I wanted to go, and I most definitely would have done so if I didn't notice that Jamie had some kind of assault rifle hidden under one of his paintings. So instead I stayed in the car like a coward. At this point, I hated myself more than I hated Jamie. Hoffman noticed it too, and he carefully walked to the car, still facing Jamie. With the firearm in hand, he got in, and we drove away. That somehow went even worse than anything I could have imagined. Well, goddammit. Now we're dealing with an actual criminal. I told you this guy is bad news, Alex. I had that weird feeling about him since day one. Hey, let's waste no time. Let's go to Malu, I quickly replied. And that's what we did. As soon as Hoffman and I stepped out of the boat, we immediately started scouring every little corner of Malu Island. Not just the places that Jamie mentioned like Hoffman did last time. Every bar, restaurant, shop, and public area we went to, trying to discover any clues that could lead us to the truth. Our efforts were seemingly worthless until we decided to investigate that old, rusted well located on the most desolate area of the land. I really wish we didn't do that, but I'm also, in a way, glad we did. My sanity could not handle a single additional ounce of uncertainty, so discovering the truth, as absolutely heartbreaking as it was, felt oddly rewarding. We opened the well and our eyes met with nothing but a pit of darkness. However, the smell was a completely different story. The well emanated a pungent odor, the scent of rotting flesh and solidified blood. When Hoffman lit his flashlight to reveal the source of such a disgusting smell, I threw up in my mouth. My eyes stared in disbelief as my chest sunk like never before. What we discovered was Sophia's corpse, staring back at us with those lifeless eyes. To this day, that sight makes me stay up at night. I can't get that image out of my head. The way her mouth froze open, and her hands rested stiff on what used to be her thighs. In that moment, I couldn't do nothing more than just stand there, too numb to even react. I felt the urge to scream or cry, but my body just didn't respond. Hoffman and I just stood there, frozen. I can't even tell you for how long. Time just didn't feel real in that moment. Nothing about that situation seemed real to me. It was a terrible nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. This was and still is without a doubt the worst day of my life, and I can predict with almost complete certainty that it will stay that way until I die. Jamie Watkins, if by any chance you happen to be reading this entry, let me just tell you that the murder case coming your way should be the least of your worries. If you are unlucky enough to run into me one day, I swear that I will put you through the most amount of pain the human body can handle, and I don't give a shit if we're in public. I will tear the flesh of your bones and rip apart every single one of your organs, one by one. You took my life away from me. You took the only thing I had and fucking took her away from me. I swear to God that one day I will do the same. I don't care how much I have to sacrifice. I will go to any and all lengths to destroy you and everything you have, even if it costs me my life. Take this as a friendly warning. If you value your life, the best thing you can do is just plead guilty and hide in a prison cell like the dirty rat you are for the rest of your miserable existence. But even that won't help you. I will find you, and I will make you pay for what you did to me. Part 4. It's been a year since events in my last entry took place. This time has been very uneventful, but there's still some important things that perhaps I should share. Jamie Watkins got acquitted of the first-degree murder charge against him. I don't even care anymore. I could see it coming from a mile away. We didn't have DNA or any piece of real evidence, just the audio recordings from Hoffman's interrogation, and those got easily shut down, since there were no witnesses of the interrogation besides me and Hoffman. The judge didn't even allow it to be played for the jury, and even if he did allow it, Hoffman literally shot Jamie twice during the interrogation, so it would have done more harm than good anyways. Again, I don't care anymore. I learned the hard way that with enough money, you can get away with almost anything. I distanced myself from almost every person who was in my life before this nightmare began. I only really stayed in touch with two people, Max and Casey. Max is my best friend and he's been incredibly supportive of me, always there when I needed someone to listen to my drunken rants. And Casey? Well, I get the feeling that I like her a lot more than she likes me. I've stopped by her house quite a few times, and although she always allows me to come inside, she definitely seems very uncomfortable around me. But for some reason, this doesn't really bother me. I feel happy and safe when I'm around her. It's a feeling that I can't replicate with anyone else. When I talk to her, I feel like Sophia is the one listening to me. Her facial expressions, her body language, her smile, and even her scent just makes me feel at home. I suppose it makes sense, since she is my wife's twin sister, but there's still something special about Casey that I can't really explain. Max has been trying his best to keep me away from her. He says she's preventing me from moving on. He also once told me that I'm trying to replace one twin with the other, and as disgusting as it is, I think he's right. I know I have to do something about it. This isn't right, and it isn't fair for Casey. I tried to turn her into a Sophia simulator, and I think she noticed. Max told me about a friend of his, a middle-aged lady who used to work for him as a cashier. Her name is Monica. She quit a few months ago in order to set up her spiritual shop, and apparently it's been a huge success. Her clients are always satisfied, and she seems to magically get rid of people's problems. Just what I needed. I decided to give it a try because why not? It was gonna be expensive, sure, but I figured it's better to spend my money on something that could help me instead of buying nothing but pre-made food and whiskey. I drove there at night. Usually I would be playing some music, but ever since this whole thing happened, I can't seem to get enjoyment out of anything anymore. Every song I used to listen to reminds me of her. Same with every movie and every show. Hopefully this Monica person can help me live a normal life again, although I do have serious doubts. Most places that sell spiritual items end up being a complete scam, at least from my experience. Hopefully this changes my mind. I arrived at the shop about 15 minutes after I left my house. Monica greeted me at the door and invited me inside. "You must be Max's friend, Alex, right?" she said with a big smile. "Yes, that's me. I don't really know why I'm here exactly. There's something seriously wrong with me and I was hoping you could help me fix it." I replied, "Yes, Alex, Max told me all about you. I'm going to examine you if that's okay. Please, take a seat." Examine me? What does she mean by that? I probably should have asked her to explain this examination of hers, but I really wasn't in the mood to cause a scene. So I did exactly as she told me and sat down on a old, brown armchair accommodated behind the counter. She then placed some sort of stone on my forehead, gently holding it still with her cold hand. After a few seconds, she removed her hand with the stone still in it, and just stayed quiet for a while. It maybe took close to a full minute before she spoke again. "You're broken. Something really traumatic happened, and you simply haven't been able to get over it. You're lost. You feel like you need to replace something that you lost, but in reality, you don't know what you want. Give me a few minutes, please." "Well, yeah, no shit. I think I already knew that, Monica. So far, this isn't quite worth the $500 fee she's charging me. Or that's what I thought." She stepped into the back room of her shop, and shortly after, came out with a melting oven and a few plastic bags with powdered materials that seemed similar to cooking condiments, although I knew that they obviously weren't what they appeared to be. She then took the stone she had previously placed on my forehead and started to melt it. It was actually a soul crystal, as she called it. She started carefully measuring out and incorporating the powders into the hot goo. She kept on adding and mixing for about 5 minutes until she finally acknowledged me. She asked me to come closer, and so I did. Without any warning at all, she took my hand and pinched my finger with a small needle she had on hand. And as soon as a drop of my blood splashed onto the mixture, she spoke again. She softly whispered something with her eyes closed, and then poured out the hot mix into a steel compass to create the needle. It was something in Latin, I think, but what really caught my eye was the compass she made. Why did it need my blood, and why didn't she tell me anything before doing that? Monica handed it to me and briefly explained its functionality. This is what we call a soul compass. Follow the needle, and it will lead you to the thing you desire most above everything else. Maybe finding what you truly need can help you handle your grief a little better. If not, I'm always here to help. I thanked her and left. This got me really curious, so I decided to follow the needle until it stopped moving. It led me to Casey's house. Don't panic, I thought to myself. Maybe it's leading me to something inside of Casey's house, not Casey herself. I don't know why, but I thought it'd be a great idea if I wait for her to leave her house so I can take a look. Why do I keep putting myself in dangerous situations? Maybe that's why I so often see things I'm not supposed to see. At about 8 p.m., a little over an hour after I got there, I saw her leaving her house all dressed up for a night out, I suppose, but she was with Max. Why? I saw the compass needle following her every step as she walked by with my friend. At first I felt bad about breaking into her house, but now I find out she's been hanging out with my best friend. I needed to know more. I just couldn't resist. I stepped out of my car and carefully made my way towards her room. She always left the window slightly open enough for someone to sneak in. She was just as clumsy as Sophia in that regard. Before I knew it, I was in Casey's room, and nothing really stood out until I took a closer look at her desk. A bunch of messy, unorganized paperwork and 2 perfectly packaged and unopened envelopes. Fuck it, I thought, and opened the first one. It was a bank receipt for the purchase of a property in Paris. Holy shit. I didn't know Casey was moving to Paris, and I certainly didn't know that she had that kind of money. However, my, that's weird reaction quickly turned into a what the fuck when I opened the second envelope. It was a letter signed by Jamie Watkins. Dear Sophia, I would like to inform you that so far, everything is going swimmingly well. Thanks to Maximilian's surf shop, I have been able to move my product like never before. And as a thank you gift, I bought you 2 a nice apartment out of the country. I will allow myself to suggest that you 2 move there as quick as possible. I imagine the dental analysis for Casey's body will be in rather soon. And when that happens, the cover is blown. Best regards, Jamie Watkins. My mom used to take me on walks after she and her boyfriends fought when I was a kid. We'd walk around our little town and eventually wander out to the park at the edge of town. Those walks were one of the few pleasant memories of my childhood. My infantile memory remembers the idyllic summer walks at twilight, with crickets singing all around like they were scoring a childhood that was less traumatic. The odd thing is, I can't remember the weather or the season of the day my mom disappeared. All I can remember is the carousel. We came upon it at the end of town, right up against the start of the woods. The carousel's whimsical music drifted out from its ceramic horses and chariots. It was like any carousel you've ever seen at a fair or amusement park. Classic ceramic horses and sleighs, bulb lights, mirrored walls. Except the thing was sitting in an empty field next to the woods. I begged my mom to let us take a ride. I still feel guilty about that. The carousel slowed when we approached. I found a white horse with a gold saddle. My mom jumped onto a horse right next to me. The last thing I remember of my mom was seeing her long red hair flowing in the wind of the carousel, her mouth open, smiling and laughing as the thing picked up speed. It was like the thing had completely washed away the hysterical fight I had just heard her have. I looked ahead to see the other horses and carriages bobbing up and down in that carousel rhythm. When I looked back to my mom's horse, and she was gone. I tried to climb down off the horse but couldn't. It was too high, and the speed of the carousel got faster and faster. I leapt off the horse and got off the carousel. It took me a second to recover from the crash. I looked back to the carousel once I did. It was gone. I was alone in the woods. I waited in the field where the carousel was until dark. Neither my mom or the carousel ever reappeared. I never saw her again. I told the police and every adult I could talk about what happened with the carousel. No one believed me. My mom was defined as missing. It was assumed she either ran away or was murdered and just never found. She was just another troubled woman in a small town who slipped between the cracks. No one cared, except for me. My foster care upbringing was what you think it was. Sad, chaotic, and damaging. Yet I made it through and put together a rather normal life. I had a good job, my own house, a dog, and was happy in my late 20s. Then one night, I decided to Google carousels and people going missing. I ended up on Reddit and found threads of people talking about people they know going missing after finding a carousel in a strange location. Then the carousel disappeared and the person never came back. It was a phenomena all over the world. There was an online community of people who tried to track down the carousels. If they were close enough, people would go out to try and find them, but they would almost always disappear before someone got there. I got to know everyone in the group. They were all people like me who had lost loved ones to the carousels. The one thing that kept most of us sane was the group, sharing our experiences and clues to who, what, when, where, and why was going on with the carousels. I got especially close with Ian, a man my age from Portland whose fiancée was taken by a carousel a few years before. He had a giant tattoo of a carousel on his arm. He wore a necklace with horse pendants on it. We didn't live far away from each other, so we met in person a few times. We bonded over the similarities of our loss and the angst inside us. We started hanging out almost every weekend, getting drunk together and airing our sorrows. It made me feel better to have someone to talk to who could truly understand my pain. Ian was just so much like me. He even shared song lyrics to the name of which I can't remember, that I feel like both summed us up. Your composure is so greater, and you hold yourself so well. Inside you cling to pieces of a broken carousel. We'd blast the song and sing the line out with the strength of our lungs. But we'd be so blackout drunk I couldn't remember what the song even was. I think my chaotic upbringing and laser focus on just succeeding in life and finding stability prevented me from truly making friends. It sounds pathetic, but even though Ian and I had only hung out a handful of times, he had become my best friend. And it felt great. It hurts to go too much more into my friendship with Ian. He was like the bigger brother I wished I always had. The perfect way to sum up our dynamic was something that still sends tingles down my spine. I told Ian one night that one of the things I remember my mom doing was when I was very young and scared of the dark, and my bedroom and going to bed. She would wheel a TV into the hallway outside my bedroom and play old Nintendo games she loved from her own upbringing until I fell asleep. That old Mario soundtrack still soothes me like nothing else. One night, after I talked about struggling to sleep again, feeling scared of something, Ian showed up that weekend with his PlayStation and set it up in my living room outside of my room and played into the night. He came back during the week and did the same thing for a few nights. He even played old Mario games to help soothe me. A carousel was spotted near me a few months into me joining the group. Ian and I drove out into the middle of the night. A few of the other members of the group were close enough to join as well. We found the carousel spinning and singing its whimsical song out into the world as the sun rose in a wheat field. We ran out to the carousel and jumped on. The carousel revved up to an incredible speed, and pretty soon we were spinning so fast, it was almost impossible to even hold on. My mind started to go into a trance. It started to blank, and I just spun, and deep and dark thoughts crippled my mind. I suddenly wanted to stay on the carousel. I wanted it to spin me around forever. My life was cold and sad anyways. I let go of the pole I was holding on to, and let the carousel just take over. I was lost in the spin for a few moments, then I felt my arm get yanked away. I found myself on the ground next to the carousel. Well, where the carousel was, it was gone. The other members of the group had pulled me out. They said they saw me in a trance and yanked me out just before the carousel disappeared. One of us did not get out, though. Ian. The group stayed in the field where the carousel was, dejected and praying Ian would come out, but he didn't. I was the last there until the property owner called the police. Finally, I left broken. I couldn't even process losing Ian. Eventually, though, just like with my mom, I went on with my life. Then one night I came home and found something on the doormat of my front door. A little silver horse. One of the ones from Ian's necklace. Ian was still out there. Ian showed up at my house one night. I hugged him tight. Then I had to know what happened. He wasn't sure how it happened, but he knew what happened, and knew what the carousels were now. According to him, the carousels were a trick from hell. They came up from underground as a way to lure people down into the devil's playground. Ian said he found out when he got taken down there. What the carousel did is by spinning you into a trance and injecting your brain with your negative and hopeless thoughts. It got you to stay on it and then pulled you underground to hell. He said the carousels prey on the hopeless. They can feel it in the air, and that's why they pop up in random places. A particular piece of Ian's monologue that he laid on me with wet eyes stuck with me. You know how like a carousel you always associate it with positive, fairs, carnivals? It's bright and shiny, but if you look closely, nothing's what it seems. Look at the horses and their crooked, stuck smiles. The mirrored glass, it's only magical if you like what you see in the reflection. Half the lights are always busted and burnt out, and the music. It's songs written by faceless, nameless people who died eons ago, you know? Ian explained. Sure, but how did he get out? He fought. He got sucked down for a few minutes, but he kept fighting the hopeless and negative thoughts, and he was able to pull himself out. I'm not sure if I believed him. He certainly seemed hopeless and negative sitting on the floor of my apartment. Something was off about Ian. He wasn't himself anymore. He seemed high, like he wasn't really there. I changed the subject and just talked to him about life for the rest of the night. I got the feeling I might never see him again. He looked weak, like he could barely keep himself upright. I could hardly look at him. I reminded him that night he left his PlayStation there last time he was over, hoping he might stop and play. He gave me the weakest hug I have ever felt and walked out without his game console. A few months later, a carousel was spotted not far from my home. I jetted out there as fast as I could. I found the carousel out in the edge of some rocks on a lonely beach, calling me to a dusk. I ended up on the carousel. I can hardly even remember doing it. The carousel spun me and I felt my brain slip into that familiar trance. I started thinking about that day when it took my mom. I felt my body become weightless. I saw the world around me spin into nothing but darkness. I felt everything around me plummet. I could only feel air all around me. Then I heard a familiar voice I hadn't heard in a lifetime. My mom's soft drawl coming out of the ether. "Where did you go?" The world around me turned to light, and a setting started to come into focus. I heard the sound of crickets back my mom's voice as I was nearly blinded by the incoming light. "Will you come home?" The world came back into focus when my mom finished her question. We were back in that field where the carousel had been, but no carousel. I wanted to jump into her arms. I was also very wary. What if Ian was right? Was this some kind of sinister trick? The devil's charade? I felt her hold onto my hand and I watched the world all around us start to morph again, starting to swirl and move around in circles like we were on the carousel again. Time passed. I couldn't tell if it was 5 seconds or 5 hours. I felt a rush and got my breath back. I was back on the carousel. I looked to the mirrored wall to my left and saw myself, 4 years old again, perched up on that white horse. When I looked to my right and saw my mom standing out there in the field, wearing the same dress she was that day. The next move was obvious. I got off the carousel and walked into my mom's waiting arms. Now you're probably wondering where I was at that point. I existed at the age of 4, but I had the wisdom and mental capabilities of someone who had lived for 29 years already. Everyone thought I was a genius, yet I felt I couldn't stay. It didn't feel right. I felt like a visitor. I was living in the past. I didn't even have the internet. After a few months, I had to go. I felt my mom could sense it. She spent as much time with me as possible, squeezed me a little harder. I made sure to say goodbye to my mom this time. We shared a great night. I thought about bringing up the carousel, if she was aware of everything that was happening. I resisted the urge. I didn't want to ruin the beautiful cake that was our exchange and that little slice of pleasant reality. When I snuck out into the middle of the night, the carousel was at the edge of town, waiting for me. The carousel brought me back to my original reality. I feel like I was finally able to process some of the pain of the 25 years before my time back on the carousel. I wouldn't say I was happy. I was content. I told the carousel group all about what happened, that I need some time away. Then I started to itch. I started monitoring where the carousels were, waiting to find one near me, and I found one. I made it to the carousel in time. It was tucked into an abandoned industrial yard. The difference this time was the carousel wasn't running. It was stopped and dark. I was barely able to see it at night. I kept my distance, not liking that it was dark and looking broken down. Then I saw someone walk out from the carousel, a shadowy figure. The lights of the carousel flickered on for a moment as they stepped down off of the ride. In the flash of the lights of the carousel, I saw it was my mom. My mom looked the same as she did when I last saw her, before I rode that carousel out of her world. Just seeing her was enough to put a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. We hugged in front of the carousel and I kept an eye on the ride, still unnerved by it sitting there dead, dark, and quiet. It felt like there was some kind of danger in the air that I could feel. Something was off. This was confirmed by how light my mom's hug was. I could sense she was in a hurry. Her body was tight and tense. "What's wrong?" I asked as I saw tears in her eyes. "Something is following me." My mom pushed through her emotions to get the words out. "It showed up after you showed back up. And now it won't leave me alone." "What is something?" I asked. My racing thoughts were cut off by a mechanical chug. I looked over to see the carousel coming to life next to us, its lights flickering alive and lighting up the yard. I stared at the carousel as it picked up speed. I was quickly mesmerized and frozen in my stance. I watched as something else started to come to life on the machine. The silhouette of a person. Someone tall, someone moving right at us. They were off of the carousel and in the gravel next to us rather quickly. I felt my mom tug at my arm and pull me away, breaking me out of my frozen trance, but not before I got a good look at who had come out of the carousel. It looked like Ian, but wasn't him. It was a young man, similar vibe, dark hair, dark features, tattoos but taller, and the tattoos were different. There was something dark and tragic that radiated out of him. I could feel it from 20 yards away. He didn't mean well. I ran out of the industrial yard and my mom followed. We were at the edge and out of breath before I looked over my shoulder. The man with the dark aura was right behind us. He reached out for us as I struggled to get the door which let out the yard open. I looked at his hand and was mesmerized. His skin radiated with a bright yellow light, like that of the bulbs on a carousel. I looked into his eyes and watched his pupils spin in a hypnotizing lull. It was like he was a human carousel. I was almost sucked in again. My mom pulled me through. My mom got us out of the yard and into my car. I got the thing fired up and tore out of there and into the night. I got us further down the road. "Don't go home," my mom added. "He'll follow." "Where do we go?" I asked back. "Let's just drive until we get too tired," she suggested. I did what she said, and my mom explained what was happening as we went. Ian had been right. The carousel took you down. My mom never said hell, just somewhere you didn't want to be. Darkness, and it never stopped. And it multiplied. It was a relentless evil. And she had fallen prey. She hoped I wouldn't, too. But I had gone through that day and went back and found my mom. We had some light. We had good days. What was the deal with that? What my mom said stuck with me. A carousel is what you want it to be. The speed can be too fast or too slow depending on who you are. It can be boring. It can be fun. It can be disorienting, but it's up for you to make it what you want. It's slow enough you can get off whenever you want, but only with care. If you come in with bad vibes, it can make you sick. If you come in happy, it can make you happier, my mom explained. So what was it for you? I asked. I was lost when I got on that carousel. I didn't know what it was, and it took me places I won't ever talk to you about. It completely changed who I was, but I always had a hope that someday it would rotate back to you, no matter how fast or dark that carousel ride got. My mom said and then looked over at me with haunting eyes. Then why can't you stay? I asked. Because that darkness will always follow me. I can't just shake it. I'm sorry, my mom answered. My mom further explained she was horrified when I showed up in her reality, knowing it meant I had gone through a carousel, but it was too late at that point. She knew she'd eventually have to protect me like this, so she just tried to make the most of that time before I ducked out of it. I was also lucky my mom was protecting me while I was on my ride, and off it as well. My mom explained this wasn't the first time she came out of a carousel to help me. The dark figures inside had looked for me before, came out and tried to lure me down. but my mom had followed them out and kept them from me. I could feel it. I thought of times over the years where I felt like I could feel my mom was somewhere near. One time I thought I heard her voice outside of the door of my bedroom. I think it was really her, protecting me, and now she was here doing it again. What was she protecting me from, though? Those that use the carousel to transport and bring back people just like me. They knew there were people who were trying to find their loved ones they lost to the carousels. They knew we were easy targets. That's who was after us right now, and the only way to get them to stop was to wait them out. They could only be out from the carousel for so long before they had to go back. There was no specific time limit, but they could feel when they needed to get back and would eventually retreat. I saw headlights move into the rearview mirror. I didn't have to ask my mom. I could feel it was him. The lights raced up behind us, even though I had the pedal of my old Geo Metro floored. I felt my mom's hand reach over and rest softly on my right hand on the wheel. I looked over and saw tears streaming down her cheeks. Then I followed those wet eyes out to a field next to us. Way off in the distance I could see the lights of a carousel shining. I felt my mom's hand squeeze mine just a little tighter. I'll have to be back someday, my mom said before I heard the passenger side door click open. I looked over and watched my mom jump out of the car. I had to be going at least 80 miles an hour. I saw her rolling in the near darkness for just a moment before I looked back in front of me. Every molecule of my body wanted to slam on the brakes and go back and help her, except the ones in my brain. They knew that was her taking herself out. Instead, I looked out at that carousel much closer now. Then I looked back at the rearview mirror and saw those headlights behind me much further away. The only thing I was left with was the faint sound of the carousel tickling my ears as I drove away into the night. Months have gone by since the last incident with the carousel and my mom. I've intentionally ignored trying to find anything about them online. I'm just living my life now. I try not to even think of it sometimes, but sometimes there's no way to avoid it. I actually sat down today to finish writing this because I was on a walk in my neighborhood on a perfect spring day. I heard the faint sound of a carousel's music getting closer as I walked up the street. I couldn't help but pursue it, moving swifter than I should have. I wondered if I was going to see my mom, see the dark young man who wanted to suck me down with him. I did not. What I found was an ice cream truck, broadcasting out its melodic tune into a beautiful day. I laughed wholeheartedly for the first time in quite a while. I smiled and walked away. I fixedly stared at my computer screen as I carefully listened to the voice from that YouTube video like my life depended on it. I listened again and again, telling myself it couldn't be possible. Surely it was just some random guy with a voice that just so happened to be very similar to mine. Or perhaps I was just getting nervous, and my paranoia was tricking my senses into hearing something that didn't correspond with reality. I listened one final time. It was 2:30 a.m. and I desperately wanted to go to bed, but I had to make sure or else the intrigue wouldn't let me sleep anyways. Yep. Now I was convinced. No, I was positive of it. As absolutely nonsensical as it seemed, the voice from that video was none other than my own. Heinrich's Gaming Room. That was the name of that YouTube channel. Heinrich was indeed my name. In fact, I visited this channel because YouTube's algorithm recommended it to me out of nowhere, and I thought it was cool because it had my name, and had videos featuring many video games I was familiar with. I was your average 19-year-old college student still living with my parents in Germany. But I wasn't a YouTuber. I admit I had fantasized with the idea several times, especially when I was a young teenager in middle school. but I've never had the sufficient means, nor the dedication to pull it off. I had a YouTube profile that I used to subscribe to channels that interested me, and maybe leave a comment from time to time, but that was it. So where the hell had this channel come from? As far as the actual content that could be found on Heinrich's Gaming Room went, it mainly consisted of gameplays, as its name would suggest. Namely, they were video games from the mid-2000s to early 2010s I had grown up playing. Most of them were games made by the company Nintendo, as I had primarily owned their consoles during my childhood, as opposed to my friends who had always leaned more towards Sony's PlayStation. In regards to their quality, the videos weren't unwatchable per se, but they certainly weren't stellar either. The voiceover that accompanied the gameplays especially ticked me the wrong way. And not just because it was literally my voice, but also because they were done in broken English with a comically exaggerated German accent that almost made me think the channel was trying to be some sort of parody. I can speak English way better than that, I thought. By that point, I was exhausted, so I decided to call it a day and go to bed. The next morning I checked the mysterious channel once again, and to my surprise, a brand new video had been uploaded as recently as a couple minutes prior. It was the continuation to a gameplay series in which my doppelganger played Yoshi's Island DS, an unfairly overlooked game for the Nintendo DS, which is actually a sequel to the critically acclaimed original Yoshi's Island for the Super Nintendo. Alright everybody, we're going to continue playing Yoshi's Island DS. We're going to pick up from where we left off the other day at the start of World 2. Said an all too familiar voice in its characteristic German accent. He then continued playing the game normally, making a few unremarkable comments here and there until he said something that sent shivers down my spine. Funny story, I first played this game back when I was 7 years old, and I bought it from my good friend Dieter. He actually sold it to me for €2 in the middle of the school playground. I still have the original box for the game, and it still has Dieter's name written on it. The voice said before letting out a light chuckle. My body trembled in shock as I listened to the voice in disbelief. It was true. All of it was true. I still remembered that day as if it had been yesterday. I remember how Dieter almost got caught by our teacher trying to sneak the game inside the school. I remembered how he wanted to sell it to me because his grandmother thought all video games were compatible with all consoles, and so she bought him a Nintendo DS game, even though he had a PSP. I remember Dieter's name written on the game's box. Just to make sure, I went to check the drawer in my bedroom where I kept my old toys and video games. There it was. The very same box containing the game Yoshi's Island DS. It had faded considerably with time, but it could still be seen. On the back of the box was a name written in blue marker. Dieter. One side of my brain instructed me to stop watching. It would have been the most comfortable option, but my curiosity prevailed. I needed to keep watching. I needed to know what the hell was going on and figure out who this imposter was. Before advancing to the next stage, I want to go back to World 1 because one of my subscribers commented on the previous video saying I had missed a red coin on a previous level. The imposter explained. It was then when I decided to check out the comments section to see who was watching those videos, only to find there were no comments, no views, no likes, nothing. And it's not like they were disabled or anything. I could leave a comment if I wanted to, and yet there literally were no comments. I checked his other videos and the same was true. No one was watching this. So what in the world was he talking about? Alright guys, we've reached the end of the episode, but before you leave, I want to make a special announcement. Our next gameplay will take a bit longer than usual to come out because tomorrow, I'm going to be organizing a special live stream to show my gratitude for all your support. I'm going to show my face for the first time ever, so I hope to see you all there. the voice announced before ending the video. You can bet as soon as I jumped out of bed the following day, I checked my phone to see if the livestream had begun. Not yet. The channel's most recent video was still the one from the previous day. I had subscribed to the channel. That way I would receive a notification as soon as the stream would go live. So I decided to just go about my day normally and wait until that notification arrived. My parents went shopping later that evening, leaving me home alone. It was then when my phone finally notified me. The live stream had begun. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my special live stream. The voice greeted his audience, which only consisted of myself. That's right. I was the only person watching that live stream. Judging by what could be seen on the recording, he was apparently outdoors, standing in what looked like a garden. A suspiciously familiar garden. Now, I see all your comments begging me to reveal my face, but first, I wanted to take you on a little tour and show you my house, he said before he moved his camera to focus on a house located right in front of him. My house. I frantically looked out the window trying to spot him, but the garden was empty. He wasn't there, and yet the live stream clearly showed him standing right in front of my house. I continued watching on my phone as he approached the front door of the house and entered the building. Once again, the stream clearly showed him opening the door and stepping inside a house which looked identical to mine. But I didn't see or hear anyone opening any door outside of the live stream. So yeah, welcome to my house. Here we have the kitchen, the living room. It's nothing special, but it's my home. The voice said as he walked around an exact replica of my house. I checked every room and every corner of the house in an attempt to find him, to no avail. Alright, my dear subscribers, I'm gonna head to my bedroom where I normally film my videos, and once I get there, I'll finally reveal how I look, he announced. Once again, speaking as if plenty of people were watching him, even though I was the only spectator. I simply stood inside my bedroom with my eyes glued to the phone, horrified. I started hearing them. Footsteps. Someone was approaching my bedroom. And here we are. Welcome to my bedroom. The voice said as he opened the bedroom's door. And this time, I saw it open too, but inexplicably I could not see him. I could only hear his footsteps and watch as the door opened and closed seemingly on its own. Look at me, aren't I handsome? The voice said as he filmed a terrified 19-year-old with a phone in hand staring towards the camera in horror as he screamed to the top of his lungs. The next day arrived and I got out of bed excited by the splendid reception my livestream had received. There were hundreds of comments from my subscribers congratulating me for how successful Heinrich's gaming room was becoming. Wasting no time, I quickly got to work and began recording my next gameplay video. I don't want to keep my loyal audience waiting, after all. I've been a Firewatch lookout for about a year now. I spent most of my life alone in a small window-lined one-room shack atop a steel and wood-frame tower in the middle of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. My only companions are my collection of cheap novels, a laptop computer with infrequent and unreliable internet service, and the two-way radio I use to communicate with the few other nearby towers and ranger stations. Nearby is a bit of a misnomer though. Using my high-power binoculars, I can just barely make out Tower 12 on a clear day, situated several miles to my west. Tower 15, the next nearest to my location, only appears as a glint of sunlight to my east, when the sun catches it just right. I've been told the Parks Department intends to put up some additional towers in this area as soon as it gets the necessary funding, which is probably no time soon. That's fine with me though. I like the solitude. It helps quiet my mind.
keeps the memories at bay. Mostly. I occupy most of my days either with simple maintenance in and around the tower, or else scanning the dense sea of trees all around me for any signs of trouble. It's been a dry year, so the threat of fire is a constant one. This particular afternoon, I was clearing some brush from around the base of the tower that had begun to encroach on the fire road that led from my tower back to the main ranger station, 20 miles away. Even with the heavy suspension of the government-issued Jeep parked nearby, that was a harsh ride in the best of times. I had just finished dragging some brush cuttings off into the tree line when the radio clipped on my belt squawked. "Tower 9, this is Tower 12. Copy." It was Billy Johnson, my supervisor. Nice enough guy, I suppose. Tended to leave me alone most of the time. I straightened up and stretched my back, wiping the sweat out of my eyes with my forearm, and keyed the microphone attached at my shoulder. "Go for Tower 9, I replied as I replaced the shears and saw at the small storage shed near the base of the stairs. "John, do you have eyes on a bit of smoke north of your position?" "Stand up, Billy," I said, snatching up my water bottle and jogging up the metal staircase that wound its way around my tower. I didn't bother locking the 8-foot chain-link fence that surrounded my little compound. Chances were that I'd be back down here soon enough. Reaching the top, I stepped through the trapdoor and onto the walkway that surrounded the cabin, closing it behind me. It was habit at this point. The last thing I needed was to take an errant step and tumble down through the open trapdoor. I'd probably end up breaking my neck. As I passed by, I reached into the open door of the shack and grabbed the binoculars hanging on a nearby hook, rounding the railed corner of the walkway and turning my attention to the dark green blanket of trees stretching out before me. I saw the smoke almost immediately. A thin trickle of wispy white haze rose lazily above the canopy some distance off. Probably just some campers, I figured. Though there weren't any approved campsites in that area, we always had more than a few folks every season who decided that camping off-trail in the deep bush sounded like a hoot. Most of them come back just fine, oblivious to the danger that this wilderness presents to anyone not adequately prepared for its risks. Some of them have to be brought out by search and rescue. Some of them just don't come back. A member of the Rangers, or maybe even a random hiker, will occasionally trip across the deserted remains of a campsite and report it in. Those are the spooky ones. The ones where the people have just vanished and left behind a perfectly set up campsite. No explanation, no clues, just a deserted clearing, often with perfectly intact tents and personal effects. But there are bears and mountain lions, along with a handful of lesser predators that roam these forests, and sometimes they get hungry enough to stalk and even kill humans. And that doesn't even take into consideration the much more likely probability that folks step out of their tents at night to take a piss in the woods, and very quickly get lost and can't find their way back to their camp. Most humans aren't suited to survival in the wilderness, unfortunately. My radio squawked again. "Tower 9, what's the word?" "Yeah, I see it, Billy," I said. "Looks to be a couple miles due north of my tower." "What's your plan?" he asked, and I knew what he was asking. Keep an eye on it and hope for the best, or take a trip over and investigate. After a brief moment's pause, I sighed with resignation. It's probably just a campfire, but I guess I'd better head on over and take a look, just to be sure. I didn't relish the thought of a trek into that area of wilderness, to be honest. It was the only area I hadn't explored during my time here. There weren't many trails headed in that direction, and the ones that did were badly overgrown and too narrow for the Jeep. A couple miles hike might not seem like a lot, but when you're out here, alone, The dense trees seem to stretch on forever. 2 miles can seem like 100. "Roger that, John," Billy replied. "Take your pack and your rifle and check in periodically." "Will do. Tower 9 out," I said, replacing the binoculars to their hook and shouldering the red canvas backpack waiting dutifully in the corner chair. I grabbed the rifle from its rack over the door frame, checked to make sure it was loaded, and headed out. As I locked the gate behind me, I threw my pack into the back of the Jeep and set the rifle beside it. The Jeep wouldn't get me too far before the brush made the trail impassable, but if it saved me even a half-mile of hiking, it was well worth it. The sun was still high in the sky. I had plenty of time to get there and back before dusk as long as I didn't dawdle. I started the engine and put the Jeep into gear, turning the wheels towards the unmaintained trail to my right. After only a few moments, the trees and canopy obscured any trace of the watchtower behind me. I was actually able to push the Jeep farther than I had expected. A pleasant surprise. I was probably a mile along the trail before it shit the bed, and a massive pine lay across the path, much too large to go over. The dense underbrush around me precluded the possibility of going around, and I immediately lamented not bringing the chainsaw with me. Cutting it up and winching the pieces out of the way wouldn't have been too difficult, and would have saved me a ton of trouble. With a quiet curse, I stepped out of the Jeep and grabbed my gear from the back seat. I smiled to myself as a quote from a certain fictional adventure-seeking archaeologist suddenly came to mind. "We walk from here." Making sure to mark the location of the Jeep on my handheld GPS so I could find it again, I stepped over the thigh-high tree trunk and continued along the path. According to the estimate I had made before leaving, the trail I was walking seemed to head in the direction of the smoke, which was a blessing in my book. The less time I had to spend bushwhacking, the better. The trail continued to narrow as I expected, and before too long I was brushing branches and leaves with my shoulders as I walked. The trees, which had been alive with the chitterings and chirpings of animal life back at the tower, now seemed muted. The forest around me was growing denser, feeling oddly claustrophobic at times. I checked in with Billy a couple of times, advising him of my progress and promising to maintain periodic checks. He advised me that a weather relay had come in from the ranger station indicating an approaching storm that would likely reach us before nightfall. A quick check of my watch made me wince. I had already spent more time than I had predicted it would take to reach the suspected campsite. Maybe it was best to turn around and head back. The last thing I wanted was to get caught out here overnight with minimal supplies and in a rainstorm. I wasn't worried, but it sure wouldn't make for a comfortable overnight. If I had been farther from my destination, I probably would have turned back right then. I wish I had. Within another 20 minutes, however, I smelled the faint scent of a wood fire. Not strong, but it was there. I was even more certain of what I would find when I reached them. When I stepped out of the now almost non-existent trail and found myself in a sparsely treed area, amidst a dozen or so wooden shacks, I halted in surprise. I had reached the base of a hilly rise, covered in heavy forestry, and these old, forgotten cabins looked like they had been some sort of small settlement, perhaps an old logging camp. I thought to myself. I didn't know this place even existed, and made a mental note to research it when I got back to my tower. I keyed the microphone. "Tower 12, this is John, do you copy?" When Billy replied, his voice was staticky and distant. "Hey John, Tower 12, what's your status?" I frowned and looked around at the towering trees all around me. I suppose I was asking more out of the portable radio than was reasonable. I was lucky I still had any signal at all, to be honest. I found what looks like an old logging or trapping camp, I said, meandering along the decaying and derelict cabins. Most of them had decayed to the point of collapse, and there weren't any with intact roofs. The campfire has to be nearby. I'm going to take a look around a bit more. There was an odd pause before Billy spoke again. What's your current location, John? I glanced at my handheld GPS and relayed my position to him. Another pause. John, I think you should probably just turn around and come back. You don't have too many more hours of daylight left, and that storm looks to be getting worse. Something in his voice sounded off, but I couldn't quite place it. Nervous, maybe. I don't think I can blame him, though. My safety was his responsibility, and the prospect of one of his lookouts being caught out in the storm overnight probably didn't sit well with him. Coincidentally, it didn't sit well with me either, I thought with a smile. You may be right, Billy, I replied, turning around and letting my eyes take in the entirety of the area. I think I'll just head... I stopped as my eyes caught sight of the bright yellow nylon tent just beyond the last of the structures. Repeat your last, said Billy. I didn't get that. Stand by, Tower 12. I said absently, making my way to what I now realized was a small cluster of 3 modern tents, situated around a central fire ring. The fire had been extinguished, but the embers still smoldered slowly, and the source of the smoke. I looked around for the campers, but didn't see or hear anyone. Sleeping bags and electric lanterns were still on in the tents, though I couldn't find any backpacks or supplies. Hello? I called out, turning in a circle and trying to pick out any signs or sounds of human life. I'm with the Forest Service. Is anyone there? Nothing but the muted echo of my own voice. I was about to just dump some dirt on the remaining embers of the campfire and call it a day when I noticed the narrow footpath heading towards the slope. I could see clearly the recent footprints in the soft dirt, heading away from the camp. I keyed the microphone at my shoulder again. Tower 12, this is John. I found the source of the smoke. It's a campfire, all right. Nothing to be concerned about. Billy answered almost immediately. Roger that, John. Head back home. I paused a moment, curiosity pulling me towards the footpath. I'll be heading back shortly, Billy. I just want to check something out first. I wouldn't screw around out there, John, Billy replied, an edge to his voice. Better head back now so you can beat the storm. His last sentence didn't exactly sound like a suggestion. Something had him rattled. I hesitated before I answered. Acknowledged, I said, knowing full well that I was going to check out the path a bit before heading back. Still, I didn't feel like arguing with my supervisor about something so silly. Just a quick walk up the path, and then I'd be on my way. This path was even less established than the one I'd been on when I discovered the camp, but I could clearly see the prints of the campers in the soft dirt as I went. Before long, I emerged into a small clearing, eyes widening with yet another unexpected discovery. The rough-hewn timber that framed the entryway was set into the near vertical slope of the hill face before me. It created a dark tunnel entrance that had been sealed off with a heavy iron gate many years before, likely by the Park Service to keep inquisitive hikers from falling to their deaths in an old abandoned mine shaft. So, it had been a mining camp, not a logging camp. Huh. I didn't know there were any mines anywhere near here. Hell, I'm not sure what they would have been mining for. Coal, maybe. Gold? Did they even have gold mines in Tennessee? Who knows? Certainly not me, clearly. Regardless, now that gate stood wide open on its hinges. the remains of a rusted chain and antique padlock laying in the dirt nearby. Hell, now I couldn't just turn around and leave. Not if these campers had decided it would be fun to explore a closed and restricted mine entrance. Tower 12, this is John. Do you read? Billy probably wouldn't be happy that I had continued my exploration after he told me to head back, but there was nothing to do about it now. I wasn't equipped or trained for any sort of cave exploration or rescue. The Rangers had very specialized teams for that sort of thing, but I could at least poke my head inside and see if I could hear the campers, or at least confirm that they actually went inside. No answer from the radio. I tried again with the same results. Nothing. I tried a different approach. Tower 15, this is John from Tower 12, do you copy? I said into the radio. I figured I might be able to at least get Nathan's attention if I was out of range of Tower 12. There was a burst of static that sounded like it might have contained the hint of a human voice, but it was too distorted and distant to make anything out. There was only a moment of indecision before I made up my mind. I knew it was reckless to go into the mine, especially when my supervisor was under the belief that I was currently on my way back to my tower. But I just had this nagging intuition that something might be wrong with this whole situation. Maybe someone was hurt and in need of help. I couldn't just leave them there, knowing that I might be their only chance of rescue. In retrospect, I should have turned back and called it into the ranger station. They could have mobilized the S&R teams that specialized in cave rescues. I should have, but I didn't. I pulled my powerful LED flashlight from my pack, turned it on, and headed into the pitch-black darkness of the mine entrance. The walls and floor had been smoothly carved many years ago, which made my footing uneventful. And the tunnel itself was mostly a straight shot. Several times during the first few minutes, I turned back to watch the bright square of daylight at the entrance gradually shrink to a pinpoint of light. By the time I had taken the first dog-leg turn of the tunnel, I was in complete darkness. It was a very strange feeling, oppressive almost. At one point I turned off my flashlight experimentally, but after only a few seconds, I quickly flicked it back on. In that time, my heart had been pounding in my chest and some primal fear had begun growing inside of me. I took a moment to calm myself. The darkness was absolute. It was almost as if you could feel it pressing in on you. My footsteps seemed much louder than they should have on the dirt floor, and the air was beginning to grow cold and damp the farther I went. After another 100 feet or so, the smoothly carved tunnel ended abruptly in a wall of rubble. I couldn't tell if it was a cave-in at some point, or if this was simply where the miners stopped digging and hadn't bothered to remove the debris. But either way, it certainly appeared to be the end of the line. And then I saw it. I almost missed it because of the way the light and shadows played over the head-sized rock strewn before me. But when I looked closer, I realized I was looking at a ragged hole in the wall. It was only 5 feet across or so, and definitely didn't look like the deliberate formation of the tunnel I was standing in now. It almost looked like the miners had broken into a natural void of some sort. Interesting, but there was no way in hell I was going in there. I was definitely not trained or outfitted for any sort of spelunking trip, but it didn't seem the sort of thing suited to the learn-as-you-go method. Just as I was turning back to make my way out of the mine, I heard the distant sound of voices echoing from the opening in the stone wall. The sound was faint, and may have just been my imagination, but I didn't think so. "Hello?" I called, pressing my face into the black abyss of the hole. "Can you hear me? I'm with the Park Service. I'm here to help you." Nothing. The air from beyond the breach was cold and smelled stale. Old. Wrong. I felt as if I didn't belong here. None of us did. There was a long moment of unbroken silence, and then I heard a voice again, closer this time. "Did you hear that?" It said, presumably to a companion. It sounded like a young woman, nervous, uncertain. "Hello? Is someone in there?" That settled it for me. I carefully crawled through the opening and into the space beyond. Shining my light around, I found myself in a small natural chamber, maybe 30 feet across and with an uneven ceiling of jagged rock that barely cleared my head. The first thing that caught my attention was the cracked lantern laying on the ground. It looked old. Very old. Maybe 100 years or more. A thick layer of grime and age covered its soot-blackened tin surface, and the glass was thick and uneven. Beside the askew lantern was a small, leather-bound book partially buried in the dirt and dust, with a moldering leather strap securing it closed. It looked like a journal, and without a thought, I tucked it into my backpack, raising my light back up to scan around the room. "Hello?" I called again. I couldn't hear the voices anymore, but the narrow beam of my flashlight illuminated another tunnel in the far corner of this room, mired in darkness. "Can you hear me?" Once again, I got that feeling that something wasn't right. Then the voice came again, closer this time. "Did you hear that? Hello? Is someone in there?" she asked, her voice trembling with apprehension. I hesitated, frowning. Something didn't seem right about the voice, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Before I could summon my words to respond, another voice called out. This time it was clearly the voice of a young man. "We can hear you moving around in there. Please help us. We're lost and our friend is hurt." Hear me moving around in there? I was shouting to them. I sure as hell wasn't trying to hide. Can they not hear me for some reason? I stepped forward to the secondary tunnel and raised my voice again. "I'm with the Forest Service. Can you follow my voice?" It was then when I reached out to steady myself against the wall of the tunnel entrance that my hand met something wet and I recoiled in disgust, thinking I had just grabbed a handful of some subterranean slime. When I shone my light on it, however, it became very clear the reality was far worse. Blood. I stepped back, trying to keep the panic that was fighting to take control of my rationality at bay. I needed to keep a level head now. Panning my light around, I saw an astonishing amount of blood painting the wall and floor in front of me. Something had definitely been hurt, and badly. With blood loss like this, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stabilize them long enough to get rescue in here. What the hell happened here? And why did the hikers continue into the cave after one of them was injured this badly? Unless they lost their light and got turned around, there was no way for them to get lost. There hadn't been any branches to this tunnel since I first entered. All they had to do was turn around and walk until they saw daylight. The man's voice called again, colored with the unmistakable tinge of fear. "What is that? Hurry up, Becky. Take my hand." He seemed to be getting closer, at least. If I could guide them to my voice, maybe I could get them out of here. Get to higher ground, and radio for a rescue evac. They had a helicopter permanently stationed at the main ranger station. It could be here in 20 minutes if I was able to reach them. The woman's voice came again, and this time I froze. "Did you hear that? Hello? Is someone in there?" All at once it hit me, and the indescribable unease I had been mostly successful in repressing now fought back with renewed vigor. I realized that moment what I had missed previously. The woman had repeated herself twice more now. No change in her reflection. No variation in emotion or urgency. It was exactly the same down to the syllable. It was like I was listening to a recording. "What is that?" repeated the male voice, now even closer. Hurry up, Becky. Take my hand. Below the words, I thought I could hear the stealthy sliding of something soft over rocks. It seemed like it wasn't too far beyond the tunnel entrance now, but I wasn't going to wait for it. I didn't think that what I'd see emerge from the darkness would be a couple of college kids who'd had a rough time of it during a weekend camping trip. Now allowing my panic to run free, I turned and threw myself through the cave breach and landed roughly on the flat stone floor of the mine shaft beyond, skinning my hands to hell and banging my knee on a rock. Scrambling to my feet with a hiss of pain, I ran as fast as I could, not realizing until I finally burst into the waning light of the late afternoon light that I had lost my rifle somewhere in that cave. It was darker than it was when I first entered the mine, and a quick glance at the sky showed the angry black thunderheads that had moved in as promised, much faster than I had expected. I quickly swung the iron gate closed and screeching hinges and looped the chain between the bars as tightly as I could, securing it rather lamely with the hasp of the broken padlock. I stood there a long moment, bent over and hands on knees as I tried to catch my breath outside of the mine entrance. When I felt the first drops of the coming storm on the back of my neck, I straightened and looked through the bars of the gate into the ominous darkness beyond, realizing how ridiculous my barricade really was. It wouldn't do much good if something tried to get out, but at least it made me feel a little better, until I heard the voice echoing from the mine shaft getting closer. It was unmistakable, uncanny. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm with the Park Service. I'm here to help you. You've got a new match. My hormonal teenage self couldn't have been more excited. I quickly lost interest in the homework I had been working on that night and opened my phone. Almost as fast as it could light up with the notification, I clicked on the icon, staring intently until Tinder opened. Of course I was excited. I ran all the possibilities in my head, all the things that could happen. This could be the girl of my dreams. No, it didn't appear as though I matched with the girl of my dreams. This looked more like the girl from a nightmare that would shake the vilest creature in the deepest pit of hell to its crooked bones. Smiling from ear to ear, literally, was my match in the first picture of her profile. No name, no age, only a picture. The photo itself seemed to be professionally taken. It was a full-body picture. She was dressed in some sort of very formal black dress, and there was nothing about her that seemed out of the ordinary. She had black hair that was down and presented nicely, likely for this picture, or whatever event this picture was taken for, but I didn't give much thought to that, and you'll understand why. Her skin was well kept and seemingly unblemished. Come to think of it now, her face was the only off-putting thing about the picture. But the face. Her eyes didn't sit inside where the sockets should be. They bulged out, seeming far too large for her face. They had no whites. The irises were everything. They were a dark purple, almost black. The eyes had no details. They were just blank, empty. Her teeth were normal, human teeth, and there would have been nothing wrong with them if she didn't have many, many more than any person should have. Her jaw opened wide, very wide. It opened from the bottom of one ear to the other, teeth showing in their entirety as she gave a nice, big smile at the camera. I was disgusted by whatever Photoshop job this must have been, but I was also intrigued. It was a really good edit after all. I thought it must have been some artist who wanted to show off their skills or something. But before I engaged in any chats with this match, I noticed they had more photos. 5 more. I swiped to the second one. The same girl, in the same dress, and all the same grotesque facial features, was front and center in this photo once again, but both the quality and setting of this one were much different. It looked like it was taken with a cell phone. The picture wasn't even level, but that's not the detail I first recognized. She was levitating off the ground. The ground, as well as the walls and the ceiling, were seemingly made of corpses. All that provided light in the photo were half-melted candles on the ground, and the flash from the camera. This one looked too real. The bodies all had pretty distinct features. It almost made me sick. Some looked like they were mere skeletons with everything decomposed. Others looked fresh. Very fresh. One thing that many of them seemed to have in common was they were missing a lower jaw, an odd detail. I scrolled past this one quicker than the last. It upset me the more I looked at it, but the third was more confusing. The third picture was of her, once again, and in her black dress as she hovered in the middle of an empty field this time. The quality of this picture was like that of the first. It seemed as if it were professionally taken and edited. The sky was an impossible shade of red. As a consequence, the entire image had a sort of red tint to it. Other than that, it simply looked as if it were some sort of farmland. This one didn't disturb me like the last, but it had an eerie feel to it. It was as if this picture was taken in the apocalypse and like it was showing me the end of the world. Once again, I thought this must be some sort of artist trying to compel these sorts of feelings with the pictures and the way they took and edited them. I was impressed as I was disturbed. The fourth photo made my heart sink a little. The picture of the girl was taken in front of a building on my university campus. A building not even a 5-minute walk away. It was nighttime and she was alone. She was, once again, floating, yet this time above the stairs, in front of the columns of the building. She didn't look any less real in this photo. I scrolled back through the first few and noticed how surprisingly alike she looked in all the pictures. Despite their different angles, this art was too good. It was making me sick. The fifth picture, I thought, must be impossible. It was of her inside another building, but I knew what building it was. I knew it from the colors on the wall. I knew it from the lights above her floating body. Most of all, I knew where she was because of the numbers on the door behind her. It was only a few doors down from my apartment. The apartment I was in right now. I quickly scrolled to the last photo. It was a close-up of her right in front of my door. I dropped my phone and ran to my door to make sure it was locked. Luckily it was. I am always good about that, but out of curiosity, I thought I would peek through the peephole to see if someone did happen to be there. I placed my eye upon the hole where I got a glimpse of shoulders and the back of a head with long black hair. In a quick motion, the head turned around while the shoulders remained still. It was her. She widened her smile, ear to ear once again. I jumped back from the door. I ran back to the desk and picked up my phone. Of course, the disgusting picture of her in front of my door was the first thing to pop up as I opened my phone. I quickly exited Tinder and dialed 911. An operator picked up. 911, what is your emergency? I knew that location was the first thing you should give out in a 911 call because if something happens to you while you're on the line, they only have the possibility of helping you if they know where you are. I gave the operator my location, which I am leaving out of this story to not expose myself, and then have a brief, detail-scarce summary of the past few minutes. I left out some of the more extreme details because I wanted to be taken seriously. There's someone outside my apartment door. I just got a match on Tinder. When I clicked in to see the photos, she had a bunch of weird ones of her in... Look, it doesn't matter, but she is messed up. Very messed up. The last 2 photos were of her outside my apartment door, and when I went to look in the peephole, she was still there. I don't know how, but please send help. Alright, sir. Has she threatened you in any way? Has she tried to break into your apartment? We can't just send an officer because you feel scared of some girl you met on Tinder who happens to live in the same apartment building as you. Are you calling because she looks... different? I was speechless. I was infuriated. How could they do this? Did they think it was ridiculous I was calling them because of a girl? I exploded into a rant over the phone. So what if she hasn't done anything yet? What the hell is wrong with you? She found my apartment, my exact apartment, and is standing outside of it. We only matched minutes ago. This isn't right. I need... There was suddenly silence on the other end. I felt like I was about to scream. 911 just hung up on me. I was eyeing up my door for a second when I heard someone on the phone once again. It was someone different. He talked once again. This time my phone was up to my ear. Sir, can you hear me? Hello, sir. Yes, I'm here. I replied desperately. Sir, who you were just talking to was not 911 dispatch. I need you to listen to my next instructions very carefully. If you hear another voice other than mine on this call, you need to hang up immediately and wait for me to call back. If the entity you have encountered attempts to communicate with you in any way, for the time being you need to ignore it. Do not leave your apartment unless I instruct you to. Now, I need your precise location. We caught on to this one early on, so we should be able to contain it with ease. I was hesitant to even talk. Are you the police? No. I work for an agency whose purpose is to locate and contain or eliminate entities like the one you have had the unfortunate luck of encountering tonight. I need your location now. Maybe I was stupid for giving this man on the phone my location, but with everything that had just hit me, I didn't hesitate. I gave him my address and apartment number. He was silent for only about 15 seconds. Alright, a team is en route to your apartment. Sit tight. Now we need to lay out a few more rules. I have the floor plans for your apartment. It looks like you've got a studio with 1 closet and 1 bathroom. Can you fit inside your closet? Yeah, but why would I need... If the lock on your apartment door unlocks, I need you to quickly shut off the lights and climb into your closet. Be silent until you hear the door shut once again. If any sinks or your shower turns on, I need you to shut them off as quickly as possible. If you hear splashing coming from your toilet, I need you to flush it immediately and close the lid. I need you to repeat these instructions back to me so that I know you understand. Okay, if I hear my door unlock, quickly shut off my lights and hide in the closet. Turn off any sinks or my shower if they turn themselves on, and flush the toilet and close the lid if I hear anything from it. I don't understand how these things can happen or why I would do any of this. If you want to live long enough to see the sunrise tomorrow, you'll follow those instructions exactly. Write them down if you need to. I'm going to need any details and evidence you have that you haven't said over the phone already. Yes, I could still hear what you were saying at the beginning of the call. You said you matched with her on Tinder. Does she have a name? Yes, I matched with her on Tinder, but her profile didn't have a name or age. Just pictures that... Once again, I was interrupted by the new operator. It seemed he was urgent to exchange as much information as possible. Witnessing what I had, I didn't object. I need you to screenshot those pictures if you can. Is it still possible for you to access them? Yes, give me one moment. I opened Tinder up again and clicked on the profile. I quickly screenshotted each picture. Now what? What do you want me to do with them? Text them to the 911 number. Trust me, it'll work. I sent each picture as fast as I possibly could. Alright, looks like I've gotten 7. Give me a moment while I send these over to our intel team for identification. We might be able to find out enough about this thing to get rid of it right away. I need you to keep an eye out your window on the street. There will be... Wait, did you say 7? I sent 6. Her profile had 6 pictures. How did you get 7? I quickly opened back up my texts. I did send 7. The first 6 were of her profile, but the 7th was of me. It was taken from right outside my window. Right outside. And it was recent. I recognized the clothes I was wearing today. On the upper left-hand side of the picture was a hand pressed against my window. I quickly turned towards my window to see no one there. There couldn't have been. It was on the 3rd floor, and there was nothing on that side of the building that would allow someone to climb that high. No one could have been up there to take a picture. I was quick to let the operator know, though I was not calm. I didn't send the last one. It's sent by itself through my phone somehow. It's of me just a minute ago, while we were talking. Alright, calm down. It's trying to scare you. It wants to get in your head. It wants you worked up so that you'll do something rash. But you're not going to do that, are you? No, sir. Alright, good. Now, as I was saying, there will be 1 man and 1 woman in black suits and holding briefcases that get out of a large SUV. The driver has been instructed to drop them off on the side of your apartment. He knows where it is. They should be arriving right about now. Go check outside your window. I looked outside my window, down to the street below, but I didn't see an SUV or 2 people in suits. All I saw were a few pedestrians and a university bus. I don't see anyone down there. Are you sure they're on that side? It's easy to end up on the wrong street down here. Yes, I am sure. You are certain you don't see anyone? No SUV? I'm sorry, but no, I don't. Uh-oh. I heard him mutter under his breath. I then faintly heard his voice yelling towards someone else. That ain't it. Tell them to keep moving. He then adjusted his mic and began to talk to me again. Alright, they've been swindled by the entity. We're figuring that out now. Just be on the lookout for them to arrive. Once they get there, we can start the process of getting rid of this thing. Right then, I heard a firm knock at my door. I quickly walked over and peeped through the hole again. 1 man and 1 woman, both in very nice black suits. I think your agents are here. They just knocked on the door and I saw them through the peephole. Should I let them in? The operator practically screamed through the phone. No, do not let them in. Those are not our agents. That is the entity trying to get you to open the door. Don't do it. Our agents will not knock. They won't try to get into your door. Get back to your window and watch for them to arrive. Tell me when they do. After a few more minutes of waiting, I finally saw a large SUV pull up in front of the apartment, and 2 people got out. 1 man, 1 woman, nice suits and briefcases. After they got out of the car, they looked up at my window as they made their way towards the entrance. The SUV drove off. Alright, they're here. Good. They're going to scout out the building, figure out what we're dealing with, and assess if another team needs to be called in. I'll let you know anything you need to do when I find out. Just stay on the line. I had started to feel relieved, albeit more confused. I did believe these people were here to help, but I didn't know what they could do to help me. How could two people from whatever this organization was possibly deal with this thing at my door? I contemplated the possibilities as I sat down in my chair for the first time in a while, finally calming down a little. This little moment of peace was just that, for not long after I sat down, I heard an electronic click from my door as I jumped from my seat. I remembered the operator's instructions. I quickly hit the light switch and picked up the kitchen knife before hopping into my closet. The door just unlocked. I'm hiding with the lights off as you told me. I whispered into my phone. He responded quietly and with as fast a message as he could muster. Just be quiet and don't move. She can't open your closet door and she has no interest in taking your things. No matter what she says, do not respond and do not react. Do not leave the closet until you hear the door close again. Do not hang up this call. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. I didn't hear any footsteps, but I knew she was in. I focused on controlling my breathing to make it as quiet as possible. I must have been in there for a good 5 minutes before I heard any noise. Nothing. Not a step, not a door opening, not a single thing moved around. I couldn't even hear breathing. I was tempted to leave, but I did as I was told and stayed still. Doing that had served me well up until this point. I just about gasped and gave myself away when she eventually spoke, in a sweet and dulcet voice. "What's wrong? Don't want to hang out tonight?" After she got no response, she would wait about 10 seconds and say something new, trying to be more provocative each time. This went on for a few minutes. "Come on, we matched and you know it. You know you want me and I want you." "Well, if you're not ready, that's all right. I can wait. I can wait a long time. I'll wait for however long I need to for you to come out. You know I don't bite. I'm just a very, very good kisser. You can ask the others. You can meet them too. But why don't you try it yourself? Just come on out. What have you got to lose? I know how lonely you are. I know I'm the only one you'll ever have a chance with. At least I'm the only one who will love you forever. You know you'll always be nothing without me. I'm the only one, the only thing that will ever bring meaning to your life." She got more assertive. I could hear her voice getting closer each time she spoke, trying to get me to come out. Eventually, she was so close to the closet door she was practically touching it. She might have been. It was obvious she knew I was in there, but the operator said to sit put and that she couldn't open the door. I trusted him for now. "You know you're a worthless, rotting sack of crap. You are not even good enough for the maggots. You have done nothing with your meaningless, short life and you never will. Even if I let you live past this night, you can come with me, or you can burn. No one is coming to save you. No one can." She stopped for a moment. I think she heard what I heard. There were steps in the hallway. Someone was walking around on my floor. "Oh, you talked to them." She let out a giggle, one that would have seemed innocent and cute if it were given in any other context with a normal girl, but I found it to be far from it. "You'll pay for that. You won't even get what I gave the others. I'll rip your guts out right before your eyes and make you watch all of it. You'll wish you were dead, but I won't kill you. Not until..." "Approaching entity manifestation now. Stand by." I heard a man's voice say from just outside my apartment. She screamed in fury before I heard my apartment door slam shut a split second later with a force I don't think I could replicate with all my might if I tried. I exited my closet and turned my light back on as I ran to the door to look in the peephole. I couldn't see anything. What just happened? I think I heard one of your people outside of my door before she charged out, really angry. I asked the operator, who I had hoped was still on the line. One of them tried to catch her right there, but it didn't work. It wasn't fully manifested. He, as well as his partner, are trying to locate the entity now, but we're having no success. A larger team is very close. No need to look out for this one. We know how to get there now. Our priority has changed from containment to extermination. This one is much more dangerous than we could have predicted. What am I supposed to do now? The voice on the line immediately changed from the man's voice to the girl's enraged voice. You should open the door and let me in. I immediately hung up as I was told. This may have saved me for the moment, as in the process of hanging up, I noticed my phone was at 2% battery. I quickly found a charger and plugged my phone in. A minute later, I got a call back from 911. I promptly answered. Are you still there? Did it try to use someone else's voice? It used its own to tell me to open the door. I heard shuffling from outside my room. I first thought that she was back, but I noticed it was a lot of people this time. I could hear faint dialogue from outside the room, and it sounded like they were assembling a piece of furniture. Do you know who is outside my room right now? I asked the operator. Our second team arrived a few minutes ago. Some of them are downstairs setting up a base for this operation. Others are up by your room preparing equipment. Just let them do their thing and this will be over real soon. As long as we're fighting what we think we're fighting, dear God, I hope so. What about my neighbors? What about the people walking around in the hallways and everyone else in this building? Do they know about this? Are they in danger? What happens to them? Oh, I forgot to tell you. They're just not here. I don't know how to explain it to you in a way you would understand. They won't be seeing our team, you, or this entity for the time being, and we won't be seeing the... They certainly aren't in any danger if that brings you any comfort. But I'm afraid you still are. I was once again confused by this new piece of information, but I didn't have the energy to question it at this point. I just wanted this to be done and over with as soon as possible. It's here. I heard a woman assert from right outside my door. I heard a few different things turn on. I don't know what they were, but I take it they were some sort of machinery or equipment they had just finished setting up. A few moments of silence passed by before I heard a man mutter, "Uh-oh." Seconds later, I heard light bulbs explode before gunfire erupted in the hallway outside my room. I sprawled out on the floor and got as flat as possible. Though no gunfire ever made its way into my room, these gunshots were quickly followed by an even louder scream from what I assumed to be the girl. The shooting went on for only a minute or two, after which I heard a few magazines drop to the floor and some rifles being racked as well as some louder dialogue and cursing. I started to put on my shoes, hoping this was over now, but besides that, I felt safer with shoes on anyway. Did they get it? I hopefully asked the operator. No, it plowed right through our guys and got away somewhere in the stairwell. She killed a couple of them and injured a couple more as well. We underestimated her again, but now we know what we have to do. We're almost through with this. Just keep a level head and you'll be alright. I sat down, silenced. 2 people just died on my behalf. 2 people died because I, being the stupid teenager I am, had to be on Tinder messing around. I checked my phone. It hadn't gotten much more of a charge by this time. It was only at 7%. I waited there for another 5 minutes. I just sat in guilt with my head resting in my hands, thinking of how all this could have been avoided before I heard something coming from my bathroom. I picked up my phone, unplugged it, and walked over, pushing the door open to get a peek. Hands were coming out of the toilet bowl and gripping the seat. She pushed down against the seat of the toilet as she attempted to force herself up out of my toilet. I screamed and fell back against the wall. Her head made it out. She was wounded, blood covering her face and arms. I could see that one of her eyes had been shot out and blood still ran out from the socket. She turned towards me as she attempted to pull the rest of herself up. She clenched her jaw but revealed all of her teeth to me, also covered in blood. Oh my god, she's climbing out of my toilet. It's too late. Go, run now. Do you understand? Get out of your apartment. I unlocked my door as I charged out. All of the lights were out. They had all been shattered. The hallway looked like a trench from a war. Blood lined the floor and was splattered along the walls and ceiling. There was broken equipment that was alien to me, all up and down the hallway, which I narrowly missed while running away from my room. I could feel the spent brass underneath my feet. The worst sight was the bodies. 2 men in body armor, with rifles strapped around them, lay lifelessly on the ground. One was flipped over and had a trail of blood behind him as if he was thrown. The other had his upper body propped up against a wall. His lower jaw had been ripped out as blood came from his mouth and throat and colored his black uniform red. I dearly wish I was watching the ground in front of me as I ran, because I took not 2 steps ahead and stepped right on this man's jaw. I can't even begin to tell you how I felt. Feeling that beneath my foot as I ran, I could feel his teeth. Where do I go? What do I do now? I frantically asked the operator. Get to the stairwell. Go down. I know you're used to there only being a few flights of stairs because the first floor is where they ended. You'll notice they go down further this time. I need you to proceed until you reach the bottom. There you'll find where our team set up their base of operations. I ran down the stairs faster than I think I'd ever run down a flight of stairs before. I didn't feel like I was going to trip or my legs were getting too tired. Rather, I felt as though my legs were outpacing me. It must have been a good 10 floors worth of stairs before I reached the bottom. But I got there quickly with the energy I had. At the bottom of the stairs were tons and tons of boxes. They looked as if they were military grade or just made to carry really expensive things. A number of them were open and their contents were emptied. I guessed this is where all of their fancy equipment came from that they were trying to use upstairs. On a few of them were laptops. As I walked over to one, I was startled by what I walked past. Between a couple of rows of those boxes, I found another corpse. This one I recognized as being one of the 2 in suits who had come in earlier. It was the woman. She, like the one man and, I assume, the other from my floor, had her jaw ripped out as well. In her hand was a revolver, a very shiny and quite beefy looking .357 Magnum. I set my phone on a box for a moment as I checked it out. I opened the cylinder and found that none of the 6 primers had been struck. This poor woman couldn't even get a shot off before being ripped apart. I found another one of your team members dead. It's the woman who came in first with the man earlier. I notified the operator. What? That's not possible. We just had communication with her. She was supposed to stay there while the rest of the team... Oh no. What? The rest of the team had another engagement with the entity on a higher floor. Their last known contact was with it 4 minutes ago. Our last communication with the agent you're next to was less than a minute ago. The thing is in there with you somewhere. Just then, the lights in the stairwell from top to bottom all exploded in rapid succession. I jumped into a corner and aimed the revolver at the stairs. A moment passed before I began to see a red light illuminate the stairs above me. Despite being shattered, the lights began working once again. One by one they turned on as they had been shattered. I heard humming from many floors above, but I could hear it getting closer. She's coming. What the hell do I do now? Get on one of the computers down there. We've cracked its code. I'm sending you a sound file. Turn up the volume on the laptop. When it gets close, play the audio file. Once it... My phone was dead, and I thought I was too. Fortunately, I kept a level head as the operator told me to. I kept myself as calm as possible as the humming got closer and made its way down the stairs. I ignored it, set the revolver down next to the laptop, and looked through what I could. It was in some sort of weird operating system, and I had no idea how it worked. I found some sort of messaging system, like an email, though I don't think it was quite that, and found a recent message. This had to be it. I downloaded and opened the contents, turning up the laptop volume to max. The humming stopped as I heard a giggle from right behind me and a playful voice say, "What do you think you're doing? I already told you what was going to happen to you. Are you ready for a kiss now?" I stood up, taking a deep breath and slowly turning around, with one hand still on the box in front of me. "Well, you better come give it to me." I somehow was able to deliver with a straight face, despite being more afraid than I ever have in my life, which I assumed was about to end. She approached slowly, opening up her smile from ear to ear once again. Slimy, vicious saliva gushed out of her mouth as she came closer. I hit the spacebar on the laptop before throwing myself to the ground away from her. An annoying, constant, high-frequency noise filled the stairwell and hurt my ears. But it did much worse for her. Her feet touched the ground, no longer levitating. She covered her ears tightly and her massive jaw practically unhinged from her head as she screamed in agony. I reached up for the revolver next to the laptop. I pulled it in close before cocking it. Then I got two hands on it and pointed it forward. I was shaking from the adrenaline, but I managed to get my breathing under control for just long enough to level the rear sights with the front. I squeezed. Blood splattered on the stairs behind her as part of her head was blown clean off. I stood and backed up, pulling the trigger as many times as I could. Even when the cylinder was empty, I pulled the trigger a few more times. Once my ears stopped ringing, an application opened on the laptop. The sound file finished playing and I heard the voice of the operator once again. "Anomalous presence no longer detected. You did it, kid. I have no idea how, but you did it. It's over." I stood for a moment and observed the carnage. The red lights faded until they were gone. In darkness once again, I was in disbelief, both of what just went down and what I was able to stop this thing. Whatever it was, I don't think I'll ever know. I began to walk up the stairs, slow and tired. After I made it up a few flights, I saw bright beams coming from flashlights above. A couple of dozen people in body armor, strapped with expensive rifles and submachine guns, ran down the stairs past me. The man in the suit reached down and grabbed the revolver in my hands as I was passing him. I think subconsciously I jerked it away and aimed it at him. He backed up for a moment. "Easy now, son. It's all over. You can relax." I took a deep breath out and handed over the empty revolver to him. I walked back up to my room, plugged my phone in, and started it up. I just sat with my head resting on my desk for a while before I got another call from 911. I picked it up and the operator began to speak once again. "Well, you did it. We've been hunting this one for a while now. It's gotten more victims than almost all of the others combined, but now, it's gone thanks to you. Are you injured? I can get the paramedics to you if you need them." I just sat in silence. I didn't have the energy to speak anymore. "Alright, you need a minute to decompress and catch your breath, it seems. Stay in your room for the next hour and everything will be back to normal outside of your apartment. Our team, all of the equipment and the chaos left in the wake of all this will be out of sight and out of mind. I know it doesn't make any sense to you, and that will only make processing all of this harder. Just know that if you call your emergency line again, we'll be listening. We'll be here to help. Oh, and one more thing. You would be doing not just us, but the whole world and yourself a favor if you never spoke about this. Our anonymity and secrecy let us help everyone else out there. I hope you understand. Goodbye now. Stay safe." If you've read this far, you know I've ignored the last thing the operator said to me. I want everyone out there to know. I want everyone to know that you could become the victim of one of these things in the blink of an eye. I want you to know that there are people out there hunting them down and they seem to not exist by any publicly displayed government information. I want people to know what to do when they call 911. I have no proof. My apartment building did return to normal. I am suddenly missing the text history I had with 911. I am not matched with that profile on Tinder. I have nothing. I also want to know more. Have any of you fallen victim to one of these things? Have any of you heard of them? What are they? Do you know more about this organization? How was my apartment building changed that night? How was reality bent and shaped back to normal? Please reach out. I need to know more. I was just about to hit the post button when my phone suddenly blew up. You've got a new match. My phone displayed it 100 times over. They're coming for me now. I need to make a call. You haven't heard about the dark web? My friend Jason expressed to me. No, why would I have? It's this place where you can find some of the weirdest stuff on the internet. I've tried to look for things myself, but I've never really found anything cool. Sounds dumb. It's not. I'm sure there's some weird stuff on there, I just haven't found any. Look, how about after college I come over to yours and I can install this browser? The two of us can look on this together. I really couldn't be bothered with all the hassle, however, the expressive nature of his tone made me fold into letting him install this browser onto my computer. He was a computer nerd, so I just trusted him with that stuff. I was unfamiliar with this sort of thing. I never told him this, but Jason was my best friend. He was always there for me when I lost my mom and was just a very funny guy. He always used to play the most creative pranks on me. This might be cringy to some of you, but I gave him this wristband as a gift when I was younger for helping me through those times. He wore it quite a lot, so clearly he valued our friendship. He was really like a brother to me. Jason came to my house later that day and installed the software. We had a few drinks after that, and later on in the day, he left to go home and play some World of Warcraft. He was obsessed with that game. You see, I never really had any intention of going onto this dark web browser. Jason wanted me to explore it myself to see if I could find anything, but I really didn't care. For the next 2 days, I pretended to use the browser. When Jason asked me what I found, I just gave him short answers. Yeah, I looked and haven't seen anything cool or interesting. Sorry, man. Jason let out an elongated sigh in disappointment every time. After the week was finished, I was in my room profoundly bored. You see, I lived alone in a small apartment. It was actually a place owned by my father, however, he let me stay in it, as it was really close to my college. I didn't spend that much time in that apartment. I liked to go out with my other friends, have drinks, go to watch sports matches, and spend time at the local arcade. On this Friday night, many of my friends didn't have time for me. Some of them were going to a concert which was already sold out. Jason was alone in his apartment feeling unwell. Another one of them had things to do with their partner too. I was left single in this tiny apartment with not an awful lot of entertainment. So, my stale state of affairs got the better of me. I made myself a cup of coffee and sat in isolation by my computer desk. I decided to use the browser Jason had installed to see if I could actually find anything of interest. When I opened the software, I was surprised to see that it looked like any other natural browser. It was called Doorfront, which I thought was an extremely bizarre title. It had everything you'd expect: a search bar, some tabs at the top of the screen, and some colorful touches to the background of the page. My eyes skimmed across all the tabs and everything seemed exactly like Google. In the corner of the browser, something caught my eye. There was a smaller link which had a different color than the rest of the headings. It read, "Show me something I might not want to see." All of the other links were blue, however this one was in a dark red, hidden away carefully in the corner of the page. Naturally, human beings are suckers for doing the opposite of what is told to them. I told you not to think about elephants. You think about elephants. Naively, I pressed on the link expecting to see some really messed up stuff. After a few seconds of tense waiting, I was pushed to a new page. I was stunned to see that the page displayed the image of a goat. That's it. Just an image of a goat. It looked like it was laughing and had its tongue out skewed at a 90-degree angle. Immediately I thought this link was some sort of troll. I smirked at how random this was, however the link was still in that corner of the screen. Again, I pressed on it. This time I was presented with a Wikipedia page of a war that took place in Egypt during the early 1000s. After a few more clicks, I realized what this "show me something I might not want to see" link actually was. It was a random search of the internet. Kind of a cool concept, however I wasn't seeing anything cool or interesting. Just as I was about to stop pressing this random internet search button, I was taken to a type of page I'd never seen before. It was a chat room with a distinct red background. It had a large chat box and also featured webcam images, almost identical to how something like Omega looks, except with a more sinister tone. Thankfully, my webcam wasn't on, and it seemed like the other webcam was off too, as all I saw were two black squares. I just sort of stared into the dark screen for a few seconds before perceiving that this page was probably broken. I was moving the mouse towards the X at the top right of the tab when suddenly, user 274 started typing. I waited anxiously for a few seconds before seeing, "Hello there," with a winky face. Talking to strangers at 11:45 p.m. wasn't really of interest to me. On this night, however, I was alone with no friends, so I decided to reply. I let out an enthusiastic, "Hi." After a few long, awkward seconds, they started typing again. "What are you doing right now?" This seemed like a forward question, however, I lousily answered, "Not much, TBH." I was already getting bored. Pressing the random internet search button was more fun than engaging in small talk with a random person. I moved the mouse over towards the "show me something I might not want to see" button. After a firm click, it appeared that the link was now not working for some strange reason. The person in the chat room started typing again. "Me too. I'm looking for someone to talk to. I haven't been feeling well lately. This made me feel guilty, however I really couldn't be bothered engaging in chit-chat. I then decided to press the X to close the tab. To my shock, it would not respond to my clicks on the button. It appeared that I was internet stranded in this weird, creepy chat room. Before I could even reply to the previous message, the user in the chat started to type again. Why would you want to leave me? My heart froze. Did they know that I tried to exit the chat room? Could they perhaps see what I was seeing on my computer? Stupidly, I decided to reply to the person. Hi, sorry. I just want to search the internet. I think my browser is frozen though. The user started typing almost instantaneously. No, it's not. What do you mean? I asked, whilst bewildered. Your browser isn't frozen. There was a dead silence before they promptly messaged. I just decided to pause you. I started to sweat profusely. My hands began to shake as I typed in my concerned queries. I don't understand. The anxiety and fear was starting to hit me hard. I was sat alone in a small room in the pitch dark. The only light source was the radiant computer screen which lit up my face. They typed for a while and said, I didn't want you to leave like the rest of them. Don't worry, I have plans for us. My fear levels raised even higher. What did this creep want with me? They started typing again as my mind was struggling to process the freaky conversation that was unraveling. I need you to do something for me. Could you turn on the webcam, please? By this stage, I'd completely forgotten about the fact this was even an option. My eyes were frozen with fear on the chat box for so long that the two black boxes were totally neglected. I hesitantly decided to reply. No, I don't want to turn it on. Surprisingly, I was hit with the longest dead silence so far. The other person stopped typing for quite some time. In this period, I once again tried to press the X to close the tab. It still refused to let me off this chat space. Almost instantly after I tried this, the user started typing again. If you try to leave again, something really bad will happen. Stop trying it. My heart felt like it was trying to break out of my chest. I began to tremble as I typed. What do you want from me? They instantly responded with, turn on the webcam. No, why would I do that? I just want to see you react to something. Part of me was tempted to just press the webcam on button. Maybe if I reacted to whatever this freak wanted, he'd leave me the hell alone. Nevertheless, I stood firm that I was not going to turn on the webcam. I'm not going to do that. Can you please just leave me alone? All of a sudden, something strange happened. My mouse was completely frozen. No matter how I moved it, the cursor was stuck near the bottom of the screen. The user started typing. Fine. I'll do it myself then. I read in confusion before I was drawn to something horrifying. The cursor started to move on its own accord. I held a shaky stare as I watched it slowly move towards the webcam on text. Before I knew anything else, the button was pressed and my webcam was on. I saw my startled, shaky face pop up in the black box for a few seconds. Very quickly, I put my hand over the webcam and covered it with a firm grip. The person started typing again. Now I've seen what you look like. Wow. Move your hand right now. I need you to see this. I didn't oblige, and if anything, I further tightened my grip on the webcam camera. By this stage, my instincts started to kick in, and I realized how messed up this whole situation was. Whoever this was must have been hacking my computer somehow. I decided to press the power off button on the side of my computer. It didn't work. How can the power button on my computer not work? I watched in terror as the person typed again. I told you, if you tried to do that again, something bad would happen. I don't think you understand how serious I am, Jordan. I felt my soul leave my body. Jordan was my name. They somehow got information on who I am. I never told them my name or anything about myself. All of a sudden I could see them begin to type again. Look, I mean you no harm. If you just show your face and let me see your reaction, I'll leave you alone. I decided to do something very stupid. Going through it in my head, what was the worst that could happen if they saw my face? They might actually leave me alone. My grip loosened and I slowly moved my hand from covering the webcam. My worried expression now showed on the screen for this crazy person to see. The user started to type again. Perfect. Enjoy. Enjoy what? I thought in my head. I stared at the screen for what might have been minutes and absolutely nothing happened. Only thing I could do was look at my own trembling face. Eventually, the other screen started to flicker, and it appeared that this user had now turned on their webcam. I couldn't make out what I was looking at. There was a dim light and also some glass. I then suddenly heard the opening of a door. I now realized what I was looking at. It appeared that this camera feed was coming from the inside of a car. Whoever was on the other end had left the webcam of what I presumed was a laptop facing towards the car door. When the car door opened, I gasped as I saw a figure in a dark hooded coat just stand there menacingly. They leaned in and looked directly into the webcam. I could see that they were wearing a dark ski mask. The person then raised their hand slowly and waved directly at the camera, directly at me. The person then did a quick 180-degree turn and began to walk the opposite direction away from the car. As the person visibly got smaller, I could see more and more about where this person was parked as they left the car door open. In the darkness, I could vaguely make out some garden decorations, and a house number 16 that was illuminated by the dim street lights. It was at that moment when it hit me. I was horrified to see that this person had parked his car outside of Jason's house. I could see from the webcam in the car that this dark figure was just standing outside his front door in the middle of the night. The hooded person appeared to press on the doorbell. I ran straight to my phone, which was on the desk behind me, to call Jason. I needed to warn him not to open the door. My brain still wasn't processing all that was happening. How did this person know Jason's address? The phone rang for what felt like years. No answer. I tried to call again. No answer. I muttered, "No, no, no, no," under my breath, the no's gradually getting louder as the seriousness of this messed up situation hit me. I ran outside and got in my car. Frantically, I began to drive to Jason's house. He only lived a few minutes away from me, so I knew I could get there fast. On my way there, I called the police. I tried to explain the situation to them, but I was panicking so much that every other word was mumbled. They understood enough to send help to Jason's house as soon as possible. As I turned the corner to Jason's street, I looked right, towards his house. To my shock, the car from which I was witnessing this whole thing was no longer there. Jason's front door was visibly left wide open. I bursted out of my car and ran into his house. "Jason! Jason!" I called out into the many rooms of his home. I wildly looked around his house, but there was no sign of Jason anywhere. I checked the basement, the toilets, the closets, everywhere you could think of. Jason was nowhere to be seen. Everything became blurry. The anxiety, the panic, the fear, it all began to get too much. Mentally, I couldn't take it. My friend was gone and I had no idea where he was. A thought hit me in amongst my emotional breakdown. I still didn't end the chat that I was in with whoever this creep was. Maybe there was a chance the webcam was still on and I could figure out where he went. I sprinted back to my car and started to hurry home. I was going about 20 miles over the limit, but the journey felt like it lasted a lifetime. After getting home, I burst out of my car without even locking it. Suddenly, I slowed down as I noticed a small piece of cloth located just outside my front door. My heart was in my mouth as slowly I approached this dark red cloth. It was placed by my front door without any real care. My eyes were drawn to a piece of paper that was tucked under the cloth. I could see that on the opposite side of this piece of paper there was writing. Rapidly, I flipped the paper over. It read, "Show me something I might not want to see." The words chilled my spine. Slowly I began to unravel the cloth with my shaky hands. The cloth felt really wet, but it needed to be opened one way or another. Something slipped out of the cloth and hit the floor with a mush sound. I looked under the cloth I was holding and began to scream. A human hand had fallen out of the piece of cloth. The hand was covered in blood and there was an item located next to the body part. It was a wristband. Jason's wristband. I screamed in horror and fell to my knees as the realization hit me. It's been a few months since this event. The police conducted searches in the local area, however they never found Jason. I told them about everything that happened regarding the chat room and messages. They didn't help at all. I moved back in with my dad shortly after this event and also sold my computer after doing a factory reset. I couldn't find the link to the chat room that I'd previously been in, so what was the point anymore? So much about that night doesn't make sense. I play it over in my mind every single day, but I can't figure it out. Can anyone help me rationalize this? There's only one thing that ultimately matters. I lost my best friend. The person who was always there for me. I haven't given up on you, Jason. If you're still out there, I promise I'll find you. The photograph depicted 6 people joyfully smiling at the camera and posing in front of a beautifully decorated Christmas tree. 4 of them were adults, my uncle, aunt, mother, and father. And the other 2 were a 10-year-old girl and a 1-year-old baby, the young girl lovingly cradled in her arms. Ever since your mother got pregnant, Kylie wouldn't stop rambling about how impatient she was for you to be born, and when that finally happened, she then wanted you to grow up so quickly so you could both play together. My aunt explained as I stared at the picture. I had no memories of Kylie, so seeing a picture of myself right alongside her as a baby was fascinating and emotional in a way I can't really put into words. It made me wonder what could have been had it not for the sudden tragedy that would befall upon my cousin and would devastate the whole family shortly after. Just a week after that cheerful Christmas day of 2005, Kylie would mysteriously go missing one dark and cold January night of 2006, never to be seen or heard from again. As for me, I'd since grown into an 18-year-old college student. I had come to stay at my aunt's house for a while because it was conveniently located near the college I studied at. After having lunch and chatting with my aunt and uncle, they took me upstairs to show me the room I'd be sleeping in. I recognized that locked door at first sight. Kylie's room. It had remained locked ever since Kylie disappeared, and all my attempts to enter it when I was a kid had resulted in me getting scolded by my mother and aunt. "Are you sure you can take it? I can sleep on the couch downstairs. You don't have to do this," I asked my aunt and uncle, knowing what that room meant for them, and knowing how they promised themselves to permanently keep that room shut ever since the day they lost Kylie. "We've given it a lot of thought. Don't worry about us, Jane. Kylie loved you. It's what she would have wanted," they replied as they slowly opened the door to Kylie's room. My aunt and uncle had cleaned it up a bit the day before my arrival, but for the most part, it looked pretty much identical to how it did the day Kylie vanished. The pink, flowery wallpaper that decorated the wall, the shelf filled with toys and children's books. The bed and even the bed sheets were also the same. It almost felt as if Kylie herself had just been there earlier that day, as if time had stopped flowing after she went missing. "This room is yours now. Make yourself at home and feel free to call us if you need anything," my aunt and uncle proclaimed before leaving me alone in the room. I spent the remainder of that evening reading a book I had to write an essay about for college. After a couple of hours, I decided I had read enough for that day and opened a drawer next to the bed in order to store the book, only to find that there already was a book inside that drawer, a very special kind of book. It was considerably smaller than my book from college. Its cover was pink with the title being written in big purple letters that spelled, "My Diary." It didn't take a genius to figure out what this book was, and who it most likely used to belong to. I did not hesitate to pick it up, and began reading the first page. I was tired of reading the book from college, but how could I say no to the diary of my long-lost cousin? December 25th, 2005. Dear Diary, it's Christmas Day. I've received tons of presents this morning. I knew Santa Claus was proud of me. I've gotten the new Animal Crossing game for my DS, a pair of woolly earmuffs, and this diary. I wanted a doll like the one all the other girls in my class have. There's even a boy who has the doll too, but he told me to keep it a secret. Mommy says I have to be thankful for what I've gotten, and I guess she's right, so not having the doll doesn't bother me that much. Also, my aunt and uncle and baby Jane have visited us, and we've all had lunch together. Baby Jane is the cutest. I promised my aunt I would take care of her just like Mommy took care of me when I was a baby. Reading that first entry made me shed a few tears. I couldn't help it. I could picture the innocent smile on her face as she wrote on her brand new diary that Christmas Day. And the way she talked about me as a baby was so heartwarming, it almost made me feel enraged about the fact I knew I had spent time with her, but was far too young to remember any of it. December 26th, 2005. Dear Diary, what a day. Mommy and Daddy have taken me to a snowy mountain. There were other kids with their parents, and we've played together in the snow. It was so much fun. We made a snowman, and I wanted to give him my earmuffs, but Mommy said I needed them for myself, so my ears can stay warm and cozy. I saw another girl with earmuffs, and hers were much cuter. They were pink and were shaped like hearts. Mine are just round and red. Anyway, the best part of the day was when I found a doll lost in the snow. She looks like an angel. She's not like the doll my friends have, but she's cute, so I've taken her home. And guess what? I've named her Jane, like the baby. That entry made me notice something I had first seen when I entered the room, but I hadn't really paid attention to it until Kylie's diary brought it up. The plush doll that was sitting on Kylie's bed, which was now my bed, I guess. It looked like a traditional angel with a pair of wings, white robes, and a small halo on its head. I had no doubt about it. This doll had to be the same one mentioned in the diary, which Kylie had named after myself. Kylie wrote that she had found the doll lost on a snowy mountain in late 2005, but it looked to be much older than that. It would have felt right at home in an antique store filled with memorabilia from the Victorian era. Who knows where it had come from and what it had been through before being found by Kylie. I figured that continuing to read the diary would perhaps give me more information about that mysterious doll I shared my name with. December 27th, 2005. Dear Diary, Jane cried last night. She was sleeping by my side and she started crying, like a real kid. This morning, I've told Mommy and Daddy, but they believe I'm just playing pretend. But I'm not. I woke up and she wasn't in bed with me. Maybe she didn't want me to pick her up. I tried to cheer her up by bringing her to my friend Sarah's house. We played with our dolls and made a make-believe tea party. Sarah said Jane wasn't as cute as her doll. She said Jane was kinda creepy. I got upset because that made Jane feel sad, so she might cry tonight as well. Thanks a lot, Sarah. That last entry left me utterly baffled. A plethora of conflicting thoughts flooded my mind as I stared at that doll in the bed. No, it simply couldn't be possible. It didn't make rational sense for Kylie's diary entry to be taken literally. Surely it was nothing more than a child with a wild imagination. But still, the sudden tone shift compared to the previous two entries was striking. I had originally planned to sleep with the Jane doll next to me out of respect for Kylie, but after reading her diary, I instead opted to leave it on the shelf with the other toys. It just gave me some bad vibes I didn't quite know how to explain. But I knew there was something about her that felt off, and the fact it was named Jane just like me didn't help either. I woke up in the middle of the night as an odd, high-pitched sound broke the silence. I drowsily looked around the bedroom in pitch darkness in hopes of identifying where the sound had come from, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I wiggled in bed for a couple seconds, trying to get in a comfortable position to get back to sleep. It was then when I felt something small and soft touching my arm. The Jane doll. There it was, laying next to me. I vaguely remembered having put her on the shelf before going to sleep, but it was late and I was pretty tired. So my sleepy brain assumed that I had just imagined leaving her on the shelf and had kept her in bed this whole time. A short while afterwards, I was woken up by a sudden noise once again. It sounded like a child was crying. I stood up only to see what looked like a small, shadowy figure in the darkness, standing right next to the bed. I also noticed the Jane doll was gone. It wasn't on the bed and it wasn't on the shelf either. I rubbed my eyes, thinking this was just what they call a sleep paralysis demon. You know, an imaginary shadow creature our mind sometimes conjures when you wake up abruptly, and your senses are alert but your mind is still half asleep, and misinterprets reality. But those kinds of illusions are normally static and lifeless, and only last a couple seconds. No, that shadowy child was something else. I was sure I could hear them weep. I tried to turn on the lights, but they had inexplicably stopped working. The shadowy child lingered in the darkness, sobbing right next to the bed with their hands covering their face. I sat on my bed, contemplating them in silence. My brain was still too sleepy and confused to move or react in any other way. Kylie? I faintly uttered the first thing that came to my mind as I slowly tried to process what was going on. Upon hearing my words, the child stopped weeping and put down their hands, which had been covering her face. The baby. The baby. Where is the baby? The child yelled in a voice that resembled that of a little girl as they lunged themselves towards me. I finally snapped out of my drowsy state as my survival instincts kicked in. I struggled as the child aggressively tried to grab my hair and tried to hold her arms. The baby, the baby, the child kept uttering. I gathered all the strength I could muster and pushed her out of the bed, causing her to tumble to the floor as I screamed in panic. My aunt and uncle came running in my room and I hopped out of bed. "Jane, what's the matter?" they asked worryingly. The doll disappeared, and then there was a kid, and they attacked me." I shouted in tears as I was trying to make sense of what had just happened. My uncle turned on the lights and it worked, unlike what had happened when I had tried it earlier. "What doll? The one that's over there on the bed? It used to belong to Kylie. You must have had a nightmare. We understand better than anyone it must be emotionally intense for you to sleep in this room, but there's nothing to worry about." My aunt comforted me as I stared in disbelief at the doll, which had somehow reappeared on the bed. The shadowy kid had vanished without a trace. There were only 45 minutes left until 7 a.m., which was the time I usually woke up at, so I decided not to go back to bed and to have breakfast early. My uncle accompanied me to the kitchen with his characteristic limp as my aunt stayed behind. "Calm down, my dear. Calm down," I heard my aunt murmur. I initially thought she was talking to me, until I noticed her eyes weren't directed towards me, but she instead was looking back at Kylie's room. I brought Kylie's diary with me to college. The last lecture of the day was considered the most boring one by practically the entire class, so plenty of students spent the hour distracting themselves with their computers, playing video games, or checking social media. I opted to spend it reading a few entries of Kylie's diary, desperate to find out more details about my cousin's fate, especially after the terrifying events I had experienced the previous night. December 28th, 2005. Dear Diary, I can't believe it. It's happening for real. First of all, I've lost my second milk tooth this morning while I was eating cereal for breakfast. I've put it under my pillow so the tooth fairy can come to pick it up, but I'm also excited for another thing. My aunt and uncle have gone on a trip to another country together, and have left baby Jane with us in our house for a few days. Hooray! I convinced my mommy and daddy to let the baby sleep in my room with me. I'll ask the tooth fairy to bring me something I can give to baby Jane. Also, Jane the doll cried again when mommy and daddy brought baby Jane to my room in her crib. I think she wants me to put her right next to baby Jane, so I'll do that tonight, and the two Janes can sleep together. Isn't that cute? December 29th, 2005. Dear Diary, I don't understand what happened last night. Baby Jane wouldn't stop crying. Jane the doll was grabbing the baby's face, and baby Jane started moving her adorable tiny hands and feet because she wanted the doll away from her. I grabbed the doll and told her, "Bad, Jane, bad. Hurting babies is what naughty people do." Mommy and Daddy came running to my room to see why baby Jane was crying, and they brought her to their room to sleep with them. Maybe Jane the doll doesn't like baby Jane because they have the same name. I knew I should have named her Annabelle or something like that. My face went pale as I finished reading those two entries. For years, I had believed that Christmas Day of 2005 was the last time Kylie and I had ever spent time together. But apparently I was wrong. I had spent my whole childhood and adolescence asking my family about Kylie, and not even once did they mention that I had spent several days alongside her after Christmas Day, right before her disappearance. It was a hard pill to swallow, but the diary confirmed that my family clearly knew more than they were letting out. But to what extent? Thinking about it sent shivers down my spine, but I had to accept it was a factor I needed to take into consideration if I really wanted to get to the bottom of this. "Hey, are you okay? You look concerned," asked Cindy, a classmate of mine who sat right next to me upon seeing my reaction to Kylie's diary. "It's nothing. I'm just reading a thriller novel with lots of suspense," I replied discreetly, putting the diary away so she wouldn't be able to see what I was truly reading. Cindy was really into creepy disappearances and paranormal experiences. One day she told me a really weird story about a paranormal phenomena occurring at a daycare, but I didn't really pay attention to her. I contemplated asking her for help in solving the case of my missing cousin and the doll, but I ultimately opted to keep investigating on my own. I didn't want to make this rabbit hole bigger than it already was by bringing in people who had nothing to do with it. I arrived at my uncle's house after college and found myself alone for a while. Since my aunt and uncle had gone to hang out with several other families, they had met at their collective therapy sessions for families who had lost their children. They were especially close with the parents of a little boy named Hugh, as well as the parents of a teenage girl named Molly, both of whom had gone missing a few years earlier than Kylie in some incident I don't know much about. My aunt and uncle had left lunch prepared for me, so I ate on my own and thought about what I would do later that night. Since I didn't want to sleep with that Jane doll again, I figured reading more of Kylie's diary would give me a solution. December 30th, 2005. Dear Diary, Jane the doll is behaving very badly since baby Jane came to our house. I told my mommy and daddy about it, but they still don't believe that a doll is able to do all these things. Baby Jane sleeps in their room now, but Jane the doll is still causing trouble. Baby Jane and I were having a nap after lunch, but I was in my bedroom and she was in Mommy and Daddy's bedroom while they were in the living room. Jane the doll was in my room at first, but then I fell asleep for a little while and she wasn't there when I woke up. I ran to my Mommy and Daddy's room and Jane the doll was in Baby Jane's crib, and her hands were covering Baby Jane's mouth so she couldn't cry. I grabbed Jane the doll and tossed her to the floor. Tonight, I'll bring Baby Jane to my room and leave Jane the doll with my parents while they're asleep. They'll get mad at me, but I don't care. I must protect Baby Jane. I was astonished. The experience with the Jane doll I had the previous night made it clear to me it was best to stay away from it. But I never could have imagined it had been after me since I was a literal baby. And Kylie caught on eventually and did her best to keep me safe. I had no doubt that a cursed doll was responsible for whatever had happened to her. It was then when I noticed there was only one last entry of the diary left to read. I eagerly turned the page in order to find out what secrets could Kylie's last testimony hold. January 26th, 2006. Dear Diary, the baby, where is the baby? Did Jane take the baby? Did Jane take Kylie? The baby is not with me. The baby, protect the baby. Kylie must protect the baby. Kylie is here. Jane is here. But where is the baby? Kylie will always protect the baby. Always. If the previous entries had impressed me, this last one simply left me speechless to a point I cannot describe with words. The things Kylie had written up to that point had described outlandish situations, sure, but the events they narrated at least maintained a certain degree of cohesion and structure. In contrast, this last entry didn't really narrate any events at all. and instead seemed like the ramblings of someone who had gone mad, and was in the middle of having a mental breakdown. It was hard to believe a little girl who had once been so innocent and cheerful could have written something like this. But its disturbing content wasn't the only thing that felt off about this last entry. The date. It was supposedly written in January 2nd of 2006, but the previous entry was dated December 30th of 2005. What happened between those two dates? It was apparent a couple of pages had been removed, but by who? Just when I was starting to theorize about the mysterious last diary entry and the pair of missing entries, my aunt and uncle arrived home. For that night, I decided to follow Kylie's plan and get the Jane doll away from my room by putting her in the attic. I also locked my bedroom's door for good measure. I was woken up in the middle of the night once again, only this time it wasn't because of something coming from inside the bedroom, but from the outside. I could have sworn I had heard the attic's door opening at the other side of the hallway. Tap, 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 tap. Footsteps. Someone was coming to my bedroom. It didn't take long before they knocked on the door. Who's there? I uttered, but received no response. They kept knocking, again and again, growing more and more impatient until what had started as normal knocking turned into aggressive banging. I lay on my bed, horrified as the entity at the other side of the door began to whisper some familiar words. The baby. A little girl's voice repeatedly uttered. I had no doubt it was the same shadowy child from the previous night. Tap, 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 tap. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps echoed across the hallway once again. Someone else was heading to the bedroom. I felt shivers down my spine as the sound of rattling keys was followed by the slow and eerie creaking of my bedroom's door. Whoever was there. It was evident that second individual had come to open the door for the shadowy child. For Kylie. I frantically hid under the bed as the door opened and the outline of the two individuals became barely visible in the dark hallway. Right in front of the bedroom, Kylie stepped inside the bedroom as the other individual, who was much taller, began to walk away with a very familiar limp. You won't take her away, Kylie murmured as she aimlessly roamed around the bedroom. I had tried to talk to her last time, and that had only resulted in her attacking me, so I opted to keep silent under the bed. After several minutes of roaming the bedroom filled with confusion and anger, Kylie crouched and crawled under the bed. My heart was racing as I thought she had found my hiding spot and was coming for me, but to my surprise, she curled into a ball and began weeping, seemingly unaware of my presence just a few inches away. I held my breath as well as the tears that were flowing from my eyes, trying not to make a sound as I slowly wiggled away from Kylie, who was still quietly sobbing in a corner. Slowly but surely I began emerging from under the bed. The upper half of my body had made it out, but I was still struggling with my legs and feet. Bump. My face went pale as I felt my right foot hitting on the bed legs. Kylie yelled as she reached out with her arms to try and drag me back under the bed. She tried to get a hold of my feet, but by that point, I had stopped trying to be stealthy. I stood up and quickly sprinted out of the bedroom as I could see Kylie's blurry silhouette crawling from under the bed. Jane, what's wrong? Why aren't you in your room? My aunt and uncle exclaimed in confusion as I ran to their bedroom. You know what's going on. I replied in a combination of anger and fear. What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be asleep? You have to get up early to go to college tomorrow, they said, continuing to act clueless. I'm talking about Kylie. I can hardly believe it myself, but Kylie's still in there. And that creepy doll of hers has something to do with it. Oh, Jane. We get that Kylie's disappearance has affected you ever since you were a child. We're the first ones who wish we could see her again. We also sometimes imagine that she's still with us, but we have to face the truth and press on. We can't let our lives be consumed by grief. You're tired. You should really go back to sleep. We can talk about this tomorrow if you need to, okay? My aunt uttered in a soft, motherly voice as she hugged me. Seeing how trying to talk to them was futile, I ended up doing what they told me and going back to sleep, but not to Kylie's bedroom. I spent the remainder of that night sleeping on the couch downstairs. My aunt and uncle and I ate breakfast, gathered around the table in the kitchen, with all three of us eating in silence. Even if you had been a stranger randomly stumbling into the kitchen without the slightest idea of who we were and what was going on, you would have still been able to sense the palpable tension between us pretty clearly. As I finished eating my toast, I took a deep breath before finally deciding to break the ice. We need to talk. We need to talk about Kylie, I uttered. We returned to staring at each other silently for a couple seconds before my aunt responded. Sure, honey. If only Kylie could see you all grown up, she said as she shed a few tears. We can talk about what happened if that's what you want, even though I'm not sure what we can tell you that you don't already know, my uncle added. Then why didn't you tell me about the fact I was there? I stoutly asked. Once again, they stayed silent. Judging by their stare, it was clear they were not expecting that question. I was there the week Kylie vanished. My parents were on a trip and I stayed at your house as a baby, alongside Kylie. I know this because I found her old diary in her room. I've read it all except for a few pages that are missing. Why did no one in my family ever tell me about this? I continued my interrogation, raising my voice to make it clear I was not joking around. You were just a baby. We thought that learning about it would be too traumatic for you, and since you had no memory of it anyway, we figured it would be best to omit that detail. My uncle answered once they realized I was going to stop at nothing to find out the truth. But I'm not a baby anymore. I have the right to find out what truly happened. Oh, and that fact you call a detail is much more than that. Kylie wrote about the time she spent with me. She wrote about that doll that she named after myself. I don't know how or why, but that thing wants something from me. It has wanted something from me ever since I was a baby, and Kylie knew and tried to protect me. Hold on, Jane, you're taking this too far. Are you suggesting that a simple doll is responsible for my daughter's disappearance? My aunt asked. I'm not suggesting it. I'm sure of it. And Kylie, she might not be the same, but she's not entirely gone. That doll has gotten a hold of her. I've seen her. I've seen firsthand what happens in her room every night, I exclaimed. Oh, look at the time. You'd better get going or else you'll be late to college, my uncle said as he forcefully put an end to the conversation. Wait, you can't keep the truth away from me, I protested, but it was no use. My aunt and uncle refused to keep talking and practically dragged me outside of the house. I skipped the last 2 lectures of college and returned to my uncle's home earlier than usual. As I expected, my aunt and uncle hadn't arrived home yet. Great, that gave me some time to continue investigating without being disturbed. It had become evident that my aunt and uncle weren't too fond of me looking into Kylie's disappearance and finding out about things that were never intended for me to know about. That accursed Jane doll was the one behind everything. I had no doubt about it. No matter how much my aunt and uncle tried to deny it, I'm going to be honest. After what happened on my first night spent sleeping in Kylie's room, I originally thought that the Jane doll was haunted by Kylie. But while that assumption turned to be partially correct, I was now sure it wasn't the whole picture. Yes, it had become apparent that Kylie's spirit had somehow become attached to that doll. But Kylie herself wasn't the one in control. The doll was the one pulling the strings, holding Kylie against her will. Indeed, Kylie's diary confirmed that the doll was already alive before Kylie disappeared, or rather, before the doll took her over. If I wanted all of this to end, I had to destroy that doll. I climbed the staircase and confidently marched towards Kylie's bedroom, ready to grab that Jane doll, bring her to the fireplace in the living room, and let her be consumed by the flames. But as I stepped foot inside the room, I realized that the doll was not there, and not only that, but there were no signs of Kylie's diary either. After scouring Kylie's room in search of the doll and the diary without success, I headed across the hallway to the first place that came to my mind. My uncle and aunt's bedroom. There was nothing of importance under the bed, or at their nightstand, or inside their multiple drawers and closets, but I knew they had to be somewhere in that room. Where else could they possibly be? Who else could have been interested in hiding the doll and the diary away from me? Especially after I had explicitly told them I had an interest in those artifacts earlier that morning. I swung open a large wardrobe. At first glance, it seemed to serve no other purpose than to store my aunt's extensive collection of fur coats and scarves. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that there was something else. A small object discreetly tucked at the bottom of the wardrobe, hidden behind the dense row of bulky clothes. I stretched my arms and pulled the mysterious object out of the wardrobe, revealing a dusty wooden box. I opened it without hesitation, smiling of satisfaction as I glanced at its contents. The Jane doll, Kylie's diary, and something else. A pair of pages with something written on them which looked all too familiar. December 31st, 2005. Dear Diary, I've done it. It's the last day of the year, and me and baby Jane will be spending it together. I don't care about what mommy and daddy say. I've locked myself in my room with baby Jane right after having dinner. But we're not going to sleep. She's supposed to be at mommy and daddy's room, but I've swapped her for Jane the doll so I can protect her. Baby Jane makes it hard to focus on writing this because she's sitting on my lap right now being the cutest thing I've ever seen. Aw, she just smiled at me. Focus, Kylie. So anyways, Jane the doll is at mommy and daddy's room, but I know she'll try to come for us tonight. That's why I've locked the door. I will not let her harm baby Jane, no matter what. January 1st, 2006. Dear Diary, it's early in the morning. Baby Jane and I are doing our best to hold out. Jane the doll has been trying to get in for hours. All I can hear is banging and more banging. It's so loud it makes poor baby Jane cry, but mommy and daddy are still sleeping in their room. Don't be afraid, baby Jane. If that doll wants to get you, she'll have to go through the door first, and if she manages to do that, she'll have to go through me. Wait, the banging has stopped. I can hear Jane the doll going away. Yes, she's going back to mommy and daddy's room. Oh wait, I forgot there were more keys in mommy and daddy's room. Before I had enough time to process those 2 diary entries, I was shaken by the sound of footsteps. It sounded like someone was climbing the stairs. I tried to put everything inside the box and hide it away at the last second, but I was too late. My aunt and uncle walked into the room, catching me off guard. We expected you'd find this eventually. I guess there's no need to keep pretending at this point. It's best for us to tell you everything so we can start getting things done, my uncle said in a serious tone. Yes, forgive us, Jane, but we have to. It told us it's the only way, my aunt added as she pointed at the doll. What? What are you talking about? What do you want to do? I asked as my body started trembling in fear. You see, when that doll took our daughter that fateful January night over 17 years ago, the one it was truly after was you, but Kylie would stop at nothing to protect you, and she put herself in between you and the doll, and so, the doll seized our beloved child, holding her spirit hostage for years, to the point she lost the ability to think rationally, and is now just angry and confused, eternally seeking to fulfill a purpose she's unaware that she already accomplished. But the doll always made us know what she was willing to give us back, in exchange for the child it actually wanted. My aunt explained in tears as she picked the doll up. You can't trust that thing. Don't you see it's manipulating you? I replied, but my aunt and uncle no longer listened to reason. We could have done this years ago, but we couldn't bring ourselves to do it when you were still a child. But after all those years spent knowing that our poor daughter was suffering every single day without us being able to do anything about it, we realized there was no other choice, my uncle said as he began advancing towards me. His limp gave me time to back away, but there wasn't anything else I could do. My uncle grabbed me by the neck and immobilized me as I helplessly struggled to liberate myself. Forgive us, Jane. Forgive us, he uttered as I slowly lost consciousness. As I gradually came to my senses, I glanced at the Jane doll, which was sitting on the floor mere inches away from my face as a blurry figure materialized right next to it. Kylie. My parents watched in awe from a few feet away as I broke into tears, never having cried so hard in my entire life. It was then when something snapped in Kylie as she heard my tears. The baby! The baby! Kylie yelled as she grabbed the Jane doll with rage and began ripping it apart. She then walked towards me, gently wiping away my tears with her hands. Baby Jane, she whispered. Our daughter is back. My aunt and uncle uttered in awe, but Kylie turned back and approached my uncle visibly enraged. My uncle and aunt were so shocked by that reaction, they were initially going to hug her, but decided to slowly back away. What's the matter, dear? They asked. But Kylie responded by aggressively lunging herself at the one she caught up to first, my uncle, who tripped and fell down the stairs, hitting his head and dying instantly. My aunt, overwhelmed by the current situation, attempted to jump down the balcony to end it all, but I was able to intercept her and retain her in the bedroom until the police arrived. Kylie and I hugged each other in a long embrace that felt so intense and emotional. It was almost as if we were trying to make up for all the hugs we missed when I was growing up. You are not a baby anymore. I like that, Kylie murmured before finally fading away. After my aunt got arrested for having assaulted me and held me hostage, the house was emptied out and sold to another family. Kylie's diary was the only thing I managed to keep for myself. Hey, how was your day? I've heard about what happened with your aunt and uncle, Cindy asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm glad this mess has been resolved once and for all. I replied as I was trying to follow the teacher's lecture. It was then when I saw two of my classmates checking something on a computer. It was a listing for an old doll that was being sold online. It was in very bad shape and looked to have been crudely sewn back together and reassembled with stitches. The listing read, "Jane the doll. Warning. Vintage doll found at a crime scene said to have been haunted. Buy at your own risk."